Chapter 2001. The forest that had been inexplicably set ablaze was set ablaze, and it began to spread in all directions. Billowing smoke began to rise into the sky, and the forest began to be filled with an unpleasant smell. The group of fellows who had suddenly appeared and set fire to the forest, and then left suddenly seemed to have suddenly seen a walking third-class merit officer. They immediately charged forward to look for trouble, but when they arrived at their destination, they did not even see a ghost. They could only vent their anger and leave while cursing, looking at how they did not clean up after venting their anger. It was obvious that these fellows did not usually pay attention to greenery. They did not know how to extinguish the fire before leaving, and even needed their help to extinguish the fire. After casually restraining the spreading energy shock waves and suppressing the forest fire, the group waited for a while. The fleet did not seem to have any intention of coming back and did not appear again, so they followed Mu Songyuan and flew into the depths of the forest. After jumping and shuttling through the mountains for a long time, they stopped halfway up a small mountain. This place was remote and had natural obstacles. It was also a place where the energy flow was relatively fast, so it was easy to clean up the traces. The concealment was very good, but this did not prevent them from adding a lot of barriers on top of the existing energy barriers. It was just a habit. Inside the barrier was a small camp that was casually set up. Mu Songyuan's group of friends were all here. They looked fine, but their expressions were a little depressed and resentful. Mu Songyuan's return made his group of friends come back to their senses and look up. When they saw the group of people who had acted together before slowly walking in, their spirits lifted a little. Lan Lan had just stood up to greet Mu Songyuan, but when she turned her head and saw Feng Ling, her pretty face turned pale with fright. When the latter saw her big reaction, she cried out in her heart. She had not been able to suppress the annihilation energy for the past few days. She quickly suppressed the annihilation energy that was running around in her body and packed it away. She hurriedly said, "Don't vomit! Don't vomit! I'm holding it down. I'm really holding it down. You'll be fine if you look at it again." Lan Lan's expression instantly returned to normal. She stuck out her tongue and felt a little embarrassed. When the two groups saw this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although they had seen it once before, they still did not know what kind of expression to show when they saw it again. Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Feng's shoulder and said, "I don't think you and this girl are compatible." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "There are so many people who are incompatible with me in this world. Or rather, there aren't many people who are compatible with me. However, I've never seen anyone who is incompatible with me to the point of being able to recognize me just by looking at me." Hui patted him on the shoulder again and skipped the topic. He looked at Mu Songyuan and the others who had pulled out tables and chairs for them. "So, why are you hiding in such a desolate place? Aren't you here to investigate this area?" At the mention of this matter, Mu Songyuan and the others looked a little worried. Even their actions of retrieving things slowed down. There was no need to think about it. They must have encountered a few bad things. Speaking of which, I really don't know how to put it. The 7-foot-tall young man in their team covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. The complexity of this place is far beyond our imagination. Even though I already felt that it was very complicated when I came here 15 years ago, I didn't expect that after 15 years, it would be even more complicated. We already have a rough idea of the situation. After settling the group of girls on the table, Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and leaned against the air. "You're talking about a few bad things between the demonized creatures and the human race, right? But what do you mean by even more complicated?" Mu Songyuan scratched his head. "That's because a group of people with powerful combined powers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their personal strength is nothing to be afraid of, as they're all at reciprocity, but the strange combined powers they use can strengthen several hundred or even thousands of primeval immortals. Because of this group of 20,000 people, the already chaotic region has become even more chaotic. Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. If they guessed correctly, they should know what was going on with these 20,000 people. However, it was really hard to say. Once they said it, the topic would be endless. So it was fine as long as they knew what was going on. They didn't expect that they would end up in this place. Moreover, it seemed that they had already gathered and couldn't wait to start a war here, dragging this area into it. However, the unique powers of the three sides of the primordial realm were actually able to increase the strength of the primordial realm through reciprocity. It seemed that their nature was quite advanced. They had only roughly looked at it before and hadn't completely analyzed it. Therefore, they didn't know about this matter. In short, a group of inexplicable people got involved here. They're like shit stirrers, making the already messy place even messier, Hui said with a nod. It's not a group of people. Mu Tsungyuan shook his head with a serious expression. It's two sides. They seem to be opposing each other. Two sides? Aren't there three sides? Forget it. They didn't care about that, for the time being. In short, they knew this. However, they could only cooperate and pretend to be speechless. Hui thought for a moment and said, "Tell us about this place in detail. We were all very confused when we first arrived, especially when we heard this strange, internal strife." Mu Tsungyuan nodded and took a deep breath. He seemed to be deliberating over his words. After a while, he slowly said, "But I don't know where to start." Everyone was speechless. That's true. This place was already so chaotic that even they could only find a corner to hide in. After the matter was over, they would decide what to do next. It was probably a problem whether they could obtain any information or not. Well, I'll give you a rough explanation. Mu Tsungyuan laughed dryly for a while. He took out a demon cleansing stone and placed it on the table. A map of this large area appeared in the space in front of him. He slowly explained the information they had obtained when they were chased out 15 years ago, and when they came in this time. This large area is more than 10 times larger than the place we are in. It is still an area surrounded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. They have eroded and spread into this area from all directions. Some flow like rivers, while others stop and become lakes. In terms of the proportion of the area, 30% of this area should have been eroded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. However, the isolation of the area is not serious. The Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread in from many directions, and it has not closed off the border. It has not isolated any area and turned it into an island in the sea. Mu Tsungyuan paused for a moment, then pointed to the south end of the map that was neither round nor flat. Our current location is in the south of this large area. The south and west are a large group of chaotic areas that fight for themselves. The vast land is dotted with countless organizations and forces. There is no unity. Just taking 2 steps out of the door might accidentally cross several territories. The division of the region even includes the area that the Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread into. As for the north, it is the largest area in this large area. Although it is also called the northern region, it actually has its own name, Twilight. You can see the actual area it occupies. Most of the northern area extends to the west, occupying a third of the territory that should be the western region. There are rumors that they have even placed a city in the Chaos Devil Wilderness. The latter part sounded horrifying. putting aside whether there were great demons and demonized life forms in the Chaos Devil wilderness, the main reason it was plucked out was because the environment, there was another kind of energy, demonized energy. It was not an energy that ordinary life forms could casually come into contact with. Those who rashly came into contact with it had already disappeared at the other end of the wasteland crevice. Even if they had a way to purify it, but living next to the mouth of an active volcano and seeing the crimson magma below every day and spreading poisonous gases into the air after living in such an environment for a long time, even if they did not burn to death on the spot, they would be poisoned to death, right? That's what it meant. Even if the people living there would not be demonized by the demonized energy, it was not a good thing for ordinary people to be exposed to negative energy for a long time. After all, it was also a matter on the level of order, being exposed to energies that were different from their own order for a long time, except for higher life forms with corresponding protection. All life forms of other levels would not be able to withstand it, and the end result would be either madness or stupidity. It was the same logic as them being exposed to chaos energy for a long time. Even Maple was backstabbed by the chaos concept body, once, let alone others. Twilight in the north occupies the largest territory. They are currently at war with the eastern region to the north, where we are. This is the largest region apart from Twilight, and the territories of both sides are bordering on the north. There are also many territories of various sizes on the border above. They are probably living in an abyss of suffering every day on the line of war between the two behemoths. It seems that because there is no need to deal with them, neither side has the intention to take them down and conveniently use it as a buffer zone. We pointed to the west, the middle part, and a large expanse of land in the south. What about these places? Are they not involved in the conflict between the two behemoths? Oh, the rest of the territories are just bystanders. Everyone was speechless. Just kidding. Mu Tsung-Yuen laughed and said, "At present, the biggest impact is the battle between Twilight in the north and the eastern region in the east. The two of them together occupy about 60% of the territory, and the remaining 40% is the same as the south where we are. A lot of regions, organizations, and forces are fighting for their own sake. When they are free, they are fighting against demonized life forms. And when they are not free, they are fighting each other. When they temporarily stop fighting and make peace, it is because they see that the battle between the North and the East has expanded and the movement of the battlefield is too big. So they quickly stop fighting, reorganize their troops, and then sit in a row and wait for them to finish fighting before continuing to fight." Everyone was speechless. This was very wise to protect oneself. There are not many restrictions in these places. It has always been like this. Mu Tsung-Yuen sighed and rubbed his forehead, looking like he had a headache. We knew that it was almost time for the main event, and his spirits were lifted. Has there been any change? Well, the northern region has recently decided to intervene in the remaining uninvolved territories. Countless territories, large and small, have been annexed. The fleet we saw just now is also from the northern region. They have imposed a blockade on a relatively large area of this area. You can say that they are forcing people to take sides. Those who comply are fine, but those who dare to resist, well, as far as we know, don't have any good endings. After the blockade order was issued, many people were either forced or voluntarily joined the northern region, and some took advantage of the fact that the blockade order was not perfected to join the eastern region. However, this is only in the early stages. Later on, when the blockade is perfected, this kind of thing will no longer happen. However, there are still some who have not taken sides and intend to watch. They are being madly targeted and pressured by the northern region. If they really wanted to fight, it would only take a while. Well, it was hard to say. Other than the two regions, there were still 40% of the territories. There were too many people, and too many eyes. It would take a lot of effort to clean them up. Moreover, since they were talking about territories, there were so many troublesome things to deal with. Just conquering them was not enough. They still had to manage them. If they did not manage them well, there would be fires and uprisings in the backyard every day when they were fighting in the front. It would be so annoying. The blockade order is now in place. No one is allowed to enter or leave this area. In fact, you were already noticed when you first appeared. The people who rushed over were the ones who imposed the blockade. It doesn't look like much. We scratched his cheek. They came quickly, but they couldn't even find us standing right under their noses. They even had to use a saturation bombing to clear the area. Aren't they too unprepared? It's better to say that they didn't prepare at all. They just opened the door and looked at us with their eyes. Mu Tsang-yuen and the others smiled bitterly. It was not that they were useless, but that they were slightly abnormal. Normal people would not be able to withstand this kind of thing. Yin Nuoshing pondered for a while. Are the two regions carrying out the blockade at the same time? Or the northern region is the one carrying out the blockade order. The eastern region doesn't have the time to do such a thing. They have to use all their strength just to deal with the northern region's attack. They can't do anything else. Mu Tsang-yuen tapped his arm and sighed. The northern region is only able to occupy so many territories because they are especially strong. In this large region, the strength of a territory can be measured by the size of its territory. Countless large and small territories change, and countless forces rise, and decline happen every day. However, only the northern and eastern regions remain unchanged. It is said that this has been going on for many years. In recent years, the eastern region has also begun to decline, which gave the northern region the opportunity to attack. Oh, okay. Yun Nuoshing slowly stood up and ended the conversation with "Little Qingzi through their souls." She nodded and said to everyone, "Let's go to the eastern region." Everyone, our people are over there. Little Qingzi is also there. Oh, not that little Qingzi. I mean Shu Qing and the others. I heard from I Ching that they have gathered everyone while we were causing trouble. It took them a lot of effort, Yun Nuoshing said. We stood up and patted his pants. Then let's go. We'll go to the eastern region. But there is still the blockade order. Mu Tsang-yuen hurriedly said, "It is difficult for ordinary people to pass through the blockade, let alone go to the eastern region. They will be stopped before they can even pass through the gate." Hui raised his eyebrows. Difficult? Does that mean there is still a chance? There is indeed a way. Mu Tsang-yuen smiled bitterly. He patted his head and said in a helpless voice, "Either you choose to join the northern region, or you hand over a troublesome magic crystal or magic cleansing stone. I calculated the amount that we have to hand over. It will probably take us 2 or 3 years in the Chaos Demon Wilderness to save up. Oh, and with you guys, it will double. TSK, let's go and see the situation first." Hui waved his hand and took the lead to walk out without a care. The rules should be followed when it is necessary. Mu Tsang-yuen was stunned. These words were strange. He felt that they were not words that they would say. Yun Nuoshing saw the strange expression on the young man's face and translated for him. It means that if we follow their rules, they will also have to follow ours. Our rules are very simple. We don't expect anyone to help us. As long as they don't cause trouble, don't hinder us, and don't block our way, it will be fine. The things we want to do will rarely involve others. Even if it does, we will find a way to bypass it or try not to affect others. With this as the premise, if there is still someone blocking our way, Hui held the back of his head with both hands and turned to them with a bright smile. Then we don't intend to follow the rules. Mu Tsang-yuen smile bitterly for a while. But even if we don't follow the rules, the northern region is much stronger than we thought. I did a little calculation. Even if we combine all the forces of the four regions, we are still no match for them. TSK, don't worry. We came prepared. You have seen our fighting strength in the quiet wasteland last time, and that is only a part of what you know. Well, a part, probably not more than 1 in 1,000,000 or 1 in 10s of millions. He shook his head and pointed at Feng with his chin. By the way, in this 1 in 1,000,000, all of us add up to that one. The rest of the numbers belong to this guy. Yun Nuwashing was very excited when she was pointed out. She rolled up her sleeves and immediately said, "What? Do you mean you want me to make a move? You want me to make a move?" Now, right here, everyone was shocked. You are not allowed to make a move. You can't make a move first. Do you want to tear down this world? TSK, Mu Tsang-Yuen and the others. They were suddenly very curious about the nature of the forbidden Fengling that made them so vigilant. But when they thought about his identity as the guardian of the will, it didn't seem like they couldn't understand. Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly turned to look at them. "I'll go with you. If you see Fengling about to make a move, don't care about anything. Don't look at anything. Just turn around and run. Run as hard as you can. Run as far as you can. Never, never. Don't stop on the way." Why do I feel like you're talking about him as if he's a natural disaster? Everyone nodded vigorously. It's not like he's a calamity, and a void-level calamity at that. That's a calamity that can easily tear down the void. A bunch of inexperienced brats. You better pray that you don't see the scene of him sweeping the entire world with a buzz, or else it will leave a very scary psychological shadow. Quite a number of people at the front line have been beaten into psychopaths by his 3 styles, and now they can scream and show a satisfied expression when the 3 styles of nothingness explodes. Every one of them is sick and far from the norm. There was originally a small city in the blockade area leading to the eastern region, but after the blockade order was issued, this place was the first to be completely sealed off and occupied by the forces of the northern region. Now, it was just a checkpoint. What was the purpose of setting up this place? God knows. Maybe they were fishing. They clearly didn't allow anyone to join the eastern region, so sealing off this area was used to weaken and restrict the forces of the eastern region. Why not just station a fleet here and directly prohibit everyone from approaching? Otherwise, it would be treated as an act of hostility or something. Yes, why? Hui nodded with his arms crossed. Because they're fishing. They don't use force. They even leave a path for you. There's no need to say what kind of people would choose to go to the eastern region at this time. Yes, they don't need to listen to others. They just need to think that anyone who passes through here is from the eastern region and treat everyone who passes as enemies, and that's it. With the troublesome, purifying magic stones and magic crystals that you mentioned, I can even come up with a plan to plunder everyone clean, let them pass, and quietly kill them. If even someone like me, who doesn't use my brain, could think of it, do you think they could? Mu Tsang-Yuen was dumbfounded. Isn't that too sinister? That's nothing. We've seen even more treacherous people. They can trick others into betraying you, yet you still have to support them. They even want you to treat them as your only faith and spiritual pillar, working your life and sacrificing your soul for them. The 7-foot-tall lad's eyes bulged. That's not fun. But what happened to them after that? After that, Hui thought for a moment and pointed at Feng with his thumb. He slapped them all into the ground. They couldn't even dig them out. That's called tragic. Yun Nuwashing was a little stunned when he heard that because he couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Then he thought carefully and said, "Oh, at that time you said you couldn't handle it or something. Then You suddenly asked me to clean up a place and didn't let anyone go. Was it that time? Yes, yes. Actually, there were a few people who were quite powerful at that time. Didn't you notice? I didn't notice at all. It's just, it's just a slap. Everyone, these two really, one dared to ask for help, and the other dared to attack. The one who attacked didn't care about anything, and just slapped them into the ground. Damn. Pass was now a ladder-shaped city. Well, according to its scale, it might be better to call it a small town or a small village. After all, it was a narrow and long city with a length of 30 to 40,000 miles and a width of less than 10,000 miles. As for the fleet mentioned just now, there was indeed a fleet here. Tens of thousands of airships were hovering in the sky above this small city. They looked the same as the airships they had seen before. They came in all sizes, except for the small details on the edges and corners. Then, they were branded a mark that looked like half an apple wrapped in a leaf at first glance. There seemed to be no problem going in and out of the small city. There wasn't even a guard at the gate. They just wandered in casually. It wasn't until they reached the streets that they saw many warriors from the northern region standing guard or patrolling. Their uniform was no longer the familiar uniform of the warriors of the Great Temple. Instead, it was a set of leather armor. Well, it was brown, gray, or black. It was a leather armor made of 3 colors. It looked like leather armor, but in fact, it should be made of magic crystals. Their leather armor still has remnants of demonic energy. We looked at those warriors who were either holding spears in their hands or had weapons hanging on their waists or on their backs. Looking at their attire, he couldn't help but be startled. He whispered, "Are they made directly from magic crystals and not purified? Can they do such a thing?" This seems to be possible in theory. Mu Tsongyuan frowned slightly. But if they don't control or purify the demonic energy in the magic crystals before using them, it is easy to be eroded by the demonic energy. It is also difficult to control the energy. That proves that they can control the energy. Yin Nuoshing said without thinking, "Since there is something in this region that can make the demonic life forms fight on the battlefield, it is not surprising that it has something to do with the demonic life forms. If you say that they have a way to control the demonic life forms, I would believe it. There were many warriors guarding the streets, and a large group of airships hovering in the sky. The defense here could be said to be tight. As for this small city at the border, they could see that it was a place for business. It was also a hub connected by several main roads that could lead to the eastern region and the northern region. It was just that its location was closer to the eastern region. Originally, these neutral places had exchanges with the 2 regions. Now that the situation between the 2 regions had suddenly deteriorated and the 2 regions were locked in a fierce battle, these places were controlled and used as border crossings. The battle between the upper echelons had little to do with the ordinary people for the time being. They still had to live their lives, so these places couldn't be sealed off just like that. The sealing was just to create as much trouble for the enemy as possible. It would prevent people from going to the eastern region and also prevent people from the eastern region who might be in the sealed area from going back to help. Unless the battle had already evolved into a destructive one, at that time, no one would care about anything and no longer care about the territory. They would just blow everything up regardless of the situation. At that time, there would naturally be no such border crossings. Chapter 2002. The small city was built along the long slanted stairs and slopes. The buildings seemed to extend from both sides of the long slope. The slope and stairs were the main body. Since the slope was not very steep, there were also buildings built along the slope without the need for platforms. Some buildings were built using purifying magic stones or some kind of energy crystal to support a triangular platform, or simply placed there without any support. The front of the building was in a slanted state, and the entrance was also slanted. Looking at the slanted building, he could not help but feel that if he slept in the house at night, when he woke up, he would be surrounded by people at the bottom of the slope of the small city, wrapped in a quilt and pointed at him. However, there weren't many of these slanted buildings. Most of them were located on the streets that divided the slope into several streets. Most of the buildings were built on terraces that were separated by dozens of steps. Although there were a lot of soldiers on Fleet Street, the atmosphere here was only slightly tense. It wasn't to the point of panic yet. As mentioned earlier, most of the people here were ordinary people. The peddlers continued to set up their stalls, and the merchants continued to do their business. For them, the only thing they couldn't go to the eastern region. Compared to the choice of going north or east in the past, they had one less option to go east. However, they still had to live their lives. Oh, look at this heavily guarded pass. There is no blind spot in the surveillance. As they walked up the slope, Hui bought a bunch of skewers from a stall. He patted Maple on the shoulder and stuffed the skewers into his mouth when Maple was not paying attention. "What are you going to do now? You want to go head on? Or do you want to sneak in?" Or Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He took a bite of the skewer and passed it to Siyu. "Let's take a look first. It's a good thing if we can get there safely." He looked around. They had only walked for a short distance, but he felt like he had been scanned by hundreds of eyes several times. Most of the surveillance was hidden very well. They kept scanning them, probably because there were too many of them. Walking in a row on the street made it look like a large group of people was out on a trip. Although from the reports I heard, we probably won't be able to get there safely. Let's find someone to ask about the situation. Before he could finish his sentence, Hui rushed out like a gust of wind with a bunch of skewers in his hand. He was chatting with an old man on the street who had a bird on his shoulder. "Yo, lad, a new face that I've never seen before. Hey, you want to leave this place and go to the eastern region or the northern region? That's going to be difficult. If you guys were here a few days ago, you could still go to the northern region. I heard that something bad or someone had sneaked into the northern region and caused a huge commotion. As a result, even the road to the northern region is now blocked. Now, we can only go back the way we came from." We stared at the old man. "You're not allowed to go to either place." "Oh, that's not it. It seems that it's still possible to leave the gateway town and go to the northern region, but the requirements have been raised a lot because of the last incident. It will take a lot of effort to pass through." You know what that means. As for the more specific situation, I suggest you go up and take a look. I haven't been there for a while, and I don't know if the rules have been changed. It's been a few days since I asked about the news there. I haven't been there for a while now. The news did not sound like good news at first. Someone made a firework in the northern region, and the source was this place. So, the security was strengthened. No wonder. The last time I was here, there wasn't such a large fleet. I only heard that the remaining 40% of the area was sealed due to the tense situation. Well, now, the past town is still the past town, but with the addition of a fleet, it has become a heavily guarded place where no one is allowed to pass. Mu Tsangyuan whispered and sighed. "What should we do now? Although we have to go and take a look ourselves, it's almost impossible for me to continue going from here." Yun Nuashing asked, "Is there any other way?" "No, there's no main road leading to the eastern region from other places. Although you don't need to follow the main road, you'll be watched by the people in the northern region from those places until you reach the next place. The people who are watched by them are already quite a distance away from the northern region. Basically, they'll only stop watching you when you reach the next city or town. From those places to the eastern region, you'll have to cross the war zone. Mu Songyuan shook his head. Only the area closest to the eastern region has a path to the eastern region on the surface. The narrow and long blockade line is also filled with heavy troops from the northern region. There are also constantly patrolling patrols near the blockade line, and within this region, the success rate of breaking through by force isn't too high. Hui had just walked back, and was a little stunned when he heard what Mu Songyuan said. How do you know so clearly? Mu Songyuan smiled bitterly. We were driven back from the northern region last time. Yes, we were driven back all the way to the south. Even if 15 years have passed, looking at the current situation, I don't think there will be any changes. Everyone immediately let out an, "Oh." This was an experienced fellow. Yin Nuoxing felt a little strange. Why were you driven back? Do they know that you came from another region? Mu Songyuan was silent. He frowned for a while before he whispered, "There is no great shrine in the northern region." Everyone was startled and frowned. Everyone thought carefully. Oh, they seemed to understand what was going on. The great shrines and headquarters of the past have all been replaced. Although they are still using the power of the great shrines, they are no longer the people of the past. As for who the people who took over are, we don't know. We only know that they are very strong in all aspects. This is the information we found when we were still in the northern region. We were only able to find out this much before we were driven out. We were driven out because there is no great shrine in the northern region. When we mentioned the name of the great shrine, I see. Mu Songyuan smiled bitterly. We continued. Then there are still a lot of independent regions in the southern and eastern regions that have great shrines. At the very least, I've heard that there are still a large number of major shrines left in the eastern region. However, it's said that the situation here is different from the major shrines that we're familiar with. As for the southern region, well, the southern region is far too chaotic. While we were running around, we only occasionally saw major shrines. Some of the major shrines even have different uniforms and systems. Only the names are still the same, but their true nature, well, they've become something else entirely. All that's left behind is a shell. The members of the major shrines, helping each other, have become nothing more than empty words. After all, they're no longer real members of the major shrines. It's impossible to count on the people who took over the major shrines and changed their nature to follow the rules. Mu Songyuan sighed bitterly and rubbed his eyebrows. Every time we go to those places, there is always a sense of separation. It is also because of this reason that we changed into our own clothes when we returned from this large region 15 years ago. We also wanted to get used to it, thinking that one day we would come here again. We used to wear the great shrine's uniforms all the time, so I am afraid that we could not get used to it from then on. The situation was similar to what they had imagined. It was just ridiculous. No wonder the manager of the Radiant Light headquarters had a strange expression when he mentioned it. He probably understood the situation after getting the information from Mu Songyuan. The headquarters and great shrines he mentioned were probably the headquarters and great shrines that only existed in the eastern region. As for the chaotic northern region and the suppressed southern region, they could forget about these two places. Well, although they did not need the help of others to act, having the help of the locals could indeed save them a lot of unnecessary trouble, allowing them to speed up their actions. Although they did not even have a more specific target now, it was just, well, they were also ridiculous. The top of the mountain was the passage to leave the small town. A wall made of crystal surrounded the place, leaving only 2 gates that were tens of thousands of feet high as the entrance and exit. At this moment, the left and right gates were both closed, but the right gate was not only closed, but also tightly bound with circles of seals. The place where the gate was located was a huge empty space surrounded by a wall. Even the floor was not paved, and the wall and gate alone would not be able to stop anything. However, it only took a little closer look to see that there were a lot of energy barriers buried in the space here, sealing off the entire small town with this place as the center. The fleet was hovering above this place, with the shadow of the largest ship cast here. When one looked up from below, one would feel a strong sense of oppression. Coupled with the surging energy response from the ship, it should be able to deter many people who had other thoughts. At the very least, without breaking through the fleet's combat strength directly, no one would be able to think of such a thing. Apart from the fleet above, there were also teams of warriors armed to the teeth standing in front of the gates on both sides. A group of light chasers stood on the ground and on the walls. With such a tight defense, it was unlikely that they would be able to break through the blockade without a large force. Yun Nuoxing looked around and nodded calmly. It's actually very simple. Of course, we all know that breaking through here is very simple. Hui nodded in agreement. Then his face darkened. But other than breaking through directly, can't you think of some, other ways? Sorry, I don't have such plans. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and gathered light in her hand. Look carefully, my sword is going to... Over there! What are you doing here? A shout suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The little angel quickly stopped someone who was about to draw his sword. Everyone turned around and saw a soldier wearing a full set of light armor made of magic crystals walking quickly towards them. One of his hands was already on the hilt of the sword at his back, and the energy in his body began to surge as he shouted at them. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to come near the gate. What are you all doing here? They exchanged a few words in half a second before we quickly smiled and said, we want to go to the northern region. I wonder if you can make it easy for us. The soldier who seemed to be a captain frowned. Do you have an amnesty pass? No. We scratched his head and laughed dryly. Didn't you say that we can pass as long as we pay a certain amount of magic crystals or purifying magic stones? When did it become so troublesome? The soldier who seemed to be the captain sneered. Since a month ago, no one is allowed to pass through here without an amnesty pass. This has already been announced to everyone here. Did you come from somewhere else? Go back if you don't have a pass. This is the order. Even if you have urgent matters, you can't go back. Hui grimaced. Aya, be a good person and make an exception for us. We have been wandering outside for a long time and finally want to go home. Don't be so unreasonable. He faked a smile and took out the purifying demon stone used for storage and carefully stuffed it into Huey's hand. Look, this is our token of appreciation. If you can let us pass, this extra cough cough. The captain glanced at the space within, his eyes flashing with surprise. Still, he threw it back to Hui with a cold glare and said coldly, that's the order. You can't pass without an amnesty pass. If you don't leave. He snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the light chasers and other soldiers who were on standby immediately surrounded them. Then I'm going to throw you out. Hui still had that fake smile on his face, but veins were already popping out on his forehead. Damn it! He cursed in his soul. I'm not going to bicker with him. Foam. Leave this place to... Boom. Everyone was startled by the sudden burst of energy and a deafening rumble. As they looked towards the source of the sound, they saw a huge cluster of orange-red flames erupting from the gateway to the eastern domain. The fiery red light illuminated the sky as if a firework had been lit in the middle of the night, and the surging energy blast and shockwave knocked the light chasers and a group of soldiers who had just approached to the ground. The energy barriers hidden in the space were all revealed at once and began to ripple violently, with streaks of fissures appearing in an instant. The captain turned in shock the moment the energy burst occurred, and before he could see what was going on, he shouted by reflex, "Enemy attack! Someone's attacking the seal on the gateway! Sound the alarm!" have the nearby patrols come as reinforcements. The ear-piercing shriek of energy had already resounded even as he shouted, echoing incessantly within the past town and rapidly spreading even further away. The successive commotion left everyone in the past town stunned, as they looked at the orange-red flames that were blooming like fireworks, and then at the soldiers who were standing guard and patrolling nearby. They all understood what was going on and could not help but sigh. It had been a long time since anyone tried to attack the pass, and there was no telling how much of a ruckus it would cause this time. The captain had just finished shouting when he turned to look at Hui and the others. It just so happened that this group of people had arrived at the same time as the energy burst. It must have something to do with them. When he turned around, he was stunned. He saw a group of people lying on the ground in front of him. They looked like they had fainted. They were probably knocked out by the energy shock just now. But this was a little different from what he had expected. This situation, forget it. He didn't have time to care about them now. Listen to my orders. Attack with all you've got if anyone shows up. Life or death. Seeing the captain running away to command the battle, Hui raised his eyelids and glanced at the gate that had been blasted open by the shockwaves one after another. The energy barrier hidden behind was letting out a sorrowful cry as it struggled to hold on. He could not help but mutter in the soul message, "Feng, aren't you being too hasty?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "Are you stupid? Don't you know me? If it were me, do you think the explosion would be so small? Even if I don't use the origin energy or annihilation energy to flood this place, I will use the origin energy to sink this place. Do you think I will use fire or ordinary flames? How about the energy blast of the origin energy transformed into the form of flames?" This seems like it. Hui was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh dryly. Then what's going on? How could it happen just when we were chatting? Attack with all you've got. When everyone heard the captain's shout, they sneakily raised their eyelids and saw that in the midst of the explosion of energy, it seemed like they could barely see 5 or 6 figures dancing and flying in the air, fighting with the captain and the entire fleet. With the background of the flames and their posture of prostrating themselves on the ground, it was a pretty good scene. I saw the old man walking his bird. Siyu could not help but exclaim. Huey's face twitched. He took a closer look at the flashing figures in the flames. One of them was the old man walking his bird that he had just talked to. The bird on his shoulder was still spitting fire. The explosion was probably caused by it. Good heavens, we have become chess pieces. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and ended her inelegant posture of lying on the ground. She patted the dust off her body. They seemed to be about to succeed in breaking the seal. Let's help them. Let's go. Everyone stood up and patted the dust off. Hui suddenly opened his hand to her. She was stunned. What do you mean? Let me borrow your formation-breaking bow. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment. Then she quietly condensed a 2-meter-long bow with energy and handed it to Hui. The latter immediately imitated her and gathered energy to knock an arrow. But just as he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly paused. Little Phoenix spit a mouthful of saliva to cover it up. Feng Qinghuang was speechless. She quietly snapped her fingers and condensed an ordinary orange-red flame on his energy arrow. Then everyone watched as we released the arrow. Boom, boom. A towering energy firework suddenly erupted from the wall beside the main gate. The orange fireworks' fiery shockwave engulfed hundreds of light chasers and dozens of soldiers in a single breath before being blown into the air by the wind. It seemed to have inadvertently engulfed one airship after another in a sea of flames, fusing with the flames that kept erupting over the main gate and strengthening the latter's power. The seal that had been holding on strenuously did not last more than a few seconds under the impact of the unexpected power that had burst out before shattering with a bang. Bang! Hundreds of large cracks appeared on the wall that seemed to be made of crystal. In a brief instant, the wall shattered with a loud bang. The power of the explosion mixed with the energy storm, causing the flames to burn even more vigorously. Sir Bird and the others were stunned when they saw that. Although they had calculated that they could break through the blockade, they should not have done it so quickly. Still, they had no time to think too much. While the soldiers were engulfed by the explosion, they took the lead and rushed out of the main gate. Screw it! Let's get out of here first. The billowing flames had eaten the airships into chaos. When the captain turned and saw the figures rushing out of the main gate, he immediately roared, "Attack! Attack with all your might! Stop defending and attack with all your might! Don't let a single one live!" Tens of thousands of airships instantly withdrew their energy barriers, allowing the strange and inextinguishable flames to spread rapidly across the airships. They gathered all their energy and turned it into a torrent of energy that surged towards the forests of the eastern region. The sound of destruction that shook the earth resounded through the sky. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed. The dazzling light took away the color of the sky and cast a grayish-white color. Countless people in the small town at the pass were so shocked that they patted their chests and whistled to pretend to be calm. The energy explosion that the entire fleet unleashed was enough to make a beginner Yuanshir's scalp tingle. If it was not for the fact that the explosion was concentrated, it would have cleansed the area within hundreds of millions of miles. Oh, what a splendid firework! Hui clapped his hands and looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. He could not help but clap his hands. Then he turned back and said calmly, "The energy impact with the power of the rules is coming." Less than 2 seconds after he finished speaking, the energy impact came crashing down. A gust of wind with a force of tens of thousands suddenly blew past them. The group of people were as steady as Mount Tai, but the ground under their feet was immediately plowed. When they looked down, they found that the ground had sunk by 7 or 8 meters. The shadow of a small hill next to them had disappeared. Looking at the area affected by the shock wave, Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked in front of him. The flames at the entrance were still burning. Those people were trying their best to extinguish the flames. However, the flames of the phoenix were extinguished. Even if the flames were disguised as ordinary flames, they were still the flames of the blue phoenix. How could they be extinguished just because they wanted to? That's right, those people had just canceled their defenses and risked their lives to attack. This was simply like taking off their clothes and jumping into lava. "Look at the flames burning," Yun Nuoxing said. "By the way, did you miss your arrow just now?" This. Huey's expression stiffened. After a moment, he coughed and turned his head. "I was shooting at the city wall. There was no problem at all. It was just a little off, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just use divine shock? Or let me do it. You can't handle my power." Mu Songyuan stared blankly at the sky in the distance that was already burning red. Then he looked at the ground behind him that had just been sunk by the shock wave. With a blank expression, he said, "They just broke through Qi and ran over here. Is it that simple?" At this time, Lu Xiaoqiu recovered from her calm expression. She turned her head and said to them, "Calm down. As a mature spectator, you need to calm down. You are not used to their style of doing things. Sooner or later, your stomach will hurt." Mu Songyuan and the others were speechless. They felt that this statement was very subtle. They stood in place and watched for a while. After confirming that the fire would not burn out in a short time, They decided to ignore it. Just as they were about to go deeper into the eastern region, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped not far in front of them. They stumbled forward a few steps. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was disheveled. It was the old man who was walking the bird. It seemed that even though they ran out with all their strength, they were still unable to block the angry attack of the fleet. As soon as the old man came out, he half knelt on the ground. He looked back at the few people who were in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and hugged the fainted bird in his arms tightly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw a group of people in front of him. His spirit was shaken, and he shouted at the people in front of him with all his might, "Friends in front, please wait a moment. Please lend a hand and save us this time. We will definitely reward you after this." Hui, who had just turned his head and was about to leave, suddenly put on a sinister smile. He skipped and jumped all the way, looking at his beaming face. He looked like a child who had lived for more than 10 eras. Yun Nuoshing and the others felt a little helpless and could only follow him. When the person in front of him jumped and appeared in front of him, the old man who was walking the bird was also startled. Just as he was about to raise his head to see who it was, the person in front of him squatted down first. He put his hands on his knees and looked at the old man with his chin in his hands. He said cheerfully, "Uncle, long time no see?" The old man listened to this slightly familiar voice that he seemed to have heard not long ago and could not help but be stunned. He looked up and saw Hui staring at him with a smile. He immediately widened his eyes in horror. "It's you. Why are you here? Why can't we be here?" Hui spread out his hands and shrugged. "What, do you want to throw us away after using us as pawns? You and the guy who used us as tools and kicked us away after using us are either a flower now or holding hands and reporting below." The old man's face turned pale in an instant. "All right, stop fooling around with them." Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and walked over. Seeing that the old man's face had turned pale, she could not help but shake her head and comfort him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just tore you in half and used it as fertilizer to plant grass. The grass on your grave is at least 1,000 feet tall." The old man and the others, they were finished. They had just escaped death, and now they were in a wolf's den. This group of people looked like Azura demons. If they had known this would happen, they would not have gotten involved with them. How could they randomly find a person on the road and be associated with such a group of monsters? All right, I won't scare you anymore. I was just joking." Hui clapped his hands and stood up. "Although you used us as pawns without saying anything but seeing that you diverted their attention for us, and that you will be hunted down for a period of time in the future, I won't be too calculative. Tell me who you are, where you came from, and what you plan to do, and I will let you go. Hey, if you have resentment, just blame yourself. If you want to be angry, just be angry at yourself. Who asked you to run over here? Not only did you run over here, you even called us. Look, you are in our hands now. Isn't this very delightful? No. It makes people want to play with you. What I mean is very exciting. It hurts." Yun Nuoshing stopped Hui, who was about to go crazy. She rolled her eyes and said bluntly to the 5 people who were already trembling with fear, "We lack a tour guide from the eastern region. Understand?" Understood. Chapter 2003. In the distant sky, they could still see that the blue curtain was dyed red by the raging fire. The billowing black smoke had drifted tens of thousands of miles away as time passed. The bastards in the northern region had spent a lot of effort to extinguish that unique flame, but they could not even extinguish it. They could not even put out the fire in their house. So they probably did not have the time to send people after them. This was a good thing, a very good thing, Lida thought. He then turned back and sneaked a peek at the group of people who were talking and laughing behind them. He could not keep a straight face, and even the servant on his shoulder was whispering softly in his ear. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Coincidentally, this group of people was not in a particularly good mood. They were from the eastern reaches and spent most of their time outside on special missions. It was common for them to be taken away from the northern reaches or the disunited southern reaches. In their line of work, they had to be very capable in all aspects and have the ability to endure. Roaming around in extremely dangerous places all year round, they would sooner or later be seriously injured. This was something that Li De had been mentally prepared for. For example, 20 years ago, the northern reaches suddenly sealed off the southern reaches and cut off their connection with the eastern reaches. They were forced to stay in the southern reaches and lived near the eastern reaches for 20 years. During that time, they had all sorts of thoughts of breaking through the eastern reaches. But when he saw that the southern reaches, who were more determined than them to go to the eastern reaches and failed to break through the eastern reaches, he temporarily suppressed his restlessness. It was only in recent years that he felt a little anxious and was in a hurry to return to the eastern reaches. He was not in a hurry if he was alone. It was not because there were other important people beside him that he was in a hurry to return to the eastern reaches. Urged by this sense of urgency, they had planned to break through the defense line in the next few days. It would not be a problem if they smashed the door, but the problem was that they would have to run away after smashing the door. No matter how fast they ran, there was no way they could outrun the airships that could travel to the ends of the earth as long as they had enough energy. However, time did not allow them to think more, because they had no better ideas. They could only take one step at a time. Their plan was to take action by tomorrow at the latest. They would first cause some chaos in the town. As long as it was a little chaos, it would be enough to distract the guards for 2 to 3 seconds. However, they did not expect to meet a group of young people who suddenly planned to leave the town through the gate that had been sealed for several days. He immediately judged that there was no need to wait until tomorrow. This was the best opportunity to act. Well, now they had escaped, although they were hit by a few cannons and almost died on the spot. They were fortunately saved by someone. Unfortunately, the ones who saved them were a group of people who looked like hotheads. It was very confusing. He did not expect that after so many years in the world, there would be times when he misjudged people. This group of people was able to sneak in while they were engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers in the north. It was obvious that they were not weak. However, he could not determine where they came from. Yes, he had no impression of them at all. He had never seen them before. And now, this group of suspicious people told him that they were missing a tour guide in the eastern region. This was very confusing. He did not know what they wanted to do in the eastern region. He felt a little uneasy, and his head was throbbing. His long experience of carrying out missions in dangerous places told him that they might have encountered an unprecedented problem. They had invited a group of people who could kill them into the eastern region. From now on, whatever happened would have nothing to do with them. However, this was just a feeling. It was just a feeling, and he could not do anything to this group of people. After all, they were the ones who used them as pawns. He felt a little guilty, now that they were saved by them. These two things added together made him even more speechless. He could only obediently lead the way and wait until they returned to the main hall to see what was going on. Yun Nuashing and the others had no idea what Uncle Reed was thinking about. Well, it could be said that they did not care at all. Anyway, from the way they kept turning back, and turning back again, and again, sneakily sizing them up, it was obvious that Uncle Reed and his companions had a ton of questions. However, since they did not speak, he did not intend to speak either. It was just a matter of who could not hold it in first. They were definitely not in a hurry. Nothing in this world could be rushed, except for those two trivial matters. At this moment, they were chatting with little Qingzi about what happened during the mission. At present, they already knew that the people from the Tianxian world were in the eastern region, assisting the people from the Great Shrine in the battle. The people from the primordial world were gathered in the northern region. Little Qingzi and Shu Qing had already contacted and asked about some things. It was said that the latter and her friends got involved in the battle between the two major regions under very subtle circumstances. They accidentally got involved and kept getting involved. As for how it got involved, it seems that when it fell from the sky, it happened to collide with the largest ship in the northern region. The energy of the explosion blew the entire fleet to smithereens on the spot. Little Qingzi's expression was very subtle when he said this. When he was still in a daze, he and the guy who called himself Monitor were taken away by the people in the eastern region. Now, they have been in the frontline team and are being treated quite well. It is said that in a few years, they can use the method of this world to enter the realm of Yuanshi. He and Hui did distinguish between them. When they broke into this space, they were indeed wrapped in various kinds of energy. However, because they landed in a godforsaken place, the energy concentration was too low. They did not manage to deal with the energy wrapped in their bodies, so it leaked out automatically. As for Shu Qing and the others, well, not only did they use the most enthusiastic method to consume the energy, but they also accidentally overturned the ship in the northern region and became the hero of a battle in the eastern region. Congratulations, congratulations, this guy is quite lucky. Speaking of the method of entering the realm of Yuanshi in this world, Hui was more excited than anyone when it came to this. What is the method? Is it special? Is it effective? What is the success rate? The method of obtaining? There is no need to ask. It is using the power of will. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and interrupted him with an answer. The power of will and consciousness is related to the power of the root of this world. Therefore, it can be guessed without even thinking. Zi's soul scratched his head. It is indeed the case. It is using the power of will. The reason why it takes a few years is that he needs to get used to the power of will first. Whether it is the people in the Yuanshi world or the Tianxian world, they have never used the power of will. After trying to get used to it, they can try to enter the realm of Yuanshi. However, it still depends on the situation. The success rate is also a problem, and the success rate is not very high. Therefore, even if there are people in the realm of Yuanshi in this world, there are not many of them. However, I heard that Shu Qing's success rate seems to be quite high. The position at the back is still okay. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times when she saw this. She sighed helplessly and said, "All right, even if you dig out your eyes and stuff them into my soul, I will not be able to break through. Save it, the destruction of the divinity carrier, and the loss of the life course cannot be repaired without a certain amount of time. They can't do anything to me. Do you think the advancement method of a strange world can help me?" Oh, that's true. Hui suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. He really didn't want to give up. He just wanted to see Feng enter the realm of Yuanshi. This had almost become his obsession. However, this matter was really difficult. But I really don't want to give up. Feng, quickly enter the realm of Yuanshi. Yun Nuoxing was even more depressed than Hui. Her pretty face was wrinkled into a walnut shape. She looked pained. "I want to. I am also very depressed." Hui grimaced. He was only dazed for a few seconds before he immediately found another topic to talk to little Qing. "Speaking of which, have you found the reason for the war between the North and the East?" "Well, I haven't found out anything yet. It seems to be a simple dispute over territory. I Ching scratched his head. Based on the development of the situation, it seems that a powerful force is not satisfied with their current achievements, so they started to expand and go on expeditions. This is also the situation in this large region. Large and small territories are all fighting from scratch. They also have a history of resisting the demonized beings, but more of a history of fighting among themselves. Oh, this is basically the South and the West. The East belongs to the Great Shrine from the very beginning, so there are no internal conflicts. There are news of other places fighting with them, such as the North and the South. But these histories are quite recent. They can only be traced back to 10 or 20,000 years ago. I haven't found anything earlier than that. Oh, Lord Hui, these things remind me of the years when we first went on expeditions in the celestial realm. Yes, the expeditions felt a little familiar. In those years, they were not the forces that represented the celestial realm. They were just one of a large group of forces that were still inconspicuous. He was not the guardian back then, and Maple was not the observer back then. However, Maple's battles were terrifying from beginning to end. During those years of fighting, they would occasionally have some free time to wander around the celestial realm to relax and relax. During those years of fighting, they would have to run around and shout until they broke their legs to gather manpower. During those years of fighting, the battles were not as dangerous as they were now. During those years of fighting, they did not try to mix with other life forms. We, the people of the celestial realm, are very principled. Internal strife is internal strife. External strife is external strife. It's their business to fight amongst themselves. Outsiders have no right to interfere. If a group of outsiders dared to take advantage of the chaos to fight their way into the celestial realm, everyone would gather and scatter their ashes. So these guys even brought demonized beings into the fray. What the hell is going on? Hui coughed twice to suppress his excitement. This should be the situation on the surface. Is there any information that is not on the surface? Not at the moment. I Ching shook his head, helplessly. There's nothing going on in the East at all. The North hasn't been infiltrated yet either. As far as we know, this battle has been going on for more than 100 years, and it's still not even 100 years. It's been going on for more than 100 years, which is about 300 years in the Great Primordial Realm's time. Currently, the Eastern region's sphere of influence is shrinking bit by bit. They can't beat the Northern region, after all, and the Northern region is completely unreasonable. Everyone was shocked. Yun Nuashing immediately added, so when you said you saw demonized beings on the battlefield, it's actually the Northern region who dragged demonized beings into the battlefield. Yes, there's a lot of them. It looks like they're cooperating with the demonized creatures to attack the city. Well, that's pretty fierce. Yep, really fierce. The Eastern region is also quite fierce. They've withstood this kind of attack for about 100 years, and they've only lost 1/10 of their territory. They haven't suffered any serious injuries, and they're still able to maintain a relatively stable momentum and continue fighting. They're also very powerful. Other than the fact that they don't have enough core strength, they don't have any other flaws. Air. The lack of core strength is their biggest flaw. There's really nothing that can be done about this. If it's a clash between a veteran force and a new force, one of the two will definitely die. And from the looks of it, it's most likely going to be the Eastern region. As for why the Northern region can control the demonized beings, well, we don't know for the time being. They don't avoid the demonized beings at all when they fight. Those brainless bastards also don't have any incidents of friendly fire. They only target those from the Eastern region and beat them up. It's just, I don't know how to put it, it's full of mysteries. Well, after all, it's their biggest trump card, and it's their trump card that's always on the battlefield. If we can figure it out so easily, they won't be able to do anything about it. That's true. When the two factions of completely different natures come together, it's as ridiculous as order and chaos shaking hands and making peace. There must be some reason behind it that caused level 3 burns. Anyway, let's investigate it first. He scratched his head. By the way, are all of you involved in this battle? No, a third of the people are with me in the eastern region. The rest are scattered all over this large area. Half of them are in the northern region, and the other half are in other places. As for the situation here, it's the same as what I just said. The northern side is using their demonized life forms as the vanguard to press on. With the help of the people from the primordial world, their power has increased exponentially. On the eastern side, the people from the heavenly mystic world are also fighting very hard, but they are still lacking. We have not used our full strength to suppress them, so the eastern side is still retreating bit by bit. However, the battle situation has already fallen into a ditch when we got involved. As long as you give the order, we can flatten the northern region within a day. Not for the time being. Yin Nuoshing raised her head. What about the people from the other two factions? Chang Yuan and Saint Spirit World. Where are they? I haven't seen them. I don't know where they are. I Ching put on a distressed expression and shook his head. I haven't seen them since the beginning. I don't know if they are hiding in a corner and waiting to reap the benefits. We have tried our best to look for them, but we haven't found any traces yet. Let's wait and see. It's not a problem whether the two factions are here or not. Yin Nuoshing let out a long breath. Just as Little Qing said, when they planned to get involved, the so-called battle situation was not a problem. Compared to the outcome of the battle, what they needed to find now was how to end it. As mentioned before, there was no need for such a meaningless battle. The threat of the demonized beings was still in front of them. It would be ridiculous if these people still had the mood to fight among themselves. Oh, the people from the northern region seemed to be able to coexist with the demonized beings. The demonized beings are not a threat to them. They probably don't have to worry about survival. Speaking of which, can they persist in an environment created by the demonized energy? We glanced at Maple, who was deep in thought. He raised his head and looked into the distance. They did not take out the ship at this time. They were just flying. The speed was not slow, but it was much slower than the speed of the airship. They had been flying for several hours. Is there anything else? Nothing for now. We are still figuring it out. No, there is more. I Ching suddenly remembered something. He quickly coughed and said, I accidentally overheard it. I think it was the manager of the headquarters at the front line. I mean the commander here. When they were talking about something, they mentioned that so-and-so seemed to have disappeared from other regions for many years. It was said that so-and-so was the reason why the eastern region could hold on for about 100 years. I don't know what the current situation is, but it should be a relatively important person. When Little Qing Zi brought up this topic, Yun Nuoshing, and the others couldn't help but raise their heads to looking at the 5 fellows flying ahead in a hurry. Siyu thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted to the front, Hey, how many years have you guys been away from the eastern region? Li Da and the others were startled. They looked back at Siyu, who was full of curiosity. About 20 years. Why? Oh. Siyu nodded and rolled her eyes. Can I still be a tour guide after 20 years? Li Da and the others were speechless. Uncle Bird's face twitched. He coughed and said, Don't worry. We are very familiar with the eastern region. Even in the current situation, we can still give you some good directions. This girl was trying to get information out of him. The timing was just right. The location 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 was just right. If little Ching said that there was no relationship between them, well, there was no need to say that there must be a relationship. Let's wait and see. The girl in the plain, long dress turned around and stared at the group. She frowned slightly and tried to talk to them for the first time. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Where are you going?" Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other for a while. They nodded and came up with an answer. Hui then conveyed their intention. He also sounded a little probing. "The war zone, the place where Twilight and the Eastern region are fighting. We are going there." Sure enough, the faces of the 5 people suddenly changed. Except for the girl, the rest of the 4 people had a faint sense of vigilance in their eyes. Hui pretended not to feel the subtle change in the atmosphere and continued, "Our friends are fighting for their lives over there, so we plan to go over and support them. Hey, those guys are really worrying. I lost contact with them for a while, but I didn't expect them to be involved in this battle. What a worrisome guy." Yun Nuoshing said, "If we had not used a unique method known to each other, we might still be wandering around in the south. So, do you know the direction to the war zone? Oh, if you don't know, just take us to the nearest foothold. We will find our own way." Siyu covered her forehead with a headache and gloominess. "I don't know how they are doing. They should be fine. It has been dozens of days since we last contacted them. They should be fine. Little Star, are they okay?" "You ask me? How would I know? That is the war zone. We have not contacted them for dozens of days. Maybe. Sai, I hope they are okay. At least one of them should be left behind so that we can see what is going on." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "Why do you think they are suddenly involved in the war zone between 2 regions?" Hui scratched his head with a confused look. "Even if they are running around blindly, they shouldn't be running around like that. Oh, God knows. Act with all your might. Act however you can. The Celestial Realm Actors Troupe will act with all their might. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, they will act." Li Da and the other 4 furrowed their brows slightly when they saw the worried look on their faces. For a moment, they couldn't tell if these people were telling the truth or not. The main thing was that these people's origins and identities were too suspicious. It was already suspicious that they came from the southern region, but they couldn't find any clues to identify them. Although there were people from the southern region who joined the eastern region in the past, they were actually non-staff members. The essence of the eastern region was still the same group of people from the eastern region. It wasn't that they were xenophobic, but when it came to people who had forgotten their original origins, they didn't know what kind of expression to put on when they mentioned them. Forget it. For the time being, they did not have the strength to distinguish between the good and the bad. They were going to the war zone anyway, so it was not a problem to bring them along. After all, there was nothing they could do once they were there. However, it was worrying that they could not find any clues. Even if they could tell that they were from the north, it would be less of a wild imagination. Acting was acting, but being stared at with such strange eyes for a long time, they had been stared at all the way. Yun Nuoshing still felt very uncomfortable. "Well, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me with such eyes. It always makes me think of a lot of strange things." Lord Bird coughed awkwardly. "Mainly, this is a special time, so, ahem." He then changed to a more serious tone. "Anyway, thank you for saving us this time. As you wish, we will bring you to the war zone between the 2 regions." "Oh," Yun Nuoshing responded. After Lord Bird finished speaking, the expressions of the others changed slightly, but this time he intended to get straight to the point. "Although I don't know what you are thinking and worried about, if you are thinking about us, there is no need to Mu Tsang-yuan, He turned back to look at Mu Tsang-yuan and the others. The latter and the others immediately understood and took out the uniform of the great shrine and put it on. Then they nodded at the few people who were staring at them and did something in unison. It was probably the salute of the people of the great shrine, or was it a special gesture for identification? You are also members of the great shrine? Li De and the others widened their eyes when they saw the familiar clothes and the movements. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At least when the clothes were taken out, they believed 2/3 of it. Li De smiled bitterly. Then what were we doing before this? How would I know what you were doing? You were the one who made the first move. Hui crossed his arms and said rudely, "See, now it's awkward, isn't it?" The 5 of them turned their heads away, awkwardly. Well, it's all a misunderstanding. Lord Bird coughed and looked embarrassed. Anyway, it's my fault. I was the one who brought it up. That's enough. It's not a big deal. Hui waved his hand indifferently. But if you had told us earlier, it would have been more convenient for us to take action. We wouldn't have had to take advantage of the chaos when you guys were stirring up trouble. We wouldn't have had to restrain ourselves for fear of affecting you guys. Sure enough, the sudden energy explosion was caused by you. The girl in the long dress had a look of realization. She said softly, "We are the managers of the great shrine of the Eastern region, the supreme commander of the frontline war. We had to go there personally because of a special mission more than 20 years ago. We understood. It was just as they had guessed." Is it really okay for the commander-in-chief to go out personally? When he said that, he smiled bitterly. Maple also rolled his eyes at him. They were also the commander-in-chief of the Void frontline. They also led people out every day. What right did they have to criticize others? Because of the importance of the matter, we had to go out personally. Before we left enough preparations to deal with the situation. But we didn't expect to be trapped in the South for 20 years. Reed sighed helplessly. Important. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms and thought for a moment. Could it be related to the northern region's ability to control the demonized beings? That's right. Lord Bird nodded. They didn't control the demonized beings from the beginning. In fact, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they were still under the great shrine like us. At that time, there was only the eastern region and the western region of the chaotic lands. You should know the specifics, so I won't go into detail. Let's talk about the things that might not be known to the public. Everyone, no, we don't know anything. Don't skip it. Chapter 2004. At that time, the sky was as blue as it was today, and the sun still rose in a different direction every day. The big shots of the Eastern Domain had a headache over the people of the Western Domain who had forgotten themselves, but there was nothing they could do about them. Even if they used various methods to forcibly recall them, bring them back to the Grand Shrine, or even educate them again, they could only bring back a bunch of people who were not there in their hearts. Therefore, they could only choose to let them go. At most, they would do something to curb the chaos. As for the origin of the matter, they knew nothing about it. Unknowingly, things had already become like that. As for this matter, it would have to be traced back to a much, much longer time ago. Let's not talk about it anymore. From the time we mentioned it, that is, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the eastern region had already begun to split. However, it wasn't a split on the surface. It wasn't the split between the eastern region and Twilight, as you know. The real split started hundreds of thousands of years ago. Because it happened in a very secretive manner, no one knew about it, and no one took any effective precautions against it. Even we only got to know about it when it was nearing. As a result, the members of the Grand Shrine and the HQ, who were far away from the center, didn't know about it. It was only when the matter suddenly broke out that everyone knew about it, and it was only after it was calculated. In fact, they had been preparing for it for a long time. At that time, the management of the Grand Shrine was too vast. The eastern domain was divided into more than a dozen districts, and the districts were divided into their own regions. They managed from level to level. Unless there was a major event, all the managers of the Grand Shrine would gather at the center. To a certain extent, it was convenient for management, but it also caused some things to happen that could not be transmitted in time. However, we never thought that would happen. The absolute trust between us became an accomplice to the change of events because of an unknown and sudden change. It was not until they completely divided the region, took away everything they had prepared, destroyed everything that once belonged to the Grand Shrine, replaced it with a brand new emblem, occupied part of the original territory, and became a new force that everyone realized that things had unknowingly developed into an irreversible situation. The only thing they left after the division was the power they used before. This could not be changed, and even if it was changed, it would not be done in a short time. Speaking of which, I really don't know. We scratched his head. Speaking of which, the northern fleets were all different in details. He thought that it was a change based on personal preference, but it seemed that it was a uniform change, as if to draw a clear line. What actually happened? We were all huddled in a distant corner and did not know what happened at the center. We only knew that one day something happened to Underpants. Could it have something to do with their control of the demonized creatures? No, the control of demonized life forms is a recent thing. To be more specific, it only appeared when the war started more than 100 years ago. In the conflicts before that, they didn't use this unknown power. Reed shook his head. In the beginning, only a small part of them left. They took away about 1/5 of the members of the Grand Temple near the center and the western region. They dug out a large piece of land near the western region and expanded their forces little by little through the continuous battles with the fringe in the western region. Until today, we have thought about dealing with them, but perhaps we were too soft-hearted. We thought that we could persuade them to change their mind, but as we thought about it, it unknowingly became what it is now. Before we even knew, when they grew strong enough to fight against us, the battle was already directed at us. At first, we were still able to fight, and it was a stalemate. After all, we were all part of the Grand Temple and were of the same lineage. This situation lasted until they used the power of demonized creatures more than 100 years ago. Si Yuyen suddenly understood. More than 100 years ago, when they had not mastered the power of demonized creatures, you were already unable to deal with them. So when they came into contact with a new power, you were basically unable to fight back. This is indeed. The expressions of the 5 people suddenly became very subtle. They were once from the same sect, and they were neck and neck. When they fought back and forth, they were just playing Tai Chi. There would not be any obvious difference in strength. Therefore, when the other party suddenly had an additional bargaining chip, and it was the most important bargaining chip in the world, they were immediately beaten until they could not breathe. This subtle expression was similar to seeing a rebellious child suddenly run away from home and cause trouble outside. After returning home, he started tearing down the house without saying a word. Furthermore, they were helpless as they watched the brat play with his life. This was because the brat had called for a large group of people to tear down the house. It was a pain in the ass. However, compared to the pain in the ass, Yun Nuoshing was more interested in the cause of the matter. So, 20 years ago, you endured the humiliation and went to someone else's place. Did you find anything? This. Lita's face immediately stiffened. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing said without thinking, "You returned empty-handed?" The expressions of the 5 became very subtle again. Looking at their expressions, Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was equivalent to going out for a stroll and coincidentally being locked up at the pass for 20 years. Wasn't this a waste of time? Si Yuyen whispered. Could it be that they deliberately released the news to transfer you away from the eastern region? And then, I had the idea, but the subsequent actions did not match at all. Lida shook his head. If it was as they expected, and we left the eastern region for 20 years, they would have done everything they could to defeat the eastern region. The only pass leading to the eastern region would not have so few troops. However, the truth is that their attacks have been progressing steadily over the past 20 years without any major changes. Si Yuyen thought about it and agreed, so she did not continue the topic. It was unexpected to get some information. They knew about this region, this world, hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, it was just the beginning, and the beginning was quite chaotic. It dragged this inexplicable world in an even more inexplicable direction. This world, not just this region, but the entire world, had a very strong sense of fragmentation. This sense of fragmentation originated from the pandemonium wasteland that tore the world chessboard into pieces. It turned the land here into an isolated island separated by the ocean. It cut this world back and forth in terms of time and space. First, there was the time gap, and then there was the geographical separation. They ran out of the initial nameless region and went to other places, and then came here. The three regions had completely different feelings. The first two regions were essentially the same, fighting against the demonized beings. The second region was like the escalation of the situation with the addition of the demonized race. And then came here, well, things suddenly became strange again. I originally thought that the entire world's main temple was unified, but for some reason, a part of it was missing in this place. Then, for some even more inexplicable reason, a fifth of the original main temple betrayed me. This fifth of the main temple's main temple almost completely broke off their relationship with the main temple and even took control of the demonized life forms. In other words, the main temple's main temple was about to be overturned. So, what was the reason? There must be a reason for everything. Even if the guy who led the rebellion hundreds of thousands of years ago ran out because of perennial constipation and cramps in his brain, well, he would believe such a forced explanation. Ahem, what he meant was that there must be a reason. But now, it seemed that Sir Bird and the others, who were once the closest to the reason, were not very reliable. Little Qingzi, do you have time? Yes, that's good. I've already told you about it. You can ask the guys in the other regions, especially the northern region, to look for things that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, and to see if there are any strange things in the northern region. Yes, the things we saw in the center of the wasteland. Let's see if there are any. Oh, and if they want to find them. Well, let them start looking towards the west of the northern region. They dug out a large piece of land from the west all at once. No matter if there is anything there or not, let's just take it as a target. Sensing that the presence was getting closer, Yun Nuoxing ended the topic. We're almost there. We'll talk later. Even if they were not on the front lines, Lida and the others had been keeping an eye on the situation of both sides over the years. They knew where both sides were at the moment, and without any delay or need to ask for any new information, they quickly led the massive group of people, a bunch of explosives, to the current location of the battle and standoff, an endless desert plain. At their realm, the terrain was not a problem at all. Only a head-on confrontation was the hard truth. Looking at this boundless flat land, there was not even a mountain within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Yun Nuoxing had every reason to believe that this terrain had been artificially modified. This was obvious. All right, there was nothing else to say. Originally, there was nothing special about fighting at this realm other than charging head-on. Anyway, This flat land looked very suitable for charging. There was a long and narrow line of defense on the plains. The great shrines and the light chaser towers were arranged neatly in a row, connecting the circular barrier that extended for millions of miles. The shrines and the light chaser towers were not in the same state as when they were stationed in the city. They were now floating slightly above the ground and seemed to be able to move at will. Their transformations together formed a mobile line of defense that could be fought and run at the same time, which was extraordinarily convenient. As expected, fighting and retreating was an inextinguishable truth engraved in the soul. Stationed in the sky was a large fleet of airships that were put together to block out the sun. Airships of various sizes were packed in a cluster. In fact, there was quite a distance between them. Judging from the size of each airship, there was a gap of a few hundred to 10,000 feet. However, there were just too many of them, and each of them was huge. It looked like they were all piled together. If there was no energy barrier, the tens of millions of airships would all crash into a pile of scrap metal when an energy storm blew. This level of power could be considered the strongest among all the worlds that they had wandered in all these years. It was slightly stronger than the power gathered in AI Hongyun's territory. Although this world lacked the power of order and was completely unqualified, it had the primeval realm and a bunch of energy creations to increase their combat power. As for the latter, although there wasn't a single primeval realm cultivator, their combat power was average. The power of order didn't fall behind. Sigh. Anyway, both places were strange places. The gathering of the army was grand and imposing, be it the number of thick circles within the barrier or the energy that kept sweeping across the surrounding space. It gave the place a sense of security and impenetrable defense. Just the state of holding back was enough to release a surge that shook the void. Actually, I suddenly thought of the front line of the void. It was still the most spectacular when the warriors of my family gathered, especially when that group of people threw out a white wall with a flick of their hand. That was really quite exciting. As there was a constant scanning of energy in the space, their group was immediately discovered. Li Da and the others also slightly released their energy as if in response, startling the owners of the energy who sensed their presence. A moment later, figures burst out from the airships and the great temple and landed in front of them. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them. Thank the heavens, you all came back safe and sound. After 20 years, we all thought that something had happened to you all. The dozen people who appeared were all wearing the clothes of the great temple that Yun Nuoshing and the others were familiar with. Immediately, a sense of familiarity welled up in their hearts. There was a feeling of, I'm back. The feeling of this world being separated was too strange. It was as if the great temple and the great temple belonged to the same world, and everything that had nothing to do with the great temple was another world. The former made them feel very familiar wherever they went, but the latter they had no impression at all. Moreover, the great temple and the great temple were not in the same world. It was one level for ordinary demonized beings, another level for demonized beings. But now, it was a special situation. No matter which level it was, it would be so vast that it covered all cognition. They were almost confused. Something did happen, but fortunately it was a close call. Lida smiled bitterly at the people who appeared and shook his head. He looked back at Yun Nuoshing and the others. This time, it was all thanks to their help that we came back safely. Yun Nuoshing was about to say something, but from the corner of her eyes, she caught 3 figures flying towards them from a ship. So, she hurriedly pulled her family to the side and said to Lida and the others, "Well, our matter is more complicated. Let Mu Tsungyuan tell you the rest. They can explain it clearly, and you'll understand once they're done. We also have something to say here. The group immediately retreated to the side and met up with little Qing and the others who had descended from the formation, leaving Mu Tsangyuan and Li just staring at each other. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I Ching descended from the sky with the momentum of a falling meteor. He said to them with a smile, "You all came so quickly. I thought we would be delayed for a few days on the road." "Where did you get the idea of delaying for a few days come from?" Hui trembled and looked at the young man who seemed to be inexplicably excited with a puzzled expression. "Because it's always easy for something to happen when Lord Feng and Lord Hui get together. So, cough, cough, cough," I Ching said subconsciously. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately turned his head and coughed hard, leaving them speechless. Two people came from the side. One was a strong man who was 7 feet tall, with a face full of smiles. His hairline was sending out a crisis signal to everyone who saw him. The other was a man with a long black ponytail and wearing a cracked evil spirit armor. His eyes had lost their brilliance and hope. They were Monitor and Shu Qing. "I haven't seen you for a while." Shu Qing looked at Feng Ling and the others with lifeless eyes and revealed a creepy smile. "We're all here except for you guys. This is great. Now that we're all here, we're relieved to see that you guys are safe and sound, although I don't think we need to worry about you. However, I didn't expect you to be able to insert people in that kind of situation." Shu Qing looked at the smiling I Ching and recalled what the latter had said to him. Then, when he heard the way he addressed Feng Ling and Hui just now, he suddenly understood everything. "You really came here with some unspeakable secret," Monitor said bluntly with his arms crossed, and then grinned, but needless to say, everyone has some secrets. Hui shrugged. He did not intend to hide anything when little Qingzi was in contact with them. Don't worry. It's a secret. There will be a time when it will be revealed, but not now. Even if I want to reveal this secret now, well, there are not enough people. Well, there will be a time when you will know." Not enough people. Shu Qing and Monitor were both curious, but they had made up their minds not to ask, so they restrained their curiosity. "Yes, the conditions are not enough. It's useless to say it here. Cough. Anyway, I'm relieved to see that you're all right. We were thrown into the corner of the world, and it took us a long time to come here." Hui sighed, and then joked, "But you're really good. As soon as you appeared, you got involved in this matter." The two couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was purely a matter of landing place. It was purely an accident. Shu Qing shook his head and put on a serious face. "We originally planned to leave here after gathering all the people, but we didn't expect people from the Yuanshu world to appear in the opposite camp, so we had to stay here to help the eastern region." Well, look at you. You want to participate too?" "Of course." Hui nodded. "However, it's not just that. Our purpose is not purely to fight. Fighting is just a way to achieve our goal. Even now, we don't know if this method can achieve the goal we want. It's about the world itself. I guess you must have not paid attention to it." Speaking of the world, Monitor immediately showed a headache. "How can I have time to pay attention to it? This world is weird from head to toe. There are things everywhere that I don't recognize. Except for some of the things that we've seen when the two sides fight, there are no more familiar things. Even if I've been to other worlds before, I could at least see something similar in nature. But this world, well, weird." Hui shrugged. They were used to all kinds of bizarre worlds. "By the way, since you want to participate, there is a command or an instruction." Monitor used his elbow to poke Shu Qing, who was in a daze intermittently. Shu Qing immediately thought of something and took out an energy crystal. She handed it to Hui and nodded to him. "You'll understand when you see it." Hui looked at it curiously, fiddled with it for a while, and began to read the information inside. The energy crystal immediately projected a figure in the air in front of them. They were stunned when they saw the figure, the dead fish eyes that crashed into their eyes. No, the eyes that looked like a frozen deep pool, the eyes that seemed to be sealed with some evil spirit's eyes. This national beauty, who was it? The situation is urgent, and we have to act according to the circumstances. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, all the soldiers of the Tianxian world must listen to Feng Ling of Shu Qing's team. Feng Ling, the projected figure opened her mouth and said a lot of words. Then she repeated it once and disappeared. Her speed was so fast that it made people think that she borrowed her mouth and was in a hurry to return it. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Everyone subconsciously looked back at him. He also pointed at himself in astonishment. Why me? Why me again? We're not too sure. Monitor scratched his head and was also a little suspicious, but a moment later he was relieved. After we gathered everyone, the core team opened the order given by the Realm Master. This is the order. Although we don't know why, it's not wrong to listen to it. Moreover, it's not a big problem if it's you guys. After all, you're strong enough. Although everyone was a little awkward, because we all know your power, we didn't say much. Now, we're all waiting for you guys. Yun Nuoxing responded in a daze. He thought back to the young Realm Master, but he couldn't figure out anything. He felt a little confused. If she could see something from the brief exchange between them and a moment of eye contact, then she was either one of the two things above or someone related to those two things. Otherwise, she could only be very sensitive. Yes, overly sensitive to the extent that she was a little oversensitive. This order felt as though it had not been carefully thought through at all. Nonsense! They had only joined the sky profound world for a short period of time and had only fought 2 battles. They had not even been completely cleared of suspicion, yet they were already given such a heavy responsibility. It felt as though they were taking a huge gamble. That young Realm Master must have seen or understood something, or perhaps she did not understand it at all. She must have sensed something, so she issued this order and handed over the command of the entire army to him. Looking at the nature of the order, he understood that this was a big gamble. She was betting that this group of people who inexplicably appeared in the sky profound world and inexplicably stabbed through the other side would be able to take on this big responsibility. She was betting that he could bring everyone in the sky profound world out safely and gain something. Speaking of which, do they know what this world is like? Forget it. It's not important. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and was about to say something when Mu Tsung-Yuan, Li Da, and the others had finished their exchange and came over. Mu Tsung-Yuan stuck his tongue out and looked like he had spoken until his saliva was dry. Guardian of the will. Li Da and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing with extremely complicated eyes and couldn't help but sigh. This word has disappeared in history for hundreds of millions of years. Hui was startled. Hundreds of millions of years. Isn't that before the Great Era? Do you still know what happened before the Great Era? Li Da stroked his chin and said in a low voice, I know a part of it. Well, I'm not very sure how big of an impact the Great Era has in other regions or your regions, but here, the Great Era is just cleaning up a part of the books that have decayed and weathered to the point that they can no longer be preserved, although the threat from the demonized creatures has never disappeared. And there have been cases of cities being destroyed by the demonized creatures. It is far from the extent of forgetting everything. At least the eastern regions, well, at least the great shrine that remains in this region is like this. Although many things have happened and undergone many changes, at least it still remains. Yun Nuoxing grasped the last sentence and asked, that means the situation in other regions is different. Oh, the southern lands that you now know are the chaotic lands. They used to be a part of the great shrine. However, no one knows when they started to forget. No, It's not the amnesia that you think it is. Instead, they voluntarily gave up on their status as members of the Great Shrine and became ordinary citizens. As time passed, the southern lands became the chaotic lands that you now know. At first, the chaotic lands actually included the entire western lands. Forget. Give up. It's not like they lost their memories. He scratched his head in confusion. That sounds a little ridiculous. Can you be more precise? I don't know. By the time we found out, they were already like this. Lita shook his head with a bitter smile. Huey's eyes widened in shock. Why is it that every time when something has happened to the surface, you only realize it later? Lita's bitter smile became even more bitter. Because we never thought that such a thing would happen. Constant, eternal. Just like this situation. When this world fought against the demonized creatures, it was a situation similar to eternity. History has no record of such a thing happening at all. Not even the history of the previous 3 or 4 generations. What about the previous 5 generations? The history of the previous 5 generations is completely gone. He rolled his eyes. When fighting, they won't fight according to the textbook's rules. History doesn't necessarily repeat itself. Do you think this is a magic trick? A record of a certain year and month, a big cycle has passed, and then it enters the next cycle. History repeats itself, and everything goes round and round. Look at it now. The first time a large region split into the east and west, and then the east split again into the east and north. Which one of these things is recorded in history? And both of them are not exactly the opposite, but they are almost the same. He bared his teeth and scolded. Don't speculate about the things in the world according to the textbook. Do you think this is an impromptu exam? The expressions of the group of people became awkward again. Chapter 2005. Actually, it was not that he could not understand why they were so clumsy. Clumsy, referring to history and not knowing how to be flexible should not have been a problem. After all, this world was a cycle of humans and demonized beings. Even though generations had passed, this instinct had not been forgotten. This was their history. The entire history of this world was the story of humans and demonized beings. It was just that for some reason there was a problem in this era, and they started to have internal strife. Perhaps it was because they had been playing Tai Chi for too long that they became stupid and wanted a change of taste. Just kidding. The specific reason had yet to be discovered. Anyway, the truth was laid out in front of them. Before the cause was discovered, they still had to deal with the results that they had obtained. They had to be flexible as soon as possible. As for the results of not being flexible, the origin, heavenly God, and the others had already demonstrated it to the entire void. You see, the history of this world was more or less similar to order. The origin, heavenly God, and the others had fought against the chaos concept body for 326 eras. Then, with a slap, the grand primordial realm had entered a completely new situation. The grand primordial realm, the void, and order had all undergone earth-shattering changes. Be it their essence or appearance, they were completely different from before. Yet, they still treated the beings of order and the new world of order the same way. In the end, they raised a bunch of traitorous dogs. Now, these 2 dogs were still howling and biting back. Look at how miserable they were. Well, these 2 things were basically the same. It could only be said that being immersed in war for a long time really made people stupid. Even the origin, heavenly God, could not escape this situation. Although she was an understanding person, an understanding God, she could not help but be a little confused by the other gods. TSK. That was why the trivial matters of this world would always be trivial matters. He did not want to understand the internal strife that occurred in the face of a great calamity. However, considering that there might, or might probably be some kind of hidden story. He could only pinch his nose and pinch his throat to find out what was going on. Since the beginning was normal and the end was abnormal, there must be some serious illness in the middle. He had to give them a chance. The two traitorous dogs of order. One of them was comfortable with the other, and the other was fooled into joining the enemy. Since he had already found out what was going on in this world, he would just let them die. As for how he was going to see, there were many ways to do so. Combat was one of them. Another way was to find out what was going on the surface. There were also many ways to find out what was going on in the dark. For example, going deep into the enemy's rear, infiltrating, rushing to the enemy's highest commander's face, and hanging him in the air to give him a good beating. Oh, the third way was to find out what was going on in the surface. Finding out what was going on in the dark was not as effective as finding out what was going on in the dark. Furthermore, finding out what was going on in the dark was not as effective as finding out what was going on in the dark. That was why he still preferred to lead the enemy, but if he did not do a good job of leading the enemy, it would be easy to drive the enemy crazy. Just look at that Shura. Right now, he was probably, who knows how crazy he was. It was actually very simple. After all, he was the best at controlling the situation. He did not engage in psychological warfare or psychological warfare. His goal was very clear. His method was simple, and the execution was simple. Kill all of them. 100 spears, 100 swords, and 100 cannons were aimed at the enemy's gate. He was not afraid that the enemy would do something desperate. It was much simpler than other methods. Yun Nuoxing looked up at Xiang Hui and the others. The scolding situation had almost come to an end. He walked up and patted Xiang Hui's shoulder, then looked at Li Da and the others who had shrunk their necks so much that they couldn't be seen. All right, it's useless to look into what happened in the past, what happened, and what the result was. What's important is now. Now that the hole has become a hole, we have to quickly remedy it. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. You guys should have some ideas now, right? What do you think? Reed shrunk his neck even more when he heard that. He stammered thoughts. Originally, there was that, but to say it now, it's a little, how do I put it? Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. What time is it that you still care about this and that? There's no harm in saying it. Be frank. Reed scratched the top of his head and grinned. That you are the guardian of the will, so we intend to listen to you. Everyone was rendered speechless. All right, now they knew why it was so difficult for him to speak so hesitantly. This was a stupid idea. No, according to the tradition and the rules left behind by the inheritance, this was actually the correct method. But bringing up this topic at this point in time made it seem like he wanted to wash his hands off the matter. This made them rather speechless. No wonder he didn't want to talk about it. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a few seconds before he understood the idea. He tilted his head in distress. I know what you mean, but how do I put it? He looked at Shu Qing and the others, and then looked at Li Da and the others who were looking at him helplessly and innocently. His expression was strange. Difficult. If you all leave everything to me to make decisions, it will be very difficult, especially difficult. We looked at him, puzzled. Why is it difficult? Based on your character, shouldn't you be controlling the situation now? Yun Nuoxing glared at him and rolled his eyes. It's precisely because it's my turn to control the situation that it's difficult to deal with. If you leave everything to me to decide now, then I will immediately charge towards the opposite side. Fight, charge. Everyone was speechless. Hui and the others were speechless. They forgot that Reed was the one in charge of the attack. And now they were all in line and ready to do something. Originally, they had to listen to the others' arrangements, But now everything was left to him. That meant they were going to charge at the north. Prepare? What do they need to prepare? Just throw a white wall out. What do they need to prepare? Seeing everyone's strange expression, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. See, it's difficult, isn't it? Reed and the others looked at each other and communicated for a while. Reed nodded. It's a little difficult. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, then suddenly looked at Li Da and waved his hand majestically, saying, "Then let's attack." Yun Nuoxing, "Huh. Well, if we really fight, we don't have to worry about anything. But that's only for us. Don't you need to be prepared? Just to adjust your state and be mentally prepared. It's been 3 days since the end of the last battle. The necessary adjustments and preparations have been completed." The one who spoke was a member of the great temple who had just come out to greet them. "We have always been in a defensive state. Even if we are ready now, we are just waiting for the situation to change. So, if we want to attack, we can also do it in our state. We can start the battle immediately, but our combat power," Yun Nuoxing nodded and waved his hand. "Don't worry about our combat power. After all, we are the ones who propose to attack. Naturally, we will only propose to attack when we are 1,000,000% sure. Little Qing, let everyone be prepared. Don't take out the new generation of things. If those things are taken out, this place will be destroyed. It will be very troublesome to rebuild it." "Ow!" I Ching shouted and rushed to the ship that he had just jumped off. Yun Nuoxing turned to Reed and said, "So, you guys go and get ready too," suddenly changing from defense to attack. "Even if we adopt the same measures, there will be some changes in the details. Is 2 hours enough time?" "Yes." Reed nodded solemnly and turned to the front line with the people of the great temple. "Then we will go and make the arrangements first." Shu Qing also left with Monitor and said, "So, let's go and inform the others. See you in 2 hours." Watching the group of people leave as if they had received an order, Mu Tsangyuan was stunned. He looked at the expressionless Fengling and asked, "Is it really okay to start the battle as soon as we arrive? What's the problem? Since they're all ready, and we're all ready too, with a hook above everyone's head to indicate that we're all ready, isn't the only thing left to do is to give the order to attack?" Yun Nuoxing was very calm. He did not have the aura of a general who had just given the order to attack. "The only thing that has changed is that they are prepared to defend, and what we need to do is to attack. We just need to adjust a little. Anyway, whether it is to defend or to attack, it is just a matter of who will attack first. I usually attack first." That's not what I mean." Mu Tsangyuan could not help but smile bitterly. His handsome face was a little sluggish and confused. "I mean, we have just arrived here, so shouldn't we first figure out the situation and the layout here? After all, this is someone else's place. Although we all belong to the great temple, the arrangement of each place is different." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at him. "Did I say that I want to change the layout? Is there any special arrangement?" No." "Then it's settled." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. "Although I am temporarily holding the title of Commander-in-Chief, I did not say that I would carefully command every step. Am I familiar with this place? No, I'm not familiar with it. Do I know anyone here? I only know my own people and the old man who was walking the bird just now. I have only known him for a few hours. So what can I do? Give the command to attack. At most, I can command where to attack, forcibly interfering with other people's specific arrangements. That's just too boring." He rolled his eyes and continued, "Besides, it's not like they don't know how to march and fight, so I don't need to give detailed instructions. I'm just a guide. Yes, they'll just lead the way. They'll be responsible for the rest of the work." Mu Tsung-yuen subconsciously asked. What if they don't do well? Yun Nuoshing laughed without thinking. Have you heard of the saying, one-man army? Mu Tsung-yuen and the others, Hui, and the others smiled bitterly. In fact, there was no need to worry. Even if something bad happened, even if the sky fell, they could still hold it up. If they couldn't, there was another person who could. Well, the situation should not develop to that point. No matter the situation of the battle between the East and the North, as long as they decided to forcefully intervene, it was basically under their control. Unless the other side could bring out something of the same level as them, such as that, and that, it was better not to make such a fuss. Of course, in addition to those two things, they were also looking forward to seeing something interesting in the North. However, that would probably only appear in the next confrontation. The first round, they would just treat it as a face-to-face confrontation. First, they would scare the other side. When they met again in the second round, the group in the North should have prepared some surprises. Seeing the worried look on Mu Tsung-yuen and the others' faces, Yun Nuoshing suddenly reminded them, you may have been dealing with demonized life forms all this time, which can also be considered as a demonized race. But this time, you will be fighting against people who can be considered as your former compatriots. Even if you don't know them, war has nothing to do with whether you know them or not. Mu Tsung-yuen scratched his head in distress, scratching his ears and cheeks. He was so conflicted that even his hair was messed up. I don't know. All the efforts we've made, all the things we've done, were just to deal with the demonized life forms. At most, there are small personal disputes and conflicts between humans. This is something that cannot be avoided in life, but why did it become the current situation? Why do we have to kill each other? The demonized creatures are still eyeing us covetously in the Chaos Demon Wilderness. You know that the northern region can control the demonized creatures, right? Yun Nuoshing said faintly. Seeing that he nodded hesitantly, she continued, they don't care about this. The situation has developed to this point, and there is basically no room for a reversal. They can coexist with the demonized creatures to ensure a way out. Although it hasn't been verified yet whether they can survive in the Chaos Demon Wilderness, as long as there is a way out, they can be justified. Whether they are the only ones left in this world or not, they have nothing to fear. The ones they really have to worry about are not them, but us, their enemies, our group, everyone in this region. In short, we have to fight, right? The 7-foot-tall young man rubbed his hands and sighed with a complicated tone. Since we have decided to fight, no matter who the opponent is, we just have to fight. Mu Tsung-yuen frowned. He sighed awkwardly, lowered his head, and murmured, Sorry, I'll go and calm down first. Well, I'll come back before the battle. Seeing that the young man left with a conflicted expression, Lon hurriedly followed. Yun Nuoshing cast an indifferent gaze at the 7-foot-tall young man. The latter smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Tsung-yuen is very conflicted when faced with this kind of thing, but give him some time and he will recover. In the past, we were also in charge of helping to deal with some small conflicts within the human race. They were all relatively small conflicts and were not as exaggerated as this. At that time, Tsung-yuen also looked unwilling and unbearable. Oh, Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood. Is he a child who loves to daydream, imagining that there are no conflicts in the world, that everyone gets along well, that you love me and I love you? In short, happy things are over? Maybe that's probably it. A little naive. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk slowly towards where I Ching was. As she walked, she said, Unfortunately, that is only an eternal dream, a dream that only exists in the heart. It will never, ever come true. This world, this void, this order, It's just a joke." Her tone was as if she had completely given up on treatment and rescue. There was a hint of mockery in her tone, which made them have mixed feelings. Mu Tsungyuan had Lan with him, and they, had nothing to do, so they would just follow Fengling and the others for the time being. 2 hours would pass in the time it takes to drink a pot of tea. While they were sipping their tea, they negotiated with little green child about how they would fight, limiting the use of a large number of inhuman destructive energy attacks and various saturated energy bombardments. Their current plan was still to bait the enemy. This was their debut, and all they needed to do was to make a grand entrance and give the Northern Realms a head-on blow. Still, they did not say that they were going to flip those bastards over like they were turtles. That kind of battle plan that was full of explosions was delightful. No, it was shocking. After suppressing 1/3 of the explosives, they followed Shu Qing and Monitor to meet the other people from the Tianxian world. This group of people was in good spirits, especially when they saw them appear. Their eyes were shining brightly like a light source. From their eyes, he saw an unwavering thought: fight. Fight them. Fight them. When are we going to fight them? He felt an indignant resentment from this momentum. He suddenly understood. It seemed that the people from the Tianxian world had been suppressed and beaten up by the people from the primordial world in the last battle. Now, they were anxious to take revenge. It seemed that Shu Qing and the others had accurately conveyed the news of the battle. They had been holding back for a long time, which was not a bad thing. They met Li Da and the others again on the largest flying ship in the fleet. Uncle Bird and the others had hurriedly cleaned themselves up and changed into the clothes of the great shrine that they had not seen for a long time. Now, they looked much more pleasing to the eye than their previous unkempt and ragged appearance. However, this uncle still had that bird on his shoulder, which made him feel that this uncle was out for a walk. The adjustment has been completed. We can launch an attack at any time, Li Da reported softly. As for our combat power, we have a total of— Wait, stop. You just need to know that. Yun Nuwashing slowly waved her hand and interrupted his speech. You have to deal with the various commanding matters yourselves. This is your territory, your army, and your strength. I'm just an emotionless tool. At most, I can shout, attack, flank attack, flip the floor, or something like that. You are definitely more familiar with your internal affairs. Li Da and the others. Although this was indeed the case, was it really okay to say it so bluntly? Li Da coughed dryly, trying to salvage the image of the guardian of the will that he had personally torn apart. Everyone was very excited after hearing that the guardian of the will had arrived. Their morale soared, and they are all ready to attack. You guys are already excited. Yun Nuwashing responded in surprise. She crossed her arms and had a strange expression on her face. Then won't you guys be so excited when I make the first move? Everyone. Although they didn't know what she meant, they understood that she was going to make the first move. It seemed like she was going to be the first to cheer them on. We couldn't bear it and carefully tugged at Feng's clothes. Feng, that, although it's necessary to cheer them on, and it's also necessary to make a high-profile appearance, but can you just be a little more lenient? I'm afraid that your sword or arrow will vaporize the enemy along with their base camp. Oh, okay then. Yun Nuwashing squinted and snorted, her face full of disdain. 1/3 of them will do, right? If it's possible, then I'll throw you over, okay? Then do as you please. I won't say any more. Okay. This was the front line of the war between the two regions. On this plain, if one kept looking west from where the Eastern Army was stationed, one would be able to see the enemy's formation on the opposite shore from a considerable distance away. Unlike their arrangement, there was only one huge building on their side. It was like an enlarged version of a city tower, and it looked like an extraordinarily huge, extra-large fortress. Its massive size was intimidating at first glance. That thing was at least 20,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. The energy barrier that spread out horizontally released monstrous black smoke, and the smoke kept rolling. There were demonized life forms in the sky and on the ground, and their numbers, forget it, there was no need to count. Anyway, they were all measured in billions. Only God knew how many things were hidden in that smoky place. Just by looking at it from a distance, one could feel the astonishing aura. The demonized energy that existed there was already boiling. Needless to say, all their combat power was hidden in the monstrous cloud of demonized energy. That was the power that the northern region used to deal with the eastern region. In the past 100 years, this army had advanced courageously and won every battle. Later, a group of people from the primordial world joined their camp, and their strength increased by another level. If there were no accidents, this army could crush the eastern region's forces from the west all the way to the east. To be honest, I find it very strange that a new group of forces joined the northern region. Lida couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Lida rubbed his eyebrows and said in confusion, after they split from us, they became extremely xenophobic. Even after annexing the territories and the chaotic lands, they only treated the new members as better tools and cannon fodder. Yes, they have always been like this. I even saw the demonized life forms accidentally killing their tools and cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, the battle was very chaotic. On their side, perhaps only they knew about this accident. The other people involved might not know about it. With their nature, why would they let a group of people who suddenly appeared become their important force? They even used their unknown power to protect that group of people. I don't understand the relationship between them. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and said, perhaps the tools in the past were not suitable for them, so they didn't even plan to take care of them. This time, they finally found some useful tools, so they naturally have to take good care of them. Only then can they be better used, right? That makes sense. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. According to what he said, he felt that the people in the northern region and the people from the primordial world were most likely using each other with ulterior motives. Perhaps the people from the primordial world also knew that the people from the heavenly mystic world were here, so they chose to cooperate with the northern region to attack. It's okay, I'll just kill them all later. Oh, no, I have to catch 2 or 3 useful ones. Speaking of which, I don't know if a group of people is important or not. They probably can't be used as bargaining chips on the table of the primordial world. Unless there's a high-level person hiding in there, or someone related to the high-level person, this trick should be useless. Then, should I just kill them all? Boom, boom, boom. A dull, thunder-like sound echoed between heaven and earth. The heavy sound of heavy objects moving slowly through space attracted everyone's attention. The great shrine and the light chaser tower, which were standing at the front, began to move. They led the entire army and began to slowly approach the army in the northern region in the distance. The densely packed flying ships in the sky also emitted a surging energy response, maintaining a constant distance from the barrier as they moved forward. Although there's still some time, we have to move into position first. Sensing that Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned, Lida explained softly. Seeing him tilt his head and frown slightly, Lida couldn't help but ask, "Or is there something wrong?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "Oh, no, I'm just thinking, you don't seem to have a concealment function, right?" There's indeed no concealment method. It's too energy-consuming to conceal an entire army, and the power of will is not enough. Using too much willpower to conceal a barrier will cause the power of will to disperse too much and damage the structure. Lita said with an embarrassed smile. Yun Nuashing face-bombed, helplessly. This was the effect of Generation Break, but he didn't expect Generation Break to be able to make a barrier. Forget it. He originally planned to launch a frontal assault to lure the people behind them. Then he would launch a frontal assault and drive them crazy. He believed that when they began to move, the other side would also make a move. The intensity of the demonized energy has begun to increase. They're beginning to move. A warrior from the great shrine shouted loudly. Look, he knew it. This was simply putting their cards on the table to fight to their heart's content. Forget it. He thought it was a little more complicated. He didn't have to worry about it. A frontal assault would be enough. Speed up. Although it hasn't been 2 hours yet, it seems that you're ready. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and waved his hand. Just get there in 10 minutes. As for me, I'll start attacking in the last minute. As they continued to approach the army in the northern region, Yun Nuashing gradually heard a roar mixed with the power of will. It was the noise made by countless demonized life forms when they were moving. However, it seemed to be slightly different. It made him feel slightly displeased and a little irritated. If he didn't plan to lure them, he would have quieted down the entire area. Chapter 2006. An exceedingly dazzling beam of energy cut through the silence between heaven and earth, plummeting straight down into the region shrouded in black fog, tearing a huge crater that resembled the eye of a typhoon out of the clouds that stretched over millions of miles before landing unhurriedly on the ground below. The burst of energy blew away most of the thick black clouds, exposing the majestic form of the shining white energy beam before the advancing warriors of the eastern region. They watched as the energy beam vanished in a flicker, and a huge crater appeared near the center of the enemy ranks. The area around the crater had become a no-man's land, with demonized life forms and other things no longer existing. Only the energy phenomenon caused by the surge of energy was still surging endlessly. Yun Nuashing lowered his hands that were knocked on his bow. Not too many, not too few. We have taken out 1/3 of the demonized beings. Although some other things were unavoidably caught in the center of the explosion, I did not count them, but the number should not be too many. He looked back at Li Da and the others who were a little stunned and nodded. All right, let's attack. Let's charge and crush them. Li Da shuddered as he came back to his senses. He quickly looked at Hao Run with a complicated gaze, and then waved at the temple warriors beside him. Although they were still a little distance away, the group of warriors who had witnessed the energy explosion in the enemy's formation had already charged forward with a towering momentum. Taking advantage of the huge hole in the energy barrier formed by the demonized energy before it was repaired, they launched a storm of attacks. The demonized beings that had no intelligence to speak of had just gotten up from the ground, and were driven by their instincts to charge fearlessly at the group of people who had torn the barrier apart. But as they could not gather enough demonized beings, they were just cannon fodder. They did not even have the chance to make a decent counterattack before they were casually wiped out by the temple warriors' bombardment. I Ching crouched on the crack of the barrier, with both hands holding the crack. With a loud roar, he removed a piece that was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Then he kicked the barrier right in front of him and shattered it. The gate is open. There is no obstruction ahead. Everyone, charge. That guy over there. Clean up the demonized energy, and don't let it block the way. The gates were wide open, and the great path led to the heavens. The overflowing demonized energy quickly dissipated like a receding tide, revealing the dense demonized life forms hidden within, as well as a similarly majestic fleet among them. Almost at the instant the two sides met, the space was devoured by countless energy flames. Without any preparation, both sides began to fight with their lives on the line, with the people of the northern region even taking the initiative to disperse the energy barrier that had a huge hole in it. This time, There were no obstacles at all. Having been caught unprepared, the northern regions had finally finished reorganizing after losing a portion of their forces. Then, almost without delay, they launched a frenzied counterattack against the eastern warriors, with innumerable hordes of demonized life forms and light chasers charging together. It was an awkward sight, no matter how one looked at it. However, I didn't expect the other party to be so calm after being hit in the head. We looked at the battle ahead and whistled. The panic only lasted for about 3 minutes, and then they reorganized and began their counterattack after 5 minutes. TSK, TSK. To not be dumbfounded after taking one of your energy blasts. Maple, that's interesting. Still, why did you attack without saying a word? Yun Nuwashing frowned and turned to look at him, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible. No, it's just 2 or 3 minutes away. They're so noisy. I just wanted them to be quiet. We turned to look ahead and made an oh sound. That's true. Those things are even noisier than the abyssal death mist spawn when they're gathered together. They're so noisy that oil is coming out of my ears. Still, it's a little quieter now. Annoying. They're so noisy. Yun Nuwashing shook her head gently, her brow furrowed tightly as impatience showed between her brows. Noisy, repetitive, and noisy. The irritating noises left her face ferocious, and she reflexively knocked an arrow on her bow. Then she glanced at Little Green and the others who were charging ahead and quietly lowered her bow. That arrow would cause a lot of accidental casualties, so forget it. We looked at her curiously and frowned. The commotion was quite loud and noisy, but that was only referring to the loud voices of the demonized beings. When the fight really broke out, the sound of various energy blasts was much smaller than the front line of the void. Over there, all sorts of energy blasts mixed with order, and order had a penetrating sound. In terms of noise level, this place was not as noisy as the front line of the void. Moreover, there were layers of energy barriers for soundproofing here. When Maple said that they were so noisy, he quickly put them up. He felt that the noise now was negligible, but looking at Maple now, he seemed to be overly irritated. The soundproofing and whatnot seemed to be completely useless. Lifting the bow one moment and holding it down the next. His spasmodic look did not look like he was fine at all. But everyone was acting normal, and no one was as irritated as him. That Maple, what? We could not help but laugh and cry. His extremely impatient voice seemed to be very irritated. Do you want to look at us? Yun Nuwashing turned to look at them with an irritated face. Seeing that everyone was indifferent except for him, who was grumpy like a fool, he was stunned for a moment. Then he could not help but say, "Don't you think it's noisy? It's already so noisy, and you can still be so calm." Or am I losing my cool? I don't think so. It was fine just now. He turned his head and looked forward with a ferocious face. It's just that I really want to smash something now. Can I do it? Can I do it? Look at the large area in front of us. I'll smash it with my hammer. Everyone. If you can, try not to say it. In the beginning, he put on a face of strategizing and said, inducing words. Now, he was so irritable that he wanted to destroy everything in sight. This is just, something is not right. Something is not right. His irritable look now is completely caused by something. For example, he was tormented by the restlessness of his own origin energy and annihilation energy. But now they are quite quiet. They have been quiet since they came to this world. So, it has nothing to do with them. So, it should be something else. What could it be? Sui Qing suddenly walked 2 feet in front of him. She slightly raised her head and stared into his eyes. Her blue starry eyes flickered with deep starlight. He could faintly see some kind of pattern flickering in her eyes, combining and dispersing. She looked at him for a while and softly said, "So that's how it is." "How is it?" Siyu came up to Sui Qing's shoulder and whispered, "Is little star possessed by evil?" Yun Nuoshing. Although he was a little irritable now, he was not possessed by evil. Well, he was not a fragile physical body. How could he have such an ability? But this girl's interruption calmed him down a little. Sui Qing nodded slightly and raised her finger to point at Fengling. Then she turned around and pointed at the battlefield. She said softly, "There is a very well-hidden presence coming out from their base. It covers this part of the world. I think it should be some kind of energy mixed with the power of will. That energy can even penetrate the energy barrier we left behind and affect Fengling." Everyone was stunned. Little Angel quickly went over to check Little Star. After checking him up and down for a while, she could not find any clues. She could not help but frown. Is it only affecting Little Star? But why are we fine? For now, I don't know. Sui Qing shook her head and turned her blue eyes to Fengling again. After knowing the reason, he seemed to have calmed down a little. However, he was even more confused. If there is a possible connection, maybe... Siyu clapped her hands. The guardian of will. Sui Qing nodded slightly. They were outsiders. They did not have much connection with this world. Fengling's nature was a mystery. No one knew what in him had intersected and resonated with this world. Since there was already a resonance and intersection, there might be a second one. Do you have something specially designed to deal with the guardian of will? Or did such a thing exist in history? We turned to look at Li Da and the others. Sir Bird immediately shook his head. There is no such thing. Moreover, no matter how special the guardian of will is, he is still a special person, a special individual. If you have to say that it is specially designed to deal with the guardian of will, I can only think of some kind of energy creation that uses the power of will to target a specific, powerful, and pure will. It's just that this thing doesn't make sense logically. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Using the power of will against a specific and powerful will was not even possible. Of course, there was no confirmation that this was the case. Perhaps it was some kind of energy creation that once existed in this world. Sir Bird's ignorance did not mean that this world did not have it. After all, their knowledge of the previous 5 generations had been completely cut off. So, it was entirely possible that there was something they did not know about. In short, there is a mysterious thing that is hooked up with me, right? Yun Nuoshing covered his face with both of his hands. His pair of colorful eyes peeked through the gaps between his fingers. That frightening gaze made everyone feel that he had become even crazier than before. Furthermore, I don't even need to guess to know that this thing has something to do with the people of the Northern Realms. Since none of you know about this, I can probably assume that they have learned about this after they betrayed us. Arg, this is so hard to deal with. Let me unleash a torrent of energy to wipe them all out. Little Angel and Blue Phoenix quickly went up to hold him down. Shuang tried to cover him with her own energy. Little Star, are you okay? I'm fine. It doesn't affect me at all. It's just annoying. That sound, it makes me want to smash it. Yun Nuoshing's irritable and furious expression suddenly disappeared. He quickly pulled the girl off his body and rushed forward to grab the shield in Huey's hand. He threw it at the side of their base camp like a dart. Just when everyone thought that he was going to smash the world with his shield, their expressions changed abruptly. Without saying a word, they raised their energy barriers. It was also at this moment that Li Da and the others suddenly shouted, "Abnormal demonized energy detected. A huge amount of demonized energy is gathering. Everyone, pay attention to defense. They were ready to defend. Sir System's sudden shout resounded throughout the entire base camp, startling those who were engaged in a fierce battle in front of them. Some of them subconsciously turned their heads. Shortly after, an unusual dark energy suddenly burst out from the empty space on the left side of the base camp. It was a black energy pillar that was 1,000,000 miles long. It suddenly smashed onto the barrier of the base camp like a solidified stick. The vast energy that erupted instantly flooded the entire base camp, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Don't worry, continue to attack. If these bastards want to fight, we can handle them at home. You just have to take them down first. A sunny and calm voice rang in everyone's mind, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the scene of the explosion of demonized energy was still in front of them, they were no longer as nervous. They turned their heads and continued to fight the people from the northern region. The mighty impact of the demonized energy continued to explode for more than 10 seconds before it slowly dissipated. After the grand fireworks faded, a layer of golden energy barrier that stood between heaven and earth appeared in front of them. Dazzling golden energy thunder jumped on the surface and regrouped, gradually condensing into a void general greeting gesture. Everyone! That gesture was really, after hitting Huey's head with a karate chop, Yun Nuoxing quickly walked a few steps to the side of the base camp. With a wave of her hand, several chains of order burst out from the space around her and pierced into the empty space in front of her. The surging energy that contained the power of the origin captured the things hidden in the dark, causing them to quickly reveal themselves. Suddenly, the entire sky was dyed with a faint, transparent layer of black, like a reflection in the water. Those were demonized beings that were using a more crude method to teleport through space. Such methods had been eliminated by them for who knows how many eras. They did not expect that they could still use it now. There was no telling if it was a method that was forced out to deal with the spatial problems of this world. Oh, right. There was another large force from the northern region that was rushing out of the teleportation. Their size was twice as large as the ones in front of them, and there were also countless airships mixed in. Are they hedgehogs? Why is there such a big reaction when I poke them? We looked at the size and could not help but exclaim to Reed. The size over there and the size of the battle in front is already 4 times your size, right? Although most of them are demonized beings. Reed, who was urgently commanding the battle, smiled bitterly when he heard that. He then said a few more important things before replying, "You said that most of them are demonized beings. 3 out of the 4 times are demonized beings. Look at the chaotic demonic wasteland surrounded by the sea. If they wanted to, they could capture the demonized beings from anywhere. Even gathering the demonized beings from the easternmost part of the eastern region should not be a problem." Reed looked at the battlefield before him and then turned to look at the new batch of combat forces that were about to be teleported out. At that moment, he appeared calm. Should we retreat and regroup first? It's not too late to retreat now. Fight, keep fighting. What retreat? What's there to retreat for? He rolled his eyes and put his hands on his hips. Even if they increase their size by 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times, they are just cannon fodder. Coincidentally, we have a plan to deal with cannon fodder. Don't worry. Today, we must beat the crap out of them. Everyone was stupefied. Hui rubbed his chin and continued to mutter, "But it's strange. Why did they suddenly change sides? We just showed up and did not do anything. We just smashed a hole for them. Is there a need to have such a big reaction?" Reed saw Hui looking at him and shook his head. "We have never seen them so nervous before. They sent out such a heavy force." Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. The sound changed. Hui was stunned. "What?" The sound that annoys me. Yin Nuashing lowered his head and pulled his bangs, his brows furrowed. The sound just now, it was like the sound of the world's sins being restless. It was disgusting and uncomfortable. Now the sound has become very strange. It's low, restless, mixed with the sound of the void becoming manic and a disaster erupting. Well, it's also mixed with a lot of willpower. But it's very strange, very strange. This sound, no, I know what it is. He suddenly looked up and widened his colorful eyes. This is the sound of the thoughts of billions of lives exploding mixed with the manic energy and the restless void. It's completely the same, completely the same. Indeed, it's very similar to the world's sins. And at this time, the thoughts led by the thoughts change from manic to restless, anxious, and silent. Thought tide. Huey's eyes widened. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the thing that was about to emerge. Their expressions suddenly became ferocious and strange. There was only a large number of demonized lives in front of them, and he said that the sound had changed when they were about to emerge. There was definitely a connection between the two, but what kind of connection could make the demonized lives and the thoughts be connected? They had not seen such a thing happen to him in the previous two places in this world. Siyu was anxious and suddenly shouted, could it be that they used this sound to control the demonized lives? It was a completely unreasonable guess, but there were only two things that had just happened. One was that they were attacked by other teams in the northern region. The other was that the sound had changed. These two things happened at the same time, so they should be related, right? There were not so many things that happened alone in this world, right? And it happened at the same place and at the same time. I don't care. I don't care. Hui suddenly waved his hand hard to dissipate the gloomy atmosphere. Then he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All in all, this is an unusual situation, right? Feng, where did the sound that made you feel disgusted come from? Can you sense it? Yin Nuashing frowned slightly. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. In such a chaotic and noisy scene, he was actually able to focus his attention. If it wasn't for the fact that this sound was so annoying and made him think of some bad things, he wouldn't be so annoyed. Feng slowly raised his hand. He immediately got ready and stared at the battlefield in front of him. Then Feng's fingers suddenly turned to the team that was coming to attack them. There, in the deepest part, it seems that it doesn't intend to follow the team out of the space jump. They are quite cautious. Are they planning to hide behind and solve the problem without showing up? We quickly took out a shield and a sword. But it's a pity. It's useless to be cautious. If they want to kill us, they have to bring at least 1,000,000 times more combat power. Feng, let's bring that annoying thing over and see what's going on. You stabilize yourself and don't do anything. I'm afraid that you will accidentally lose control while smashing. Yin Nuashing grimaced with a ferocious face. How can I lose control? I don't know who couldn't control himself last time and dug out someone's heart with his claws. Everyone scolded. Yin Nuashing shrank his neck and didn't say anything. That was himself. Forget it. There was nothing to say. He really couldn't control himself. While they were talking, the army had already completed the space jump. In less than 2 minutes, an army that was like a black cloud that was about to destroy the city appeared in the space to the side. The surging momentum made one's scalp tingle, but it was only a matter of a moment. Boom! The moment this large army appeared, they were taken care of by the same level of firepower. In the blink of an eye, Hui had already roared and led the charge forward. Under the cover of the energy fireworks, he quickly pierced into the enemy's formation and smashed the shield in his hand heavily on the ground. Holy shock! The holy shock that erupted from the center of the enemy's formation burst out like a huge whirlpool. However, it didn't suck people into the whirlpool. Instead, it pulled everything within the range of its influence into a pile, and then ruthlessly threw it out. The impact of the holy energy that erupted disintegrated countless demonized life forms. It's not exciting to fight these. They are not as exciting as the abyssal death mist manifestation. Gu Zhongming muttered. He exerted force under his feet, and a destructive energy wrapped around his body. A moment later, he rushed into the enemy's formation like an arrow leaving the bow. It looked like he wanted to rush into the depths of the enemy's formation. I'll go beat them up. Ning Fei, come and help me. Ning Fei covered his face and shrugged at Mr. Feng, who had a strange look on his face. That's just how he is. He likes to find a tough nut to crack. Well, I'll go and help. Tens of thousands of energy torrents burst out in front of them after they broke into the enemy's formation. The energy barrier on the opposite side had been shattered by the energy explosion from the inside. Not even a piece of debris was left. Siyu and Shuang, who had just released a powerful impact of order, joined forces again to hold up an energy field, completely enveloping the enemy who had no barrier or field protection. Now, that area was under the control of the two girls. This was the time for them to control the field. The people in the formation would only continue to be subjected to their violent energy impact. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. So, why don't you use the primeval domain? Siyu trembled and stuck out her tongue. I don't want to be focused on. It's scary. Well, even though the basic situation was that one would be focused on the instant he activated his original domain, in this strange world, it was hard to say whether or not these fellows who didn't possess the power of order would be able to recognize this formation. Well, forget it. With their strength, wiping out this entire army would be a piece of cake. They would just be bullying others. Sui Qing and Little Li knew that they were bullying others, so they didn't make a move. Little Angel was also observing the battle by the side. She kept tugging at his hair and staring at him. After all, they were a group of generals who were decisive forces. That's right, no matter which world they were in, they could become generals. Yes, generals. Whether it was Hui, Siyu, or Blue Phoenix, they were all top combat forces in the world of order. They were generals. It sounded very impressive. He was different. He was at the calamity level. When others looked at him, they had to divide him into different levels of calamity. This did not sound impressive at all. At first, it sounded too dangerous. No one knew who took the lead to call him calamity level, but it was probably Hui. In short, in this battle between the northern region and the eastern region, even if the heaven mystic world and the primeval domain joined in, they would not be able to become the main force. However, they were different. Any one of them could directly lead the entire battle because of their extremely powerful strength. The Little Angel might be the most ferocious one here because she could bless everyone in the eastern region with a set of blessings. Then, a large group of guys who had been strengthened thousands or tens of thousands of times could be seen roaring and attacking the northern region crazily. The scene would definitely be shocking. At the same time, it could also cause 10,000 points of damage to the young hearts of the enemies. Anyway, it was just bullying. Well, it was just bullying. Since the other side had been bullied to such an extent, it was time to retreat and regroup. Then they could loot something good, detecting an extremely large amount of demonic energy gathering. Order and rules are being distorted. Pay attention to the defense in front. Everyone, retreat. Damn it, frustration surged to his head again. These guys were quite stubborn, weren't they? Half of the troops in front had been torn apart. More than half of the troops who had launched a sneak attack from the sides had been killed by the powerful energy encirclement. At this moment, they were still confident enough to continue flipping the cards instead of retreating and regrouping. Good. Very powerful. very powerful, very spirited. He would accompany them. He liked this kind of guy who fought head-on with him. Very interesting. Buzz, the light gathered, and a long energy, buzzing sound attracted everyone's attention. They saw Yun Nuoshing's raised right hand condense into a long sword made of brilliant light. He looked straight ahead, where the space was extremely distorted. The energy slowly gathered and released a storm-like energy aura. Colorful light burst out from every part of his body like a sun. I will tear your world into pieces. Chapter 2007. When people were forced into a corner, they would either jump over a wall or stimulate some kind of potential. There were also people who had been irritable for an entire day and angered themselves half to death. Ahem, when they were irritable, they would recklessly flip the cards and start doing whatever they wanted. Without saying anything, they would first throw out everything in their hands. As for how effective they were, that was not something they cared about. In short, they had to flip the cards. If they did not flip the cards, they would not have the chance to do so again. However, he did not expect that this group of fellows who had forced themselves into a corner would make such a big move. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at the huge black vortex in the sky, the twisting energy vortex with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles, the strength of the energy gathering, and the strength of the countless demonized life forms that seemed to be offering sacrifices, the vortex quickly turned from a flat surface into a three-dimensional cylindrical shape. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in all directions, and after the space and void collapsed, an immeasurable amount of energy poured into the vortex. The converging demonized energy had already tainted the space with deep darkness. A huge and heart-palpitating aura slowly came from the center of the vortex, rising and falling as if it was constantly agitating. He also saw a figure that was not afraid of death. That was Little Qing. Z suddenly grabbed the scrapped energy tower and energy core of the previous generation. He shouted loudly and used all his strength to hit this pile of things into the center of the whirlpool. It seemed that he wanted to use a powerful energy explosion to destroy this. The energy explosion exploded on time. The spewing flames did not even last for 2 seconds before they were torn into pieces and devoured by the violent demonized energy inside. The huge vortex did not even let out a burp. I Ching's face turned green when he saw the scene that was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He quickly ran away before he was pulled in by the increasingly violent energy. Wow, Lord Hui, this thing can't be done. We apply to use the new generation energy tower. Don't apply. Hui threw the shield out, and it pierced through a large airship. He saw the people on the ship struggling in the energy storm as if they had fallen into the water. He thought for a moment and decided to ignore them. He turned his head and looked at the extra-large whirlpool. That should be an energy explosion comparable to the high-level Premier. Don't waste the energy towers. I'll just go and block it. It's not a big problem. But this northern region is really interesting. How did they figure out such a powerful energy attack? Even though the power of order is obviously not strong enough, he can still come up with such a method of attack. The power of order now should be at the peak of the mid-tier Yuanshi. Interesting. I Ching was silent for 2 seconds. He turned to look at the headquarters in the eastern region and couldn't help but ask, "Then, Sir Hui, why don't you turn back and take a look?" What kind of accident could possibly happen? Holy shit! Hui didn't pay much attention to it and turned his head back. When he turned back, he was dumbfounded. He saw a brilliant golden storm spreading in circles and spirals above the base camp. The endless destructive aura and manic aura inside made his jaw drop. He didn't even need to look to know who had caused this commotion. Hearing Sir Hui screams, I Ching calmly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Well, Sir Feng's energy has already reached its peak, and is still increasing. I think he's switching states. We'll try to use the new generation of energy towers as a defense in secret. Now, we're bringing the others back to the base. Before he finished speaking, the light storm spiraling in the sky dimmed slightly, as if it had been dyed with a bit of white. Maple's multicolored figure also seemed to have turned into a white star due to the overly bright colors. Ah, that was the power of Source beginning. This fellow had changed his energy form for the second time. This aura, this power was enough to shake the heavens and rend the earth. Ah, it was already impossible to stop him now. In just a short while, Maple had already gone berserk. This sword strike. In any case, when he saw it, he already felt numb. Speaking of which, was this fellow's control of Source Beginning's power becoming more and more proficient? Well, I don't think so. If he was already good at it, he wouldn't have held it back for so long. Anyway, let's get everyone ready. This place is hopeless. Let's throw it away. Source's storm is about to blow. If you don't want to be flustered in the storm and drown, let's run. The center of the storm began to move slowly. Yun Nuoshing held the rhythm of light in his right hand and stepped out of the barrier of the eastern headquarters. As soon as he stepped out, Sui Qing and the others immediately rushed forward to reinforce the barrier a few hundred times. Li De and the others were sweating, although they didn't know what was going to happen later. They just had to call everyone back. The golden white storm was unstoppable. Yun Nuoshing stared at the cylindrical vortex formed by the demonic energy in the distance. He squinted his eyes and stared at the deepest part of it as if he was staring into an abyss. The feeling that came from it made him puzzled. However, it didn't seem like a good time to delve into it. He took a deep breath, held the rhythm of light in his right hand, and half knelt in the space. His sword penetrated the space and took root in Source's environment, become the remains of Source. Nothingness, rhythm of light. The energy storm that had gone beyond the limit of control was instantly torn into pieces by a burst of violent energy. It turned into an unstoppable energy shock wave that rushed to the end of one's vision in an instant. The brilliant radiance released a continuous energy shock wave the moment it rushed out, scattering light all over the world. Everyone who saw this scene up close could only recall the scene of the golden light blooming, the scene of a gust of wind blowing their cheeks askew. And then that was it. They were really blinded. Their eyes and senses were no longer useful. Even through the layers of barriers, they could feel the earth-shattering movement. The entire thick defense line that was tens of millions of miles long was pushed hundreds of meters away by the unstoppable shock wave. The incessant energy shock wave lasted for 10 seconds, ending with a violent burst of energy that could destroy the world. Feeling that things had quieted down, everyone who had been sprawled on the ship slowly got to their feet and sighed at the clear blue sky. The sky is so clean. The battlefield had disappeared after the energy shock wave. The tumbling vortex had caused a huge ruckus, but it was a pity that it was destroyed before it could unleash its energy. All the energy it had gathered was shattered by the golden white energy storm that erupted a dozen times in a second, and there was nothing left in sight. The entire space was so clean that it was as if it had just been created. Yes, there was only the sky and the earth and nothing else. The people of the northern reaches, the ships, the light chasers, everything was gone. Not even ashes could be found. She calmly rubbed her slightly crooked cheeks and used her hands to gently tidy up her messy long hair. Her gray eyes were barely visible. Energy identification defense successful. It has successfully blocked 90% of the energy impact. It can still be improved. I Ching and the others who were sprawled on the ground could not help but smile bitterly. Although it was a good thing, yes, it would not be a problem if the energy shock wave was suppressed. but that there was no way to block the energy storm. Their faces were all blown askew. Although, even if their faces were askew, it was still better than being forced to take a bath in the source environment. It was better. Is it over? Lida could not help muttering as he looked at the clear blue sky, with lingering fear. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief when he did not sense any unusual presence, but just as he thought that it was over and was about to relax, his eyes suddenly widened. No, the demonized energy is still gathering. Everyone stay alert. Everyone who was sprawled on the ground jumped up at once. They did not even bother to clean up their mouths. Their faces contorted in agony as they quickly gathered energy in all directions. Wait, give me 2 seconds. It's done. It's over. Huey's anxious shout echoed in the base camp, startling everyone who was ready to fight again. They had just sensed that the demonic energy that was still strengthening was dissipating bit by bit at this moment, as if it had just condensed halfway, and then slowly dissipated. About half a minute later, Hui came out of a dimensional rift. He looked particularly battered at the moment. The shield and sword in his hand were stained with blood, and his face was stained with blood. It seemed that he had taken advantage of the chaos to slaughter a group of people from the northern region. His face was stained with blood, but he still had a bright smile on his face. It was scary to look at him. I've touched that thing. Hui waved his hand, causing the shield and sword to dissipate. He then took out something from the space behind him and placed it in front of everyone. It was some kind of structure that was made by combining the energy crystals mixed with willpower, magic crystals, and purifying magic stone. It looked like what was it? A sex toy? A pillar? It looked like something like an hourglass. In the center of the hourglass, there was a string connected to the left and the right like an axis. It looked a bit like a toy, the kind of toy that he played with when he was young, the one with a ball hanging on it. What was it again? It was about 10 feet tall. The end of the string on the ground was a string that went through the hourglass horizontally. It was slowly rotating along the axis of the string. There were a few faint energy halos at the top and bottom of the string. They could clearly see that this energy creation was slowly releasing some kind of energy, causing the space to fluctuate slightly. However, it was now tightly wrapped by thousands of layers of energy barriers, and the energy inside would not leak out at all. Hui fiddled with this thing to make it spin faster. He immediately turned his head and said, "Foam, did you hear that strange sound? Is it gone now? What are you looking at? What's wrong?" Only then did everyone realize that there was someone who had not said a word since the end of the attack. Now, he was still standing there with his arms crossed and brows knitted. He looked like he was thinking of something, but also like he could not think of anything. Yun Nuoxing only came back to her senses when she heard Huey's voice. She knocked on her forehead and looked at the sky one last time. She turned and returned to the airship. She waved her hand at the puzzled crowd and said, "Well, I thought of something, but I can't remember it at all." "Something? What is it?" Yun Nuoxing pulled at his hair in distress. Just now, the attack that they were preparing to launch was mixed with how should I put it? There was a feeling that there was a slightly familiar aura, familiar when I've seen it before when it happened, but I can't remember it all. I can't even recognize what it is. Anyway, it was not the origin energy or the annihilation energy. He shook his head and threw the matter aside. He looked at the thing that Hui brought back. This is what they used to cause trouble. Indeed, the sound has disappeared. Hey, when I touched it, they were trying their best to destroy this thing. Hui wiped the blood off his face and smiled brightly. Because it was too urgent. I had to kill them. What a pity. I thought I could capture one alive and ask them what they were up to. Yun Nuoxing walked around the hourglass for a while. She patted the barrier and tried to poke her head in. Then, her expression changed, and she quickly retracted her head. She grimaced in disgust. Okay, it's really this thing. Can this thing be closed? I can't go in and do anything if it's just trapped inside. Hui was silent for 2 seconds. He scratched his head and acted cute. Hey. Well, there was no other way. It was good enough that they could trap it here. Otherwise, they would have to fight here for a while longer. The reinforcement of the demonized life forms had stopped after this thing was trapped. That proved that this thing could indeed allow the demonized life forms to come in an endless stream. With their strength, it was not difficult to get rid of the demonized life forms. They were just cannon fodder, after all. But when they thought about how the demonized life forms could endlessly come in like the abyssal death mist spawn, their faces turned green. They almost had a stress reaction when they imagined the endless stream of demonized life forms rushing towards them. The battle had come to an end. The people of the northern region were nowhere to be seen after that round of energy shock. It was hard to tell how many of them had died. When they saw the golden light, they were already running for their lives. Even if they were locked on by Source's power and held back by the barrier, some of them should have managed to escape. But those who escaped were calculated to be let go. As for how many of them could escape, it would depend on their own abilities. The demonized life forms summoned by this strange thing were all dead. After losing this thing, the demonized life forms no longer came in as reinforcements. The space had been quiet for 5 minutes now. It seemed that no one would come to fight anymore. So, they could just leave the post-war matters to the old man while they focused on their own business. Yun Nuoxing walked around the barrier for a few minutes. She sighed and waved her hand. There's nothing we can do if we can't close it. Xiaoshi, you guys go and have a look. I won't go in. I'll wait outside, just in case I can't help, but, I've seen it. Xiaoshi immediately responded. She then explained the energy creation. Judging from the structure, the source of the structure, and the rules of the structure, this thing is quite advanced. It's a kind of advanced order creation. It's comparable to the level of the creations we saw back then. We was stunned. That means it's almost the same level as the order creation that appeared during the battle in the last era, almost or even higher. Xiaoshi nodded. This information tells us that its creator was once in a very high position. Other than that, it doesn't reveal any more information. Back then, there were many who could do the same thing. Moreover, it's still far from the origin creation. In short, judging from the situation of this world, this is also something from the last era. We could not help but nod. So what's the use of this thing? It's just a simple energy resonance creation. Through it, it can affect objects with the same kind of energy. Xiaoshi tilted her head and looked at the spinning hourglass. Her gray eyes flashed with a purplish gold light. It seems that through this simple resonance, it can also be used to perform simple commands and other functions. It can also be used to strengthen the power of the object it resonates with. That's it. The function is simple. In short, it's a plaything used to control demonized life. It's a simple controller. Yes, but Xiaoshi's calm face frowned. Other than the demonized energy, it also contains an extremely large amount of consciousness and willpower. I'm afraid that's the source of Ling's irritation. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Is it the ideology that I mentioned just now? Yes, ideology. The extent of its vastness can indeed be called an ideology. Xiaoshi nodded and looked at the hourglass. It contains the consciousness and willpower of more than 10 trillion life forms. It's quite complete. Moreover, they all originate from one individual. Hui was so shocked that he jumped. One individual, an individual that can trigger an ideology from one person? My God, there's such a powerful person in the void. It's actually possible. It was Yun Nuoshing who replied. He looked at Hui and said, for example, if I use all my power to trigger the sin in the world, I can also trigger a thought. It is a thought that is filled with endless negative emotions and destructive noises. It is a source of pollution. Just hearing it can make people go crazy. That's what I mean. I just want to say that that individual probably also has this kind of power that can be called the weight of the primordial realm, right? Young Master looked at him and nodded in agreement. The energy imprints that exist within and are connected to its structure all originate from the same individual. Even if the power of consciousness and will originate from trillions of lives, it is still triggered by a single person. That is to say, it carries the consciousness and will of trillions of lives with a single person, and its weight is comparable to the sins of the world. To be able to do such a thing, Hui touched his chin and said with a trembling voice, high level, close to the peak of the primordial realm, or is it the peak of the primordial realm? Is there such a person in your era? Xiaoshi was silent for a while. She turned around and looked at Sui Qing. Seeing that Sui Qing also shook her head, she gave the answer. There are indeed many who are close to the peak of the primordial realm, but there are not many who can trigger an ideology alone. It's a special example. However, in my impression, there doesn't seem to be anyone who uses this kind of power. After all, they had been thrown into hiding for a few eras in the previous era. Naturally, they did not know if anything happened after that. To sum it up, this was a very ancient thing. Judging from the power of order that the life forms in this world carried, it was completely impossible for people at this time to create it. It could only be from the previous era of the primordial realm. In this world, well, it was at least the previous 5 eras. And its structure did indeed reveal this information. That's it, and that's it. Unsurprisingly, the research on this thing fell into a pit directly. When it came to the matters of the previous era, there were not many people who would not fall into the pit. Even things related to the origin would fall into the pit, let alone this thing that seemed to have nothing to do with the origin. In any case, the origin and chaos directly pointed out the general direction and narrowed the scope of their search. Moreover, there were only a few people who were related to the origin. It would take a little effort to compare them one by one, but this thing had nothing to do with the origin. They had to start searching from the entire void. The result was very normal. It was completely impossible to find it. But in fact, they had a lot of clues in their hands: demonized energy, the power of will, the ability to trigger an ideology with one's own power. If they were not mistaken, these things were the characteristics, essence and characteristics of that individual. Logically speaking, the third condition should be enough to eliminate many people, coupled with the condition that this thing did not have the presence of the origin and chaos, and excluding the primordial god and the group of ghosts on the other side of the void, they still did not know. The current situation was that they had to take someone's jacket, hat, and used toothpick to find the person. But they did not know that person. How could they find it? All clues about the time and place had been erased in the last 10 to 20 eras. Oh, he was talking about the history of this world. The knowledge of the previous 5 eras had been erased just like that, and the information about the unknown existence had probably been erased as well. So, Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone who suddenly fell into a helpless state. Is there any direct connection between this world and that existence? As soon as he opened his mouth, Hui and the others stared at him with their eyes wide open. He was stunned. What's with such a big reaction? Did you think of something? Yes, I did think of something. Hui nodded vigorously. He put his hand on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said, "You just said that you felt something familiar, right?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. "That's right. in the center of the demonized energy, I vaguely felt a familiar, but I can't recognize it. I only know that I must have seen that thing before. But everyone felt strange. If what he said was right, this thing was related to the previous era. But why did he feel that something related to the previous era was familiar? This thing was not an origin relic. Wait a minute. This thing could not really be an origin relic, right? The structure is not hidden. The core of the structure is not the creation core used by the origin creations. Moreover, its structure does not have the origin law and the origin energy mixed in it. The possibility of it being an origin creations is less than 1 in 100 million, Little Hour added softly. Hui and the others cast doubtful glances at the observer, only to see that his pretty face was wrinkled in pain. It seemed that his thoughts had fallen into an endless cycle of beating himself. This thing was indeed a creation of the previous era. The strength of its structure proved that it could not exist in this era. Moreover, the observer's senses were the most sensitive among them. Even if it was only for a moment, he would not have sensed wrongly. Then the question was, what was the problem that caused two unrelated things to become related? Little Angel tried to remind him. Could it be that you went to the continent of origin and saw something similar? Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. There are a total of 3 origin continents that I've seen so far. One is the origin continent that has already turned into a scorched earth. One is the model origin continent, and one is the inner broken origin continent. However, none of the 3 are unrelated to the origin continent. It's obvious that they are high-level order creations created by order life forms and have nothing to do with the origin continent. He pinched his face full of self-doubt. Could I have sensed wrongly? We asked in return. When you use the power of the origin to prepare to use the 3 styles of nothingness to beat the enemy, what is the probability that you would sense wrongly? It's about the probability of us being surrounded by 300 chaos concept bodies in the next second. Well, when we were about to be beaten to death, they ran out to save us. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was the lower limit of the probability of breaking the void. No one knew how many zeros there were behind the 0. In short, the probability was off the charts. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Forget it. No matter how ridiculous it is, we can't explain it now. For now, let's just take it that I made a mistake. A structure confirmed by the era itself is ironclad evidence. There is no such level of order creation born in this era. This is ironclad evidence left behind by the void. As for me, I'll just take it that one of the hundreds of conditions on me went crazy and made it think that it saw something similar. Sigh, forget it. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. The research on this strange hourglass-shaped energy creation could only stop here. The rest of the research was just guessing. A thing from the previous era, well, it was troublesome no matter what. If they wanted to get a more specific answer, they would have to find a way to dig something out from the hands of the people of the northern region. It was unlikely that they had picked it up from the roadside. Perhaps there was a relic with this kind of energy creation, such as a relic from the previous 5, 6, or even the last 7 or 8 generations. They told Reed about this and said that they needed help. The eastern and northern regions were of the same origin and had been fighting each other for who knows how many years. They must know more about the northern region than they did. Lord Bird was also very excited when he heard this. He spread his hands out excitedly. Well, if they have any trump cards, it could only be newly acquired. For example, this thing or the demonic energy. We don't know anything about them. Everyone. After all, the eastern region had been completely dominated and had been forced into a corner. It wasn't very likely that they would be able to force the northern region to reveal some of their strange trump cards. Forget it. They can do it themselves. Chapter 2008. Usually when it came to matters involving a large span of time, there would be an unavoidable problem at the third, fourth, and fifth step of research. Firstly, too much time had passed. Secondly, 16 eras had exploded and destroyed many things. Not long after, the chaotic void took advantage of the situation and gave order a kick. Now, when it came to matters of the previous era, everyone could only think of all sorts of things that had been forgotten and could not be found. It was the same with the origin matter. They were able to find some clues purely because they were very special in nature and were deliberately left behind by the god of origin. The void could not do anything about it. As for other things, well, if it did not wander around the void, it might leave something behind. For example, the relics of the previous era of this world were well preserved. It could be seen that the beings of this world often took care of these relics and were keen on using them to open the skulls of others. Originally, high-grade creations of order could be stored for a long time, as long as they did not wander around the void, as long as there was energy remaining, and the rules of their structure were not damaged. However, if it was some creations of order that could only output energy and not self-recover, then it would depend on whether its energy had been used up completely to deal with the torrent of time. Such high-grade creations of order would not waste much energy, but they would not be able to self-recover. Then, no matter how small the consumption was, it would be worn down one day. This mysterious creation of order that could cause demonized life forms to swarm towards it had a good structure. Its energy was also constantly maintained in a state of balance, neither too much nor too little. That was the reason why it could survive over 10 or 20 eras, if only it could leave behind more information. From the looks of the current situation, it was really impossible to tell anything. By the way, is it true that the demonized energy is the energy of a certain individual? We whispered in the soul transmission and subconsciously looked at Li Da and Mu Tsung-Yuen, who were talking to each other. Mu Tsung-Yuen had indeed returned during the battle and did not run away. However, he was basically picking on the demonized beings when he fought, and it was probably a little difficult for him to fight his own people. The demonized energy in the creation is mixed with the power of will. It is not like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. The two are in a state of perfect fusion, and we can conclude that the power of will and the demonized energy are one. Little explained softly. Moreover, if the demonized energy is just a kind of energy that drifts between heaven and earth and was transformed by the heart of the world, there should not be any power of will. That's right. Just from these 2 points alone, they could already tell. Let's not talk about this creation. Even the demonic energy in the pandemonium wasteland had a weak willpower. It was very weak, as if it had been diluted a few million times with water. This was something that they discovered later. Well, it was probably discovered by the Order warriors who were wandering in the pandemonium wasteland a few minutes ago. Before this, they had no idea about this at all. Normal origin energy was pure, clean, and pollution-free. There was no problem with this concept, and there was no exception. However, only the heavens knew that the demonic energy was not normal. Before this, they had only treated the demonic energy as an origin energy that was not quite the same as the normal origin energy that was born due to some mistake in the concept or rules of this world. However, it was also suitable for the 3 situations mentioned just now. It should be clean and pure. But now they knew that this was not some kind of origin energy, but energy released by a certain individual. With this clue, many things could continue to be explained. For example, this world should belong to that individual if there was no accident. It should belong to the heavenly God of primordial beginning, who was either at the peak or near the peak of the higher order. But to be honest, they felt that this energy was not normal. Based on what they knew about the characteristics of the demonized energy, it is the negative energy of order, and it can produce a lot of strange demonized beings. What is this? Are you also the energy of chaos? You can also self-divide, self-multiply, and create your own army? Normal energy would definitely not have such characteristics. Only chaos energy could do these three things. Order energy was not good at these things, so it could only be that there was a problem with the energy itself. For example, the energy inherited the individual's characteristics. Although it was troublesome to point out these three talents, it was still possible. In the previous era, there were order warriors who used energy to fight. In this era, there were also such warriors. It was not surprising that this type of life form could make energy do these three things. However, this was still an active ability that needed to be controlled by the user. But demonized energy was different. It was an energy that directly inherited the individual's characteristics. It did not need anyone to control it, and the energy could do things on its own. But this could also be explained. After all, it was an individual who was good at the power of will. Giving energy its own characteristics was a very simple thing for it. It could even be done passively. This also explained where the power of will in the demonized energy came from. That individual was most likely dead. Its own structure, rules, order, and willpower had all disintegrated. Then, predecessor, demonized energy, temporary, was given many characteristics by the structure, rules, order, and willpower released after the individual's disintegration, referring to those three characteristics. Coincidentally, this was the world of that individual. Its energy was originally scattered throughout the entire world. Being at the apex and being the core, something happened to it, causing the predecessor, demonized energy, temporary, to change into the demonized energy they knew at this very moment. Then, countless demonized life forms descended from the sky. The normal history of this world suddenly fell into a ditch and began to evolve into a long and never-ending history of disasters. They understood the explanation, but no wonder they didn't know how to put it. This was they didn't know how to put it. The originally peaceful and harmonious world, because something happened to its creator. So, it seemed that this was a world that it had always carried with it. It wasn't deliberately turned into a source world and tossed aside. It should have been deliberately adjusted to be a special world with some special purpose. For example, the large number of world orbs that Maple carried on his back were all world orbs with special purposes. But if the world orbs were adjusted properly and forgot to restrict certain things, causing life to be accidentally born, it could only be cut off from the body and turned into a special source world. The latter was just an additional step, cutting off most of the connection between the world one created and oneself from the concept level of the laws. The only connection left was basically a mark between the creator and the created that served as proof and a certificate of acceptance. This way, this special world wouldn't be affected by the creator's misfortune. The world they carried with them all the time was used as a backup energy source. Usually, they would deal with it immediately to prevent it from giving birth to life. If they dealt with it too late and gave birth to life, they could only turn it into a source world, freeing up the capacity of their soul space. To complete the adjustment of a world and forget to destroy certain laws and concepts to give birth to life. This person was probably a newbie in creation. Furthermore, they didn't even take emergency measures, probably a newbie among newbies. Perhaps they couldn't bear to do it? While the original intention of this creation was not to create a bunch of little people to amuse themselves with, it was not uncommon to accidentally create a bunch of little people who were hesitant to destroy the connection between them. Well, from the perspective of the Creator, they were all his children. If the connection between them was destroyed, there would be no relationship between them, and the world would not be tainted with an aura similar to his own. The remnant would also quickly vanish as the Creator replaced it. When that happened, any new life that was born would not have similar characteristics to the Creator, and they would not even be able to hold on until intelligent life appeared. In short, there would be no relationship between them in terms of essence, rules, and order. It was as if the Creator had created a ball, and a bunch of guests were living in the ball. That was how it was. A certain cold Creator. Sigh, what a sad world. If they knew that their Creator had become the destroyer, they probably wouldn't know what expression to show. We could not help but smack his lips and sigh, turning to look at Maple, who was lost in thought. What's next? Do we still follow the original plan and clean up the mess of the irresponsible Creator of this world while we're at it? Hearing the word mess, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She thought for a moment and sighed softly. Let's clean it up then. Phew, the guy from the previous era, although I don't know its position and what else, but, Hui rushed up and poked her face. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so arrogant, okay? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and shook off his finger. For the sake of its tragedy, plus we have to look for something in this world over and over again, it's not impossible to clean it up and make it more presentable, right? Just think of it as the rent for the next 10 or 20 days. Can you not be arrogant? Cleaning up the mess of others is traumatizing to me. I have to find a reason for myself to act in a roundabout way. Shuang Shuang went up and poked Little Star's face, whispering, "Aren't we taking this world away?" This. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched again, and he could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Shuang Shuang had officially become a member of the Void Movers and was working very hard to handle the business. Hiss, although they had mentioned it, but they were still unclear as to how they were going to move this special world away. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Right now, we're not sure if this world can be taken away, but if it can be taken away, then it's naturally good. Although there are a lot of messes here, it's still the power of order, and it can still be used if we're patient enough to clean it up. Let's talk about it later. All right, this round of guessing about the world is over. There's nothing left to guess anymore. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand to wake everyone from their contemplation. He turned to look at the northern region. Next, it's time to do something head-on. By the way, Little Qing, did our people find anything in the northern region? I Ching scratched his head and confirmed for a while before coughing dryly. There are two news, Yun Nuoxing and Hui. You say it together. That's a little difficult. I Ching smiled bitterly and began to report seriously. At present, the carpet search has not found anything, but I have sensed that the nearest node in the northern region is close to the front line. The nearest defensive point is emitting a very powerful energy response. They are probably risking their lives and have also observed many high-energy responses from the northern region. Countless airships have taken to the skies, and they have probably moved most of their forces to the front line because there are too many of them, and there is no place in the northern region that looks special. We can't find where their base is. Hui listened with his mouth agape and said blankly, the commander on the other side. I'm afraid he's a hot-tempered guy. Under the situation where more than 70% of the army has collapsed and all the demonized life forms are dead, he did not adjust himself, nor was he suffering from paranoia. Instead, he simply took stock of his forces and rushed in. Feng, what do you think? You see, Origin bastard. Okay, you can shut up now. Tisk, Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms, smacked her lips, and turned her head away. Everyone smiled bitterly. This group of guys was really stubborn. Moreover, they had encountered a guy who was even more stubborn and could recklessly travel through the void. This was simply what they wanted. He now hoped that the people on the other side would take stock of all their forces and come out in full force to show all their trump cards. That would save him a lot of trouble. The early end of the bait was simply the result of the cooperation between the two sides. Seeing that everyone was smiling bitterly and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue in a strange manner and said to little Qingzi through soul transmission, "Let them come. While they are gathering their forces, let everyone take the opportunity to dig 3 feet into the ground and find the anomaly in the northern region." Oh, little Qingzi responded excitedly. Just as he gave the order, his expression suddenly changed, and then suddenly changed several times in a short 3 seconds. The speed at which his expression changed shocked everyone. This young man's face was alternating between green and white. Did he have a stomachache? About that. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there is an emergency here." Little Qingzi looked at the two with a pale face and found the soul seed of another person through soul transmission, and had the person on the other side begin to transmit the message. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have sensed an abnormal demonic energy reaction coming from the entire northern region. It feels a bit like the lower-level nodes are doing something under the control of the higher-level nodes. All the airships in the city and all the combat forces have arranged into 2 groups and set off. Now, it is time for the second group to set off together. The number is hard to count. There is such a movement in the entire northern region. What the F*CK? We shouted in a daze. He covered his cheek with one hand and said, "Are they really coming out in full force? Do you have a rough estimate of the number? On the human side, on the demonic life forms side. The number is no less than the number of abyssal death mist derivatives that are facing 10 of our frontline nodes at the same time. But most of them are demonic life forms, and the strength of the human race is less than 1/10 of them." I Ching had a toothache. The number of 10 nodes? Then it was estimated that they were really coming out in full force. That was already the number in the trillions. Hundreds of images came from the soul transmission at the same time, and each image came from a different region. All of them were images of millions of airships of various sizes flying forward, followed by a large pile of unidentified objects with monstrous foul air. They were majestically all over the mountains and plains, and they were moving quickly at a pace that shook the mountains and crushed the space. It looked like a carboniferous object with a radius of 10 million miles was rolling forward, and wherever it went, it would fall. This number is really shocking. We said in a daze. Did we poke the beehive? Or is the other side too excited? If one looked at the overall situation, or looked down at the entire northern region from high up in the sky, one would see that the blue sky and white clouds just now were suddenly filled with large groups of black clouds, and they were piecing together at a rapid speed. They were all rushing toward the border between the northern and eastern regions, converging as they rushed, according to their marching route. If there were no accidents, they would finish gathering hundreds of millions of miles away from the border. At that time, they would really be able to see the scene of the black clouds pressing down on the city, and it would really be a scene of the starry sky collapsing. Report to the 2 lords. This is the Chaos Devil Wilderness to the north of the eastern region. Now, all the demonic life forms within tens of thousands of light years from where I am are running toward the south of the eastern region. Number? Sigh, I don't know how many there are here. Anyway, it is more than the number of abyssal death mist derivatives that are facing 7 nodes. Ah, it's already reported? Then let me give a brief report here. All the demonic life forms in the Chaos Devil Wilderness to the north and northwest of the northern region, as well as the Chaos Devil Wilderness deep in the northern region, are running. Don't ask me how many there are. I can't count. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, there's an unexpected situation here. This is A scream suddenly came from the soul transmission, followed by a sudden earth-shaking movement, as if they were at the scene of a disaster breaking out. Their cities are all covered in demonic energy. They are all rising into the sky. Their cities are rapidly demonizing into fortress-like great demons. All the fortress-like great demons are heading toward the eastern region. Wait, it's not over yet. The two fortress-like great demons closest to us, they are fighting. Damn, their aura has directly soared by a level. Everyone, what kind of full force is this? They are F*King carrying a nest and charging toward us. At this moment, their minds were occupied by the word unyielding and quickly washed to every corner, to the extent that they were a little stunned. Hui swallowed his saliva and used his elbow to poke Feng, who was also staring blankly and couldn't help but say, "There's finally a day where I see someone as unyielding as you. Look at this unyielding situation, this situation where the army is pressing in without a second word. This TSK. Yun, Nuashing, turned his head to look at Hui with his eyes wide open, then turned his head back with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he felt particularly speechless. They hadn't done anything yet, but they had just fought a battle and showed their faces once, and the other side had collectively gone berserk. From the human troops, who were originally the regular army, to the countless demonized beings in the chaos magical wilderness, and then to the fortress-like great demons that had been infected with a large amount of demonized energy to carry them into battle. Anyway, now he was a little dazed when he saw the scene in the soul image that was covered in monstrous filth. This northern region was either a hornet's nest or a large hedgehog. This was a desperate response, a desperate momentum, a murderous look. It was even worse than the hatred that had killed him. Were these bastards planning to use pure strength to bury them in this wilderness? Huff, huff, huff. In short, let's talk to that uncle first. Hui laughed dryly, hurriedly ran to Li De and the others who were still talking over there, and told them what they had observed. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were wide open, and they almost swallowed their hearts into their stomachs. Uncle Bird took a deep breath, but didn't manage to catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Don't faint. Hui smiled bitterly and shook him a few times. He glanced at the soul image and reminded, according to their speed, 2, at most, they will gather here in an hour. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and take them out. If you don't take them out now, things will get out of hand. But trump cards, there are no trump cards? Uncle Bird stared at him. Our previous habit was to fight against the demonized beings. We used whatever moves we had, and there was no need to hide them. There's no such thing as a trump card. Huey's handsome face suddenly wrinkled into a pained expression. Hey, that's true. They were not good at fighting people. Their usual opponents were a bunch of unintelligent creatures. To put it more seriously, they were fighting a group of high-quality air. Did they have to bare their fangs and brandish their claws and perform magic tricks in the air? Of course, they would use whatever they had. You said that it was useful to hide things when dealing with people. Demonized beings who only knew how to charge until they died would play tricks with you? In short, we can't just sit and wait for death. We grinned hard. You guys just have to quickly bring up the forces you can gather. The other side is going all out. Since they are only good at fighting demonized life forms, then just treat all of them as demonized life forms and fight them. Leave the rest to us. Hearing this, Uncle Bird smiled bitterly. Treat them all as, okay, so be it. Although we originally transferred a lot of people from the rear to strengthen the defense of the border, we should be able to make it in an hour. The remaining people in extremely remote places probably won't be able to be summoned in time. Also, I heard you say that they directly mobilized demonized beings from the Chaos Demon Wilderness. Those who stayed at the border also have to suppress the Chaos Demon wilderness to prevent a fire in their backyard. We smiled bitterly. That's true. The situation in this world is that the human race is trapped in the middle like dumplings. Originally, they could fight hard to keep the dumpling skin from closing, but now, forget it. I don't have the strength to complain anymore. When they saw the other side suddenly going crazy and planning to bury them in one wave, they felt physically and mentally exhausted. They didn't know whether the news that Uncle Bird suddenly spread throughout the army caused panic, but it was true that everyone in the army suddenly reacted quickly. The formation changed and reorganized rapidly. The airships that had just finished a battle were ready to fly again and lined up in midair. The personnel who had returned to their positions stood in their positions and prepared for battle. Under the shining sun, they could feel a strong sense of tragedy inadvertently spreading through the army. It was as if everyone treated this battle as the last battle, even if they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqiu, that girl, was lying on the side of the ship and starting to write her will. At this juncture, could the will still be spread out? Little Qingzi, call everyone back first. Yun Nuoxing suddenly gave an order. His eyes flashed as he stared at the distant west. There was a constant movement, as if he had seen something in advance. The other side is going to fight to the death. For the time being, there's no need to beat around the bush with them. Let's fight them head on. These iron-headed fellows can be ranked in the top 3 among the gods. We have to respond to them properly. Respond. We spat out a mouthful of saliva. What level of response do you intend to use to respond? Oh, that depends on whether they are going to fight to the death or are here to test us. Yun Nuoxing responded and moved a little. Then he suddenly thought of something and made an O in his heart. He sat down where he was and took out the tea table, teacups, and teapot to brew a pot of tea. Well then, you guys can do it. You guys won't let me do it anyway. Everyone. F***CK, the scale of 12 or 20 nodes. Even if they weren't a group of abyssal death misspawns and didn't bring the power of chaos, that was still a scale of more than 20 nodes. They didn't have the combat power of the frontline nodes of the void here. Just the cannon fodder alone would make them weak. Why is this guy who should be clearing the place suddenly drinking tea so calmly? Oh, this damn smile. Oh, this playful look between his brows. Oh, this elegant smile. They understood now. This guy was suddenly pretending to be elegant. They didn't know who was the one who couldn't hold it in and stabbed Source beginning with a knife just now, but now he's pretending to be reserved here. But they couldn't let him pretend to be reserved now. With such a huge scale, if he, a one-man army, didn't do anything, even if they threw out 4 or 5 white walls, it wouldn't be enough. That. Foam. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. Can't you move a little? I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Oh, this guy is throwing a tantrum. Seeing everyone's pained faces, Yun Nuoxing burst out laughing and waved her hand. All right, it's just a joke. Be elegant. Don't get agitated. The void hasn't collapsed yet. Don't be anxious. Little Green, throw out the walls. Roar. Little Qingzi let out a loud roar and yelled through the soul transmission. Everyone, listen up. Lord Feng says that you can go all out and cause trouble. Take out all our new generation of energy towers. Instantly, a wave of ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the soul transmission. After a majestic roar, the overly excited Order warriors shook their hands and placed 100,000 feet tall energy tower in the space in front of them. They lined up horizontally and looked like a wall. That shocking movement caused everyone to stare blankly at them. What is this? Leda looked at the tens of thousands of feet high white walls in front of them. They spread out neatly for tens of millions of miles. He took a deep breath. I feel that they have a very powerful force. Could this be a relic of the previous generations? No, no, no. This is something that we figured out ourselves. It's not a relic. He waved his hand vigorously. This thing is very powerful. You will know later. Don't get caught up in their attack. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed. Leda was startled by the sudden interruption of his words. When he saw the solemn look on Leda's face, Leda immediately understood what was going on. He waved at the grand temple warrior behind him, and the latter quickly left to spread the news to every corner. The atmosphere of killing spread like a storm, and countless energies slowly gathered at the moment. They're already here? Leda gave the order. Then he looked ahead and asked Hui. Yes, those guys are sprinting over. Hui nodded. As he spoke, he moved closer to Feng and grinned as he looked at the distant sky. There, they could already feel the surging momentum of the vast demonic energy gathering. The weight could even shake the void, causing the void to fluctuate. They're a whole 25 minutes early. Although we don't have the origin sanctum now, we can still make do with the energy tower that strengthens the domain. Little Green, set up the domain of order, but don't use the origin energy. Now that we don't have the origin sanctum as the core, the origin energy will drain the energy in a short while. Oh, got it. Guys, open the domain. Charge all the energy towers. Hui was speechless. No, no, no. They still have a short distance to run here. You're already charging? Feeling that the aura of the demonized energy was approaching the alert range, Yun Nuoshing also slowly stood up. The aura that was slowly released from his body caused his robes and long hair to flutter wildly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light fell from the sky, like the strong light that bloomed when the heavens and earth were split apart. The curtain of the falling aurora covered a radius of millions of miles, including the entire base camp. That surging and sacred aura caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. They felt that under the illumination of that light, their auras were forcefully raised by a few notches. Come, Yun Nuoshing swung her arms. Layers of energy circles appeared in the surrounding space. Let us light up the world's most dazzling fireworks. The faces of the people behind her were stupefied, setting up the initial light and setting up the magic circles. That was a proper bully. She wanted to beat the opponent to death. This guy suddenly became excited when he met someone who wanted to fight him head-on. Chapter 2009. To be honest, when they came to this world and saw the existence of the primeval realm, their hearts skipped a beat. It was not because they were afraid or cowardly, but when they saw the primeval realm, they began to think about the possibility of encountering all kinds of problems. Currently, the most troublesome problem for them was naturally the two groups of people at the top of the void. They were really the kings of torment. Judging from the situation where the primeval realm basically did not appear in this era, encountering a large number of primeval realms in this world was almost certain that it was related to the previous era, and if it was related to the previous era, well, he said it directly. They were afraid of getting into trouble, and in the end, they found out that they were still encountering problems with origin or chaos. However, after that, they found that the primeval realms were as strange as this world. Their power of order did not pass, but they could still become primeval realms. That was interesting. However, since it was an incomplete primeval realms, it probably had nothing to do with the two groups of people. At least, the probability of it being related to them had decreased to less than 1%, so there was nothing to be afraid of, until they met a group of people who had the word unyielding written all over their heads. When they saw that they had the power of a high-level primeval, they almost blasted them with a cannon. Then they came out in full force. Yes, they really brought their nest over. Now, behind the front line, the smoky masses with a radius of more than 700,000 miles were their nest. A row of them hung in front of the front line. It was really oppressive, but that was the situation for the time being. At most, the enemy had an exaggerated number of people, but their top combat power was still not above the peak of the beginner level. As long as they did not reach the standard of high-level primeval realms, there would be no problem. However, the enemy was really unyielding. As a human, they treated themselves as if they were demonized and charged fearlessly at the enemy. This was really a way of fighting. Fortunately, they had fought against the underworld at the front line of the void for 5 eras. They were the least afraid of group fights and prolonged battles. Even if they did not have the Origin Temple or a complete realm of order, they still had boom, clang, 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 boom, clang. Hui heard the series of heavy blows and silently turned his head. He saw a gorgeous figure with 2 pairs of cloud wings spreading out in golden light, rampaging through the front line. The millions of magic arrays pressed on the enemy's faces were constantly pouring out torrents of energy, crushing everything that dared to rush to him into nothingness. He saw Feng one-punch a 1,000-mile-long ship like a ball, stringing 100 ships on the opposite side into a pile of wreckage like a bowling ball. The corrosive source power delayed the detonation of the pile of wreckage for a few seconds, and at that time, the pile of wreckage had already rushed into the enemy's formation. A burst of energy fireworks bloomed on the spot, and the damage was maxed out. The enemy's formation was instantly in chaos. Yes, they still had this one-man army. This emperor of the formation had undoubtedly entered a small berserk state. As for the reason, there was no need to think or ask. It was definitely due to the noise that they could not hear. Looking at the increasingly irritated expression on his face, it was obvious. Then why did this morning star of the void frontline not use the 3 forms of nothingness to clear the battlefield? Good question, because Hui threw out his shield and pierced through a few large ships. He controlled the energy tower to release a torrent of energy in the direction of his right and blew up a fleet that was besieging the eastern region's warriors like fireworks. Because there were a lot of allies on the battlefield who could not withstand his 3 forms of nothingness, friendly fire was a laughable topic on the front lines. Although it was called friendly fire, everyone could actually handle it. At most, they would feel dizzy and be pushed into the void for a spin before returning. But here, they really couldn't laugh. Only their own people could withstand Maple's indiscriminate attacks. The others couldn't defend well, so they couldn't clear the battlefield. They could only personally go on a rampage. At this moment, they couldn't even use the hundreds of millions of magic formations, bows, and other forms because they were afraid of accidentally injuring others. After all, the battlefield in the real world couldn't be compared to the battlefield in the void. The latter's space was infinitely large, and with a little force, the entire battlefield could be torn apart. One part would be pulled to the left, and the other part would be pulled to the right. The real-world space was too small. Speaking of which, it had been many years since they saw Maple attack so recklessly. Although his attack methods were restricted, he was still very violent. There were also violent maniacs who followed Maple to max out his peerless skill. They were also rampaging on the battlefield. Over there was a guy holding 2 energy towers, bursting out torrents of energy while waving them around like a blunt weapon. This guy was definitely brought out by Qingjun, right? Generally speaking, the battle was very fierce, and the situation was stable. The other side could forget about sinking their temporarily built realm of order. As for them, there was a large group of dark creatures in front of them. They did not know how long the battle would last. If Maple could attack unscrupulously, He could let the other side experience what despair was. But even if he could not use those unconventional means, according to this momentum, their forces would be exhausted in 3 to 5 days. After all, this group of demonized creatures was not the abyssal death mist derivative. They could not compare to the latter in all aspects, so it was not so strenuous to fight. Although it is not strenuous to fight, it is really easy to think of some unhealthy things after being watched for too long. We could not help but mutter those irritating memories. Yun Nuwashing, who was charging forward, instinctively replied, "Why? Thinking of the 5 eras where you fought with the abyssal death mist derivative." That's right. Although there aren't that many abyssal death mist spawns here, nor are there any large structures here, nor are there any ugly and disgusting things here, the 2 colors are almost the same. My head is buzzing. Hui smiled bitterly and sighed. He looked at Maple's soul projection, and then found his figure in the chaotic enemy ranks. "You were so irritable just now. Have you come back to your senses now?" "Oh." Yun Nuwashing grunted in response. She first used a torrent of energy to destroy a large pile of things in front of her before slowly replying, "I still find it noisy and irritating, but moving can divert part of my attention, so I won't be too irritable. That being said, I still feel that it would be better to destroy the things that they called over from the demonized life forms. Let them continue to increase their forces, and there will be no end to this." "That's true." Hui nodded. His eyes swept across the depths of the enemy ranks. There were more than a dozen locations where he could confirm the existence of that creation's energy signature, and all of them were very deep. They were probably placed at the most heavily defended places. After confirming, he could not help but smile bitterly. There were more than a dozen of that order creation all of a sudden. It was no wonder that the number of demonized creatures had suddenly increased to such a ridiculous level. These guys really got excited just by poking at them. "Found the place." Hui hurriedly reminded Maple, who was still charging forward. Just as he was about to follow him, he saw that Maple was suddenly surrounded and could not get away for a while. Hui could not help but smile bitterly, so he went to Little Qingzi and said, "Little Qingzi, those dozen places, yes, that order creation, I will open a path for you. You take your men and destroy them." Wait. If you can get them back, then get them back. If you can't, then just blow them up." "Got it." Hui was speechless. That's why Little Qingzi's accent became a little strange. Just as he was about to use a divine shock to clear the area and open up a path to heaven, the demonized creatures surrounding him suddenly stopped moving, startling him. Before he could figure out what had happened to them, the airships from the northern region that were fighting side by side with them also turned around and ran back desperately. Seeing this, he was stunned again. Were they running away directly? They charged over menacingly, and after a few rounds, realized that they could not bite down on this tough bone and decided to retreat. He felt that it was not possible. If it was impossible, then what was happening now? He seemed to understand. The demonized energy that was spreading in the surrounding space like clouds and mist suddenly gathered in the direction of the headquarters in the northern region. The demonized life forms that had stopped their movements let out beast-like roars. The reverberations that reverberated throughout the mountains and plains were deafening and extremely ear-piercing. In the next second, they suddenly exploded, turning into billowing demonized energy that surged toward the direction of the suction force. Many people were stunned when they saw the commotion. They stopped waving their weapons and looked toward the direction of the abnormality. Their ferocious expressions due to the fierce battle stiffened. Above the headquarters of the northern region, there was something that couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from its aura, it was definitely a creation of order. Furthermore, the aura and energy level indicated that it was definitely a very high-level creation of order. At this moment, countless demonized life forms were howling and roaring as they converged with the demonized energy to form a vast galaxy that fell into the unknown creation of order under the control of the former. An energy storm the size of a star system swept across the sky. Monstrous filth rolled and spread out, even to the headquarters of the eastern region. The mighty might of the creation of order was transmitted to every inch of space that was affected by the demonized energy. The sky suddenly became dim. In the place where the storm of demonized energy covered, the sky seemed to be shrouded by a layer of black curtain. The sun and the moon were all hidden. Looking up at the sky, one could only see a constantly rotating and releasing a terrifying energy aura. To be honest, everyone could not tell what the thing in the sky was. The clouds did not look like clouds, nor did it look like a vortex condensed by energy. It was obviously a phenomenon caused by the convergence of surging energy, but they had never seen such a phenomenon before. This phenomenon, what the hell is going on? Moot, Sung Yuan, and the others, who had hurriedly retreated to the base camp, only felt at a loss when they saw the changes in the sky and earth. At this time, they had no idea what was going on. They only felt a very terrifying aura reverberating here. In the depths of this world, something was emerging. Its movements even distorted their perception of everything. Although I don't know what's going on, something must be happening. Lida hurriedly glanced at the changes in the sky and earth. At this moment, most of the demonized creatures on the battlefield had retreated. They had become energy that was driving that thing, causing some kind of change to happen. Only a small number of demonized creatures were still cooperating with the people of the northern region to attack them in an even more violent manner. Even though their numbers were reduced, their offensive seemed to be several times stronger. Find a way to open a path. We must stop them. Lida punched the space. Just as he was about to step out, he saw the girl in white walk in front of him. She said to him indifferently, "Withdraw all of your power. You won't be able to control the next battle." Lida scratched his cheeks in a daze. "Well, I still want to help. It's fine if you want to, but you won't be able to control it." She shook her head lightly and turned to look at the churning vortex. The result now may be difficult for even us to control. Feeling the interference and suppression brought about by the creation of order, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. She turned her head to look at the place where the mighty energy came from. Her colorful eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The aura of a high-level primeval, and it's quite strong. That's a creation of order that contains the power of that existence. We had already understood it when it started flapping. At this moment, he didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face this fact. He scratched his handsome face with both hands and looked like he was about to break down. Damn it, this world really doesn't lack surprises. Look at this thing. I would believe you if you said they dug up the grave of a peak primeval. But this thing, the problem is that they can still use it. Look at this aura. Oh, my heavenly God of origin. This power, this aura, this is the full power of a standard high-level primeval. No wonder so many demonic creatures were gathered here. They were all fuel. They are all living fuel. What's wrong with using that existence's power to drive the thing that he left behind? This couldn't be more suitable. They won't even be hurt by the forceful drive of the creation of order. No wonder they continued to charge at us without hesitation after being poked. They were clearly prepared. Huey's lips trembled a few times and pulled a painful arc. Do you think this group of people is the child of the world, or something like that? What are they? Only God knows what they are. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and stared at the thick curtain in the sky. Her gaze changed slightly. Territory, this distortion of the rules, the distortion of the concept, and the movement of forcefully projecting something. It's a bit like the movement of the primeval territory. Huey's face twitched. You mean, the purpose of the creation of order is to unfold that existence's primeval territory? I guess so from the movement. Look at those demonized creatures. They have all become several times stronger. Even the people in the northern region have been strengthened. It's as if they have suddenly stepped into their own territory and become stronger. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes as she spoke. Hui, did you notice that the people in the northern region and the demonized energy seem to be in a state of symbiosis? The demonized energy won't affect them. They can use the demonized energy floating between heaven and earth without being eroded. I see it now. So what's going on? Maybe it's like what you said. Maybe they dug up that existence's grave and got something from it. Don't be like that. I just mentioned it casually. Although the possibility is quite high. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If the people in the north really had something to do with the existence that had an 80% chance of being dead, there was probably no need for an if. Looking at the commotion they had caused, the commotion itself was already evidence. Yun Nuashing kicked an airship that was about to crash into her face at full speed. The airship spun and disintegrated as it flew backward. The people on it were blown away in all directions by the explosion of the airship's disintegration. She glanced at the result and turned her gaze to the creation of order that was continuously releasing demonized energy like a demonized nebula. She did not know what it was going to do, but it seemed that she did not need to know. She just needed to make it unable to do anything. Ling, the battlefield has been cleared. The enemy's attention is all here. You can fight to your heart's content. Shi Zhao's voice rang softly in her soul. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to make a move, the voice of the little angel also rang softly. Do you need help? You just need to watch the battlefield over there. Leave this to me. Habitual words. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and readily admitted, Yes, I'm not sure either. Then you be careful. Call us if you need anything. Yun Nuashing shrugged and smiled. Looking at Hui, who had just escaped from the encirclement, he could not help but tease. What a mess. Hui grimaced at him and wiped the dust off his handsome face. Didn't you see how many times they suddenly went berserk? Huff, 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 huff. Did these guys all eat the energy of chaos? They suddenly drove the airship straight into my face. It's fine if they just crashed into me, but they even self-destructed when they crashed into me. If I had known, I would have kicked them back like you. What's the point of carrying them? All right, stop laughing at me. What are you going to do? This thing seems to have suppressed your primordial light of chaos a little. I took back the primordial light myself. I'm holding it in. As for how I'm going to do it, what do you think? Yun Nuashing stroked her hair and said faintly, Of course, I'm going to blow it up like fireworks. There's no need to think more about the current situation. The power of the source of origin surged wildly in his body. A white storm spread out with him as the center. But this time, his movement was obviously much smaller compared to the big guy who was brewing in front of him. Primordial creation, primordial, the power of the source of origin gathered in the surrounding space into a colorful white ball of light. Just as it was gathering in his hand like a whirlwind, a red light suddenly fell from the sky and shrouded him and Hui. It was as if they were suddenly showered with a spotlight. The two who were originally hiding in the corner and making inconspicuous preparations suddenly became very obvious. The two of them were like frogs in the field at night. They froze in an instant. Roar! The demonized life forms that were still beating up the Order realm with all their might now all turned their heads around with a whoosh. Their crazed gazes locked onto the sneaky duo, and in the next second, without hesitation, they charged towards them with the momentum of an army of 10,000 charging forward. The airships on the other side all turned their heads, and all the energy changed direction. It was as if they knew that the two people hiding there were up to something. They didn't even care about the energy bombardment coming from the realm of order. They only wanted to rush over and drown the two troublemakers with one shot each. This sudden commotion caused the two people from Yun Nua planet to be dumbfounded. Stop, stop, stop. This path is blocked. I Ching shouted and threw out a fully loaded energy tower like a firecracker. It blocked the demonized creatures and the airships that turned around in front of them. He waved his hand and led a group of order warriors in front of them. He shouted and threw out another wall. He put one hand on his waist and pointed at the front like a general. If you don't kill me today, don't even think about leaving here. Boom! It was not known when the fortress-like demons had sneakily rushed to the front line and sent a torrent of energy at the heroic I Ching. The roaring torrent swallowed the latter half of his sentence and fell to the ground. The sudden burst of demonized energy made everyone in the base camp silent. Trouble comes from the mouth. Before they could finish their sentence, they were hit in the face. Speaking of which, they really did not notice the fortress-like demons. They did not even feel the presence of the fortress-like demons when they suddenly appeared in front of them. I Ching shook off the smoky energy. With a huge afro and a charred, handsome face, he raised a void greeting gesture towards the fortress-like demons. His face was ferocious. The moment he opened his mouth, his aura was shocking. And percent. You F***king have no morals. Guys, take out all the level 1 energy towers. I want to destroy it with one shot. Fire! Shoot them down. The Order warriors, who were just blasted in the face and almost had their defenses broken, were all cursing as they pressed the energy cores that were tainted with origin energy on the level 1 energy towers. They did not choose to condense energy and directly threw out a standard torrent of energy. It seemed that they were humiliated by the sudden sneak attack and did not even bother to condense the most powerful energy attack. Everything initiates the origin falls into nothingness. Although the bright red light mark above their heads was still there, it should only be something like an energy beacon. It had no other purpose other than to stand out and make them stand out, so that the demonized beings and the people of the northern region would rush over and focus fire on them. The storm of the origin had expanded to the extent that it could compete with the demonized energy storm in this region. The colorful white light hovering above Yun Nuoxing's palm was beating like a heart. The energy inside was rotating rhythmically, becoming more and more destructive. As the power of the origin continued to gather and thicken, even the demonized energy in this region had retreated, leaving a blank area. Hundreds of millions of magic circles died, with the color of the origin energy stacked behind him and condensed into a thick cake of light. A ray of golden, brilliant sun descended from the sky, tearing a corner of the dark curtain that covered the land and sprinkling the pure and brilliant light in this space. Hui held up his shield and placed both his feet in the space, using energy to bind himself and the space tightly. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be blown out of the center of the storm. Now, he only needed to tear the binding on one of his feet, and he would be blown into a split in midair by the gale. He grimaced and could not help but remind, "Maple, if you don't do it now, I will be pressed into the void of the origin first." Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. He had just condensed to the limit, but it should be enough. The power of the origin condensed in his hand turned into a white flame as he clenched his fist. The energy that was on the verge of going out of control burst out with an explosive aura that was enough to chisel a big hole in the void. And the void. I haven't thought of a name yet. In short, you will be annihilated in the torrent of the origin. He roared. His right hand, which was wrapped in the power of the origin, punched forward with all his strength. When the energy that had gone out of control exploded, it released a mighty flash that blinded Huey's titanium eyes. The moment the flash of the origin burst out, everything in the space in front of him was beaten back to the original point. After the sudden eruption of the surging storm, Huey's hair was pulled in the same direction as if it had rushed into a typhoon. It was pulled straight. The storm on his face came and went quickly. It was over in 1 or 2 seconds. Also, the expected energy explosion did not appear. There was no movement. There was an unprecedented big scene, big explosion, big fireworks. Instead, it was quiet. Well, it was very quiet all around. The sound of the raging storm seemed to have weakened a little. He carefully recalled the last scene before his eyes went blind. He seemed to have seen a sudden flash of light. A flash of light, like the flash of light that came when the Deyuan realm was created. The moment it left his hand, it expanded by millions of times. Then he went blind. So what happened at the scene? Hui turned his head, and his chin hit the space in front of him. The space in front of him was like a huge piece of cardboard that was smashed by a knife, and there were many uneven cracks of different lengths on both sides of the whole crack. It was like the marks left behind by a blunt knife. Then there was the group of fortress-like great demons and some of the super-large airships in front of the formation. They were gone. Not even a wisp of smoke was left. This crack seemed to have no limit. It was a crack that was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. He could only see the place where it began to narrow at the far end. But according to the rough shape, this crack was at least through. He did not know. It was probably a few thousand light years. Maybe it was even farther away. And this was only what he could see on the surface. If he switched to the energy perspective, he would be able to see more clearly that there was not a trace of energy left around the crack. Only now did he notice that the sky had cleared up and the dark clouds that shrouded the land had been wiped clean along with the crack that led to the primordial void. Hui swallowed. He firmly believed that even if he stood in the path of the energy flash, he would definitely turn into a wisp of energy and return to the origin. Well, it might be a little too exaggerated, but it was definitely not a problem to destroy his defense. Chapter 2010. The space in front of them was so clean. No, it was not clean at all. If one took a closer look, they would find that the crack was too dazzling. It was the remnant source energy and the energy from the disintegration of order on the crack. Both of them made the crack difficult to heal for a long time. If one stared at it for a long time, they would go blind. Anyway, there was nothing left in this space except for Maple's energy. It was empty and clean as if it was the beginning of the world, and the energy cycle had not been fixed. If this crack continued to be there, it would prevent the world itself from restoring the space here. If it was left alone, it would probably dig out a lot of space before it was over. It was better to repair it as soon as possible. Hiss. Ah. Hui was just about to erase the crack when he suddenly heard Maple's gasp of disgust. His common sense told him that something must have happened to Maple. Hui turned his head abruptly and saw Maple's face full of disgust as he used his left hand to press down on his cracked right arm. Suddenly, the standard ending. Hui was used to it and could look at this scene very calmly. It was better to say that he was slightly surprised that Maple didn't fall down after the explosion. In the past, it always ended with Maple falling down. TSK, 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 TSK. You're having fun with the new power, aren't you? Hui kept smacking his lips. He grabbed his cracked arm and looked it up and down. He even patted it twice. As he patted it, he said, "Look at you, TSK, TSK, TSK." The energy that exceeded the limit almost broke your arm. Yun Nuashing gasped after being patted twice. He quickly pulled his arm back and stared at Hui. "Don't pat me. It hurts." "If you know it hurts, don't you know how to use other methods of attack? 2 normal pull of 10,000 mammoths would be enough to deal with it, right?" Hui rolled his eyes. This guy hadn't even fully familiarized himself with Yuan Chu's power and was already messing around. If he could break his arm this time, he would be able to break his own people next time. Yuan Chu's power, even if it was his essence, was not that convenient to use. TSK. Didn't we urgently think of some other methods when we were fighting just now because we were worried about accidentally injuring too many people? Who knew that later? Yun Nuashing grinned and said in a slightly depressed tone, "Who knew that later on? The other side suddenly went all out, and our side suddenly cleared out. This new moves have been created, so we have to give it a try, right?" In the end, it's still an extremely large AoE attack. Although it's able to sweep across the entire battlefield indiscriminately, the width of the attack is still. Hui continued to roll his eyes, gathering all his strength in his hand and wiping it across the crack that he didn't know how far it had gone. Immediately, there was a sound of rolling thunder and tsunami-like sound, causing frequent lightning and thunder to appear. A colorful cloud of energy covered the edge of the crack, and it began to roll and surge from both sides to the middle, causing the entire crack to slowly close. Hui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the crack begin to close. Wiping that crack had used up 1/5 of his energy. Maple, this crazy guy, asked, "So, what new move did you come up with?" "It's not a new one, just an upgraded version." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and looked at his cracked and shiny arm with interest. "Order disintegration, an enhanced version of source power." Hui. Well, the crack had the aura of order disintegration. He had already guessed it, this crazy guy. Then, as of now, to what extent had Maple mastered the source form? Well, he wasn't too sure, and he probably didn't know either. But at present, he knew that there were several deadly commonly used skills that had become even more deadly after coming into contact with the source power. He was probably only missing the 3 forms of nothingness and sinful language. Oh, just now, he seemed to have tried to use the source power to release origin order, rhythm of light modified, but it didn't seem to have much practical effect. It wasn't handled properly, and it was only slightly stronger, but it didn't change as much as source power order disintegration. It seemed like it could continue to be strengthened. Why was he researching this when he had nothing better to do? Yun Nuashing saw that there was something wrong with his gaze and couldn't help but mutter, "What strange things are you thinking about?" "Oh, I'm thinking about all kinds of deadly skills you have, and I want to see to what extent you're not a human." Yun Nuashing thought for a while. "Are you referring to the degree of mastery of the source form?" Hui nodded vigorously. There was no need to say anything more. "Well, it's actually about the same as what you guessed. I've mastered half of it at present." Yun Nuashing was still looking at his right hand that was full of cracks, "and it's not very stable and not very reliable. If I use too much strength, it's easy to torture myself into this miserable state." Hui turned his head and looked at his right hand that was full of cracks, his face slightly distorted, and he couldn't help but say, "I suddenly remembered when you first mastered the 3 forms of nothingness." No, the first time you used the boundless chaos. At that time it was really... Wow, that was really a long time ago, more than a dozen eras ago. That was not long after I became an energy life form. When I first used the boundless chaos, I couldn't grasp it at all, and I couldn't even change the form. Yes, at that time, You were majestic and shouted loudly, and then fell down with a buzz. You couldn't even hold on for 2 seconds, unlike now where you can erupt at any time for 10 seconds and half a minute, and repeatedly erupt dozens of times without falling down, and change the form and erupt again, the power multiplied. Yin Nuoshing smiled bitterly. After all, it was the first time I tried it. At that time, I hadn't mastered the power of the void and nothingness, and it was just the pure, boundless chaos. Later, because I wanted to use the boundless chaos well, I became more and more inhuman and kept walking in the direction of inhuman and went further and further. From then on, the three forms of nothingness shook the void. Even chickens and dogs would not be able to rest in peace within tens of thousands of light years. Hui clapped his hands and then spread them out abruptly. Look at you now. From that time on, I no longer saw you as a human. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes. I'm not a human to begin with. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, although this was indeed a statement, it just sounded very awkward. It must be emphasized that the two of them were actually slacking off. After all, there was no need for them to get involved in the matters on the other side. They just had to close the big crack in the sky so that it would not cause additional damage to this strange world. If they accidentally caused some kind of irreversible damage, then it would be a big problem. And this strange world would probably go all the way to an even stranger direction. And by then, it would be impossible to save it. Under the high blue sky, the battle was still going on. However, it was now a one-sided cleansing and encirclement battle. After the explosion of the source's light, the forces in the northern region that were close to it were all swept up by the impact of the storm and crushed like paper. Now, not even a scrap of paper was left. 90% of the demonized energy had also disappeared, leaving only the occasional energy flashes to continue cleansing the remaining demonized life forms and soldiers in the northern region. As for the northern region's main camp, yep, as I said, not even a scrap of paper was left. That was a bit of a pity. He still wanted to kidnap that unknown creation of order to take a look at it. But thinking about it carefully, it would not be fun to wait until it was ready to unleash some kind of power. So forget it. Little Greenchild was still cursing as he used the energy tower to transform into a brute and pummel the souls of the remaining soldiers of the northern domain. He was cursing and beating at the same time, changing his lines 3 or 4 times. It seemed that while the demonized energy did not really hurt him, he was still feeling humiliated and was now doing his best to get back at them. When he and Maple finished dealing with the crack and went back, that was more or less what they saw. I feel like we are just bystanders. When Monitor saw them coming back, he sighed. You just blew up the battlefield at the beginning, and we had nothing to do at all. We're already saying our last words over there. One of our brothers even took advantage of this final moment to confess to the girl. In the end, he was dumped even when death was at hand. Now, he's left over there crying. How tragic. Hui and Maple were speechless. What a sad story. Ahem. Hui coughed, dryly scratched his cheek, and explained, You can't say that. After all, this is a war. Although, according to our subjective consciousness, it is better not to fight if we don't have to. But since there is no way to fight, it is necessary to let all the people who should be involved in it be in place. Otherwise, if we are the only ones who are fighting, who is the one who is fighting and why? This is a matter of position. The conflict was originally intensified to the point that it could not be held back, so we can't be the only ones fighting. Monitor scratched his head when he heard this. Well, that's true. After he finished speaking, he stroked his hair and looked at the two with his hands on his hips. So, you really joined the heavenly mystic world with a certain purpose. Hey, you have said it, right? You must have more or less understood after seeing the scene, just now. He crossed his arms and smiled brightly. But don't ask. You will understand after you go out. As I said before, some things can only be discussed after the people are in place. It is useless for me to say it now. Compared to our matter, have you seen anyone from the primordial world? It was a mess just now, so we didn't care whether they came out or not. Them. Shu Qing carried the long spear on her shoulder with one hand and looked at the clear sky in the distance. She said indifferently, "They killed themselves." "Hui." "No way. They were all wiped out. They were all gone just like that." Shu Qing's face twitched a few times, and a trace of lingering fear surged in her lifeless eyes. "I don't think anyone can survive the energy flash just now. And when the battle started, we did see people from the primordial world. We deliberately looked for them to fight. So, if they came out with the other side this time, then we didn't know whether to laugh or cry." He shook his head. Okay. This group of people who made their presence known. He was still a little expectant to see what they could do. He didn't expect that they would be taken away by Maple's energy flash while they were in the army. By the way, Maple had just been arrested. Little Angel pulled up Little Star's sleeve and saw that his entire arm was covered in energy cracks. The light of energy was constantly flashing in the cracks, and it was quite bright. She frowned and stared at him with slight displeasure. "Can't you take it easy?" "Yeah, this is just a small accident." Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and laughed dryly. She saw the golden eyes staring at her with suspicion. She laughed even more dryly. "Okay, actually it is not an accident. It is a situation that I expected. But this is really within my expectations. It is not a big problem, really not a big problem." Yes. It is not a big problem." She heard him and sighed helplessly. She stroked his arm gently and tried to heal the wound on his arm with her energy. "When have you ever thought that there is a big problem before you torment yourself until you are nothing but a ball of light?" Yun Nuoshing thought carefully, but in fact, she didn't want to know. "Okay, no." The little angel rolled her eyes at him and flicked his finger. When she saw him grimace in pain, she said, "Let's see if you'll take it easy in the future." Although it's useless to say that. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Now, he could only laugh dryly. "Lord Maple, Lord Hui, there is a gift here." A group of people suddenly landed on the deck, noisily. I Ching walked in front, waving his right hand and shouting at them. His left hand seemed to be dragging something behind him. Yun Nuoshing heard the shout and turned his head instinctively. Before he could see what the gift was, he saw Siyu and the others surrounding him and looking at his arm. Qing Huang carefully poked his arm. Her pretty face was full of concern. "Are you okay?" "Oh, it's not a big problem. It's just that the excessive energy caused the body to crack." Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted her head affectionately. "After a while, when the energy subsides and the structure of the law is repaired, it will be fine. Don't worry." He turned his head and tried to look at I Ching, who had stopped beside Hui. But because his hand was held by Little Angel and Siyu, he couldn't see that side. He had to ask, "So what gift did you bring back?" "Captives." Shuang softly told him what happened when he and Hui were slacking. "When we were cleaning up the battlefield, we caught a flying ship that wanted to escape. When the people on the flying ship saw us, they immediately blew up the flying ship and then all of them self-destructed. We only had time to catch a guy who was knocked unconscious by the impact of the explosion. Well, we even healed him. If we didn't block the subsequent impact, he might have died." Yun Nuoshing. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that they were really unyielding or that the guy was unlucky that he didn't have time to self-destruct. After Little Angel, and the others treated the wound for a while, and the crack was about 70 to 80% healed. He felt that it was about time, so he pulled them towards Hui. In just a short while, there were already 7 or 8 people surrounding Hui. He could vaguely see a person sitting in the middle of the surrounded area. It looked like they were going to push the unlucky guy to the ground and give him a good kick in the next second. "Hey, Maple, your wound is treated?" We heard Maple coming over. He turned his head and glanced at Maple's hand. Then he turned his body slightly and waved his hand to let everyone spread out a little. "Come and take a look." After the circle dispersed, Yun Nuoshing saw the guy in the middle. That guy, well, his hands were tied behind his back. The rope cast by the energy was coiled around his body again and again, tying him up very artistically. It took him 5 seconds to ignore the way he was tied up and carefully looked at his appearance. Well, he was a human. There were no strange creatures. After all, he was a native of this world. Of course, there were still some differences. His skin looked gray and white like the walls and white paper. His eyes, the whites of his eyes were tinged with a faint dark blue. Visually, they leaned towards gray. His pupils were still black, but they were pure black, like the surging of the demonic energy. One could barely see the changes in the surging clouds, which made people feel uncomfortable looking at him. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. Yun Nuoshing looked at the silent captive who was staring at them viciously. Then he looked at Reed. The latter was a normal human with black hair and black eyes. His skin was not gray or pale. Yun Nuoshing could not help but ask, before the 2 divisions in the eastern region, were there any branch races that were tainted with other laws or had other forms? Branch races? The bird was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he realized what Yun Nuoshing was talking about and shook his head. They were the same as us in the beginning. So this change should have happened after that. "Oh." Yun Nuoshing responded casually. He turned his head and looked at the captive who was changed into a human and tied up like a brother. Then he said casually, "Do you have anything to say? Leave a last word. Leave a harsh word. Now is your time to speak. We will try not to interrupt you." The captive glanced at him coldly, snorted, and did not answer. He even closed his eyes. "Well, you are quite arrogant." Yun Nuoshing turned to look at Reed. "Then, are you not going to say anything?" The bird was silent. He frowned and seemed to be in a complicated mood. He just took a deep breath and sighed. "I don't know what to say." Even if there was something he wanted to say, he had already said it. After their last conversation, they already knew that these compatriots who had left the eastern region had changed. From their minds to their bodies, they were no longer the compatriots they knew. Now that he saw them again, he didn't know what to say. Should he call them compatriots and shake hands and make peace? That was not how Yun Nuoshing would do it. The captive in front of him suddenly looked up at Reed and grinned cruelly. Cowardly bastard. You are exactly the same as before. You are all damn dregs. Everyone." This guy finally spoke after being silent for a long time, although it sounded like a fart. Lita frowned slightly. Before he could figure out what to do or say, the captive continued. "This world should have ended a long time ago. You are just insignificant and pitiful maggots. Your era should have ended a long time ago. Only we can guide this world to the right path. Only we can free this world." These strange words stunned Yun Nuoshing and the others. He stared at the captive's eyes, which were full of malevolence and mockery. The captive's gray eyes were surging with a chaotic luster. His will seemed to be covered with a layer of haze and had become impure. It was as if he had lost control of himself, or as if he had gone mad. There are traces of distortion in his consciousness and spirit, Yun Nuoshing said to everyone through soul transmission. Either he was beaten silly, or he was already silly Cough, cough, I'm being serious. There seems to be some kind of an inducement to the mind. See, you ask curiously, what will happen? Inducement to his spirit. If it is not spiritual suggestion, then it is spiritual control. As for what will happen, it is what he is like. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the captive, whose face was getting more and more twisted. He is a bit like some of the lunatics in some religious worlds. Those who like to brag about their beauty and always make a fuss. They are all people who have been fooled from their spirit to their soul. Spiritual suggestion. We scratched his head. That is not easy. I don't think it will work even if we torture him. Yun Nuoshing looked at him. What do you want to ask? The location of the headquarters in the northern region and what they are doing now. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He looked at the captive, whose expression was getting more and more twisted and paranoid. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said to everyone around here, "The next scene is a bit unsuitable for children. Children who have not reached the age of one era. Please evacuate with the accompaniment of your parents." What? Everyone was stunned. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw a colorful shadow rushing out. Then a heart-wrenching scream sounded at the same time. They turned their heads abruptly. Then all of them trembled. Their faces immediately changed into expressions of shock, pain, and shock. Yun Nuoshing's right hand grabbed the captive's neck and hung him in the air. More than 20 finger-thick chains of order and law swept out from her cloud wings and pierced the captive's body from top to bottom. Among them, 6 chains pierced his brain and continued to squirm deeper in, as if they were going to build a nest in his brain. The captive was stimulated by this and only let out a scream. He rolled his eyes and trembled all over. Then he went limp and stopped moving. Everyone who saw this sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he said that this scene was not suitable for children. Look at that unlucky captive. His mouth was wide open, and his tongue was drooling to the side. His eyes were completely gray, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. All of his soul and spirit defenses were violently torn apart after being pierced by a few chains of order. In fact, under the influence of the excessive power of order, half of his soul was instantly burnt. Look at that dumbfounded expression on his face, and look at the scene of him being strung up. Damn, this scene would definitely give anyone nightmares. I see. He's quite cautious. Since there are traces of brainwashing, there's no need for him to know more. He just needs to act according to orders. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. He quickly read the captive's memories and engraved them. He was very familiar with this, but the priority of this method wasn't high. Reading memories was troublesome to begin with. After that, he still needed to organize the large pile of memories himself. He didn't have the time to look through the memories one by one. It was very troublesome. Compared to this method, he preferred to guide the captive. However, this captive seemed to be an ordinary soldier. Even if he could guide the captive, it would probably be useless. At most, he would just send the captive back to the captive. Well, reading memories didn't seem to be of much use. He didn't get anything useful. The mastermind behind the scenes had done a good job of controlling information and memories. Things that didn't need to be known wouldn't be known. That way, the possibility of being exposed would be smaller. The soldiers only needed to follow orders like puppets. The only thing that could be found from the clues was some information that might be useful. The division between the eastern and northern regions started hundreds of thousands of years ago, right? Lita saw him looking at him and quickly nodded. He added, "It started on a very small scale, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later on, it became more and more intense, and the division accelerated. It wasn't until 100,000 years ago that the division was truly completed." Oh, Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly and frowned slightly. The timing does match, but it's a pity that this part of the matter is vague. It seems that someone has done something to blur this part of the memory to prevent the information from being leaked. What happened? Hui asked hurriedly. Maybe it's as you guessed. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they came into contact with something and underwent some kind of change. TSK, the important part can't be seen clearly. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to take the next step and read and restore that part of the memory at the expense of destroying the captive's soul and mind, he was suddenly startled. Suddenly, he felt like he was being stared at by something. At the same time, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the soul and body of the captive in his hand, and it became violent in an instant. Yun Nuoshing's eyes suddenly widened. In the end, he conveniently plundered part of the nearby memory. Then, he immediately cut off the chain of order that penetrated the captive from the northern region and threw him far away like he was throwing away garbage. Boom! The sudden explosion of energy made everyone shrink their necks and close their eyes for a while. When they turned their heads to look again, the energy storm was already standing in front of them. The mighty energy storm was mixed with heavy demonic energy, and a strange destructive force was being released from the center and spread out in all directions. The people who had just finished the battle and did not know what was going on thought that they were being attacked again. They all stood up abruptly and looked around, but their faces were blank. The energy storm lasted for a minute and then slowly dissipated. We waited for the storm to dissipate. When he saw that there was no residue left, he could not help but turn to look at Maple. Why did you make them explode? Some kind of safety measure. Yun Nuoshing yawned and said lazily. The people behind them put it on. When the safety measure was triggered, that thing even looked at me. Oh, did you find anything? Nothing. Everything is well hidden. Nothing can be dug out. Even if we can find out something, it's a vague and specious situation. It's like it's hidden under a cloud of ink. Even if we can see something, it's only through a layer of ink that I can see it. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head gently. It was an expected result, but everyone still could not help but sigh. However, there are some things that we can find out now. Yun Nuoshing turned and walked towards the bow of the ship. Halfway there, he stopped and turned his head to look at everyone diagonally behind him. He smiled sweetly. I found the location of their base. Let's go. There is still a thing waiting for us there. Chapter 2011. Truth be told, the power of the Northern Realms was a little beyond their expectations. They thought that the combat power of this world would be at the peak of the mid-tier premier. They did not expect that in the first battle with the Northern Realms would unleash a standard high-level premier attack. In the second battle, the Northern Realms almost brought out the primeval domain of that existence. Not to mention, if the primeval domain was activated a little faster, the Northern Realms would have to fight for a while in an unknown primeval domain. The danger of suddenly falling into a primeval domain was about the same as Maple's inferior chaos domain. Based on the Northern Realms' estimation of the realm of that existence, the primeval domain should be able to cause them a lot of trouble. Judging from the situation when the primeval domain was activated earlier, the Northern Realms' power was only amplified. However, this was probably just a side effect. The true power and the true unique nature of the primeval domain had yet to be unleashed. Anyway, based on Maple's standards, if he could strangle the Northern Realms attack in its cradle, he would never let it be unleashed. Compared to deliberately watching the Northern Realms release fireworks, he preferred to release fireworks himself. Whenever he stood still and watched the Northern Realms light up fireworks in the void, It was either because the Northern Realm's ability to resist being interrupted was too strong, or because he was interested in something interesting. Yes, other than these two situations, there was no other situation. Most of the time, he was used to letting the Northern Realms fire a dud. So, the Northern Realm's confidence, arrogance, and unyielding attitude were not caused by recklessness and blindness. They really had the ability to do so. Just with the two things they had revealed so far, they were able to control all the forces in this world. They could control the demonized beings and use the demonized energy to drive the primeval domain of order. It was as if they had dug out the grave of that existence. Who knew how much they had found in the grave of that existence? Would there be an accident halfway through? That should be it, right? However, they didn't understand why the underworld didn't flatten the eastern region when it had such power. Instead, they waited until the unexpected arrival of the underworld before attacking. Well, they didn't understand. It was just like how they didn't understand what the underworld was up to. The northern region was the only accident, just like what they said at the beginning. When these accidents appeared, the matters of this world had already fallen into a ditch. However, they still maintained a bit of vigilance. This vigilance was really because they were worried that they would dig up the grave of that high-level life form and play some tricks on them. Things like accidents, right? The Cloud Continent was already an accident enough, right? At that time, they had almost been killed. Since they had learned a lesson from the past, they did not have the idea of following my heart in the world to act recklessly. Well, it was necessary to be vigilant. However, the headquarters in the northern region still needed to be invaded, even if that place might become a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. If worst came to worst, he would just directly destroy that place. He saw that a certain someone was still in high spirits and hadn't had his fill yet. Although I'm indeed testing out my new power, I don't admit that you haven't had your fill yet. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was nagging. She waved her arm that was still somewhat broken. Look, it's still cracked. This hand can't touch too much energy for at least half a day. Otherwise, it will crack again. How can I say that I haven't had my fill yet? That's just your hardware condition preventing you from playing with fireworks. You must be thinking of 10,000 new ways to play with fireworks in your heart, and you have already listed a lot of fun ideas. Hui put his hands on his waist, shook his chin, and said, I know that after mastering a new power and a new form of power, you can't wait to try out every new change that appears. Moreover, you have repeatedly tried it thousands of times over and over again until the power that appears just a little bit of change is played with until there are no more tricks. You must be thinking of 700 to 800 ways to play with fireworks right now. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She tilted her head and smacked her lips. TSK. Everyone was speechless. That's right. 700 to 800 ways to play with fireworks are too specific and crazy. He had just started to explore the path of nature not long ago, and every time he understood a little bit of the source power, he would become a little crazy in a way that was visible to the naked eye. If he were to fully understand his source form, he would have poked a hole in the void. No, he had already poked a big hole in the void, and it had just closed. That hole was still leading to the source environment. The world was quiet and lifeless. This part of the land had turned into a desolate state of being burned by flames. Apart from the lack of blackness and traces of being burned, it was a vast expanse of barren land. It was a miracle that the ground did not split into a rift valley in the energy flash just now and was only a few dozen meters shorter. The energy in this place was still depleted and showed no signs of recovery. The energy cycle between heaven and earth seemed to have been disrupted because of the flash just now. It should have been a swarm of energy storms and energy tides that would automatically fill the energy gap in this area after calming down. But now, The whole world was silent, apart from the group of people who were leisurely streaking across the sky. There was no other movement. The energy also had no intention of fluttering, leaving the place empty as if abandoned. It may take 100 years for the realm to recover. Leda looked around and could not help but say, as he said that, he also looked at his old friend standing on his shoulder. The fiery little bird's feathers seemed to have lost their luster, and its head hung low listlessly. Leda hurriedly used energy to envelop it, and the little bird regained some of its spirit. Sir Bird could not help but sigh. What kind of destructive power is this? Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to someone standing on the bough. The latter's shoulders trembled, and then he pretended to be natural and stood in another place. This guy was guilty, and his forehead was sweating profusely. This large stretch of desolation took them 3 hours to reach the end of their journey. Hui finally estimated the actual situation and calmly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The final destruction caused by Maple's final blow was more than 1,000 times what he had just estimated. On the big map, starting from the northwest corner of the eastern region, a straight line was drawn further northwest, and everything within a certain range of the line had been annihilated. The fissure was not symmetrical, and its distal end should be relatively slender. It seemed that the greatest degree of destruction was contained within the range of thousands of light years ahead of the attack, and everything behind was destroyed along the way. There used to be a very prosperous capital of God here. Leda suddenly said, pointing down, and could not help but sigh. After leaving the area destroyed by Maple, the energy concentration between heaven and earth quickly returned to normal. Lu Xiaoqiu also slowed down the speed of the ship slightly. Hearing Sir Bird's words, everyone looked down curiously. The land was desolate, and the mountains were flattened. They did not see the wreckage and other things that they had expected. Since it was said to be in the past, they thought it was just that it was gone now, such as being destroyed or something else. But there was no wreckage at all. It seemed to be something else. That mountain should have been 3 times as high as it is now. The capital of God was built around this mountain, and the people who lived here were also blessed by the mountain range. Some people also called it the Sacred Mountain. Sir Bird looked at the mountain in front of them, which was tens of thousands of feet high and had a huge crater at the top. He showed a melancholy look and could not help but sigh. Although this place just happened to be located at the location of an energy convergence point, and also gave birth to this spiritual and self-growing mountain range, we have not corrected this saying, and there is no need to correct it. It's gone now. So it was destroyed at the beginning of the war? Siyu asked curiously. Leda shook his head. When they split up and left, they destroyed the capital of God. We learned about the situation from the refugees who escaped from here. They burned all the land along the way to ashes. It was as if they had forcibly opened up a scorched plain that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. It was used as a dividing line and also as a battlefield. Since the early days of the split, they had been preparing for this war. Hui twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Leda. He could not help but ask, "So why did you notice it so late?" Sir Bird looked embarrassed and sighed. "The world is dangerous. I totally agree." Yun Nuoshing immediately gave this sentence a thumbs up. She waved her hand and sighed. "There will always be monkeys and clowns who will set fire to your backyard when you are not paying attention, when you are trying your best to resist the real disaster of the world. After they are done, they will glorify themselves as righteous." Sigh. Leda looked at him with a sigh, and through a look of sympathy. The two of them looked up at the sky, and could not help but sigh. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Both of them were victims, but the former was more thorough. Because they did not have the talent and experience to deal with their own people, they were not prepared at all when something happened and could only be suppressed. As for the latter, it was a void-level disaster. Needless to say, he did not hesitate to take action. After the battle ended, they quickly headed to the northern domain. They only brought Lu Xiaoqiu and Sir Bird with them. As for the others, they were cleaning up the battlefield. After the battle, it was not good to leave the wreckage all over the place. It would pollute the environment and had to be cleaned up. Moreover, this trip was just to take a look. There was no need for so many people. As for why they went to the northern domain, there was nothing to think about. One side stood on the side of the demonized beings, while the other side stood on the side of the normal people. Even if there were hundreds of twists and turns in the story, it was an indisputable fact that they were the ones who started the war. If you wanted to drag them to their side, it was very simple. They were the side of order. Those who did not have thousands of bloody and teary histories would be pushed into the void and beaten up first. There was no need to ask why. The only thing to ask was that they could not bear to see infighting while preserving the power of order. Every matter, big or small, must make way for the war between order and chaos. If they were kicked down, they would be kicked down. Therefore, the outcome of the matter was very clear. The people of the northern domain, who started this mess, had nothing to say even if they stood on the side of a higher being who was suspected to be the creator of this world. However, this matter was not completely over yet. They would wait and see what the situation was for the time being. As for what the people of the northern domain did, they could not wash it off, nor did they want to. Phone, we are running so slowly. Aren't we afraid that that thing will run away? He turned his head to look at Phone. At this moment, they were moving forward at a moderate pace. It was as if they were not in a hurry to arrest that person who was still in the northern domain. He was a little confused. According to the plot, shouldn't they just kill their way to the northern domain and hang them up in front of the northern domain and hammer them for a day? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. It's not over yet. Going there now and going there later is not the same. Hui took a deep breath and clapped his hands in realization. You're still leading them on now? Now we're directly forcing them to do something. It's not leading them on now. Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and said helplessly, Anyway, I'm just giving them a chance. If it is really as you said, that it really dug up the grave of a high level near the peak of Yuanshe or even the peak of Yuanshe, then it should have something on its hands. Now it is strolling slowly, just waiting for it to present itself to us. If it goes looking for it, it may not be able to find it. By the way, I'm not afraid that it will run away. I'm keeping an eye on it now. This time, I'm keeping an eye on it from all directions. If it can slip away under my nose, I'll poke my own eyes out. He glanced at his shining eyes and nodded. Then he looked at Uncle Bird. So, who is the leader of the northern domain? It's the previous manager of the eastern domain, near the western domain. Uncle Bird scratched his head, retracting his gaze from the flattened mountain. It is also because of this that we only found out that they had been preparing for countless years when they tore apart the western region. The northern domain was now quiet, lifeless, and lifeless. That was nonsense. They came out in full force and brought their nest to the front line. Now, even the people and the nest were completely melted by Maple's source flash. It would be surprising if there was anything left. At this time, there were some huge pits on the ground. Those pits should have had cities of the same size as the pits. But now, they were just pits with remnants of demonic energy. Quite dense demonic energy was gushing out from the ground. It was so dense that it made them feel a little uneasy. The energy aura coming from these pits doesn't seem right. We quickly pulled Maple's arm and pointed to the pit below. Maple, look inside. As he was monitoring the northern domain with observer mode, It did not take much effort for him to see the situation at the bottom of the pit. It's the layer at the bottom. The bottom of the pit is directly connected to the layer filled with demonic energy. Speaking of which, do you know what's down there? Reed saw Feng Ling looking at him and knew that the latter part of the sentence was for him. When they talked about the underground and what he knew, he asked, "Underground? You mean the layer filled with demonic energy that is arranged in a regular pattern under the ground?" You know about it. Hui was surprised. They had been to 3 major domains, and only here knew that someone knew about it. "Tell me what you know." "Well, the layer has existed for a long time. The information of the last 4 generations has recorded the existence of the layer. However, after 4 generations, no one clearly knows what it is. The people of the last 3 generations went deep into the ground to investigate. It is said that it is a layer of energy that exists eternally still. Even if you pass through it, it will not cause any movement of the demonic energy. It is as if it is completely still, arranged there neatly, and stopped some kind of activity." "Some kind of activity?" Hui was stunned. "Yes, we have to go a little further back. It was probably recorded in the early days of the last 3 generations, and it was said that it was related to some kind of activity in this world. However, this theory doesn't hold water, because in the late days of the last 3 generations, the theory just now was put forward, saying that its activity had stopped long ago and had no effect on this world." Bird scratched his head as he spoke. "We have also investigated it, and did not find any problems. There is no way to make any comments. But it is obviously in an active state now." Yun Nuoshing looked at the pit that was constantly spewing out black clouds like the crater of a volcano. "Perhaps it is related to the demonic energy again. Just because we do not know about it does not mean that those who use the demonic energy do not know about it. Speaking of which, we saw something else before we came to this large area." Hui suddenly thought of a guy who was forced into a corner by Maple, so he told Lida about the demonized clan. Demonized humans. Uncle Bird's brows furrowed tightly as he shook his head. "I've never seen such a situation in this region. There are no historical records of such a situation either. If there really were demonized humans, they would have been mentioned. Oh, it might have been caused by the sealing of this region. After all, the demonic people of the previous generations did not seem to show their faces in front of the world. They were all doing their own things in the Chaos Devil Wilderness, so no one knew about it. Until this era, Shura and the others jumped on Mu Yuan and our heads." Hui crossed his arms and said with an inexplicable tone of schadenfreude, "By the way, how far have you explored the layer below? What is the highest record of that kind of thing? Is there a limit?" "Limit? I'm not sure about that." Lida shook his head and frowned. "Our exploration is far less than that of the previous 3 generations. In the records, the people of the previous 3 generations went the furthest. They went deep into the ground and explored more than 170 layers, but it seems that they are far from the limit. The reports of the first layer and the 170 layers are exactly the same. Activity is still no energy fluctuation, not even a word more. In short, it was something that was more or less annoying and worrying. They had no idea what the purpose of their existence was, but they knew that they were completely solidified demonic energy. It should be that they need a specific method to touch them," Yun Nuoshing said softly, walking to the other side of the ship and looking into the distance. "However, this part of the matter is not something we can spy on. After all, we can't control the demonic energy." Speaking of control, he also felt that something was strange. The demonic people could control the demonic energy because they were corrupted into demonic life forms, so it was easy to understand. However, the people in the northern region could still control the demonic energy without being corrupted by it. For the time being, he could only assume that they had some kind of creation that could avoid the corruption of the demonic energy. But would such a thing really exist deliberately? If it did exist, it was as if the existence knew that there would be some kind of change in its energy and would do something about it. So it left some kind of measure in advance, and then it should have been left somewhere, and finally let the people in the northern region dig it out. Just listening to it sounded strange, but he did not know how to put it. The second half of the journey was full of bumps and hollows. There was nothing except for the thick smoke rising from the ground as if it had been ravaged by a fire. The entire northern region was dead silent, as if there were no ordinary people at all. There are indeed no ordinary people in the northern region. Sir Bird answered their doubts. Well, that's not entirely correct. The ordinary people in the northern region are close to the southern chaotic zone. Only they are allowed to get close to the northern region, which is the real core of the northern region. Like I said before, they have become extremely xenophobic. This is one of the results. According to the current situation, it may be a good result. At least there are no innocent people involved. The true Northern Territory that had betrayed us and painstakingly managed for hundreds of thousands of years was now dead silent. This xenophobic kingdom's core had completely collapsed, while the unimportant ones were still living on the outskirts. Those unimportant ones probably didn't have much to do with the true Northern Territory's members. They were either forced to take sides or were forced to do so. Warriors from the Eastern Territory had already taken care of those unimportant ones. Once the remaining forces were all cleaned up, there shouldn't be any more problems. The only thing left to do was to directly confront the person on the throne. They did not know if that person was spying on them while they were strutting around the northern region. If he knew, how would he react? They were quite curious, but they would have to wait until they got there. Feng Ling, we're here. Lu Xiaoqiu turned around and reminded Feng Ling softly. She also repeatedly checked the energy map before she nodded and repeated herself. Yes, we're really here, but there's nothing here. Did we go the wrong way? There was nothing around them. There was no smoke coming out of the crater, nor were there any mountains or rivers. It was just a barren land. We didn't go the wrong way. This is the place. Yun Nuoshing already knew that there was nothing in this place, but he didn't care at all. He asked Blue Phoenix for the Nethervoid sword, and with a wave of his hand, he slashed the space in front of him. A spatial crack tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the sky, and the torn curtain shattered like a broken mirror, slowly collapsing in all directions. Countless fragments fell, revealing the true scene hidden in this place. At this time, everyone also prepared for battle, on guard against all kinds of accidents. Here, this is what we're hiding. Yun Nuoshing handed the Netheruin sword to Blue Phoenix and took a few steps forward. She stood on the ship's railing and looked down at the entire hidden city. On the ground, as the cracks in space crumbled inch by inch, an enormous city that spanned a great distance was exposed. There was no golden splendor, nor was there any prosperity. There was only a deathly stillness and a strange feeling of time settling down. There was a strange aura that penetrated through time, hovering in this space, like whispers, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves when a chilly wind blew past one's ears. It made the already lifeless place look even more gloomy. The only thing that couldn't be said to be gloomy was, well, for example, it looked a little bit brighter than before. He didn't know how to describe this place. Before the space curtain was shattered, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining brightly. The afternoon and evening sun were still quite strong. However, the moment this space was exposed, the sun receded, and the wind howled. Black clouds rose into the sky and covered this part of the sky. The color of the sky suddenly changed. Thick, dark clouds shrouded their heads, as if they had stepped into another domain. They asked Lu Xiaoqiu to keep the airship. The group landed and stepped into the city. The layout of the city did not look familiar. There were no familiar decorations, no light-chasing tower, no grand temple, and no city walls. The entire city was a dusky gray. Compared to a real city, it looked more like a faded city painting. The arrangement of the colors was a little abnormal. The dusky gray was similar to dark blue. Yes, it was the color of the eyes of the people in the northern region. There were a few majestic and prominent buildings in the center of the city. With these buildings as the center, buildings of various sizes spread out in a circle, all facing the center. This strange arrangement looked very strange. There is no sign of life at all. Feng Qinghuang whispered in Little Star's ear, "In the short term, no one will come here." "In the short term?" Yun Nuoxing asked in a low voice. Feng Qinghuang pursed her red lips and carefully touched the wall of the nearest building. She pondered for a moment and said, "At least a few million years." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Damn it, did he find the wrong place? No, it shouldn't be. This should be the right place. His senses could not lie to him. No matter what, since they were already here, they had to move forward. They were also mentally prepared to encounter some obstacles in the last part of their journey. For example, some demonized creatures that were useless other than scaring them would suddenly jump out from dark and cramped places. However, they didn't encounter anything until they reached the center. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The building in the center was tens of thousands of feet tall. It looked like a combination of half of a pavilion and half of a temple. There were all kinds of unknown patterns and patterns on the outside, although they could not understand them. But they just could not. Ning Fei walked around and couldn't help but whisper, "I always feel that this thing is like a tomb." Hui, who had just kicked open the door, froze when he heard this. He first looked inside the door, then looked back at the big city that was deliberately arranged in a strange way. Finally, he asked Ning Fei, "Why do you say so?" "I have seen similar designs, but no matter the setting or other things, it is not as dark as this one." Ning Fei shrugged. In fact, it was not a big deal even if they suddenly mentioned the tomb. They had seen many big scenes. Digging up a tomb was not a big problem. But not long ago, they guessed that the people in the northern region might have dug up the tomb of a higher being. Now that they combined the two scenes, it was a little strange. It did not seem to be a problem of thinking too much. Yun Nuoxing and Sui Qing confirmed with the others. After knowing that they had not seen this kind of building, they were a little distressed. Well, now was not the time to stop moving forward. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. I remember now. The gray-haired girl suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, attracting everyone's attention. Her pair of green eyes slightly widened, revealing a hint of realization and excitement. "This is a ruin that my father and I have explored. It's a ruin. This color and energy aura, it is not wrong." Huh. Hui was even more stunned. The sudden change made him scratch his head hard. It was rare for his brain to work quickly. "Lu Xiaoqiu, you don't know about the ruins of the first, second, third, and fourth generations, right?" "Well, I have not seen those." Lu Xiaoqiu nodded slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at the building that seemed to be a mixture of a pavilion and a temple in front of them. "But this is definitely a ruin. The last time my father and I explored the ruins, there were recorded words inside. It was the words left by the predecessors, although many of the traces are difficult to recognize. And the words left behind are only some small things, but it is definitely not wrong." No, 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 no. It is not that I doubt you, but Yun Nuwashing crossed her arms and frowned, showing a reluctant and strange expression. You don't know about the ruins of the last 4 eras, but you know that this thing in front of you is a ruin. Doesn't that mean— Lu Xiaoqiu's pretty face stiffened. She could not help but swallow. Oh no, there is another accident, and this accident is revealed by me. Hiss, my stomach is starting to jump, uncomfortable. We continued Feng's words. Oh my, is this a ruin of the last 5 eras, or even before that? Time can no longer be predicted. Yun Nuashing shook her head. It is the same for the ruins of the last 4 eras. There is a long time gap in the middle, and it is impossible to tell when it existed. We can only judge that it has existed for a very long time from the very rich aura of time that exists here. Also, judging from the wear and tear of the previous 1, 2, 3, and 4 generations, there would be a kind of energy that would disappear from this kind of ruin every time a generation was broken. But in this case, it was unknown which generation the ruin was from, but it did not seem to have anything more than the 4th generation. The power of consciousness and will was much stronger. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to get everyone to come back to their senses. She took the lead and walked inside. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Don't let the host wait too long. I feel that he is inside. Even if there is no breath of life, he is still here.